Welcome everyone to day 2 of Virtual Wish 2020. One of the most exciting and dynamic fields in healthcare today is immunotherapy, with numerous recent clinical breakthroughs. How can the full potential of these be realised? It's the subject of one of this year's Wish reports and of this forum panel discussion.
I am Kirsty Wark and welcome to this session, Realising the Promise of Immunotherapy, and it's sponsored by Qatar Biobank. I'm delighted that you are joining us wherever you are in the world, whether you're in Aberdeen or you're in Christchurch, wherever you are, we're delighted you're on board and we want you very much to be part of this panel, not just listening, but also sending in your own questions as well, wherever you are in the world. This is a truly fantastic vision for the future. And I really think this panel will stimulate new ideas and solutions. Immunotherapy can revolutionize treatment for an array of conditions, for cancers, for Alzheimer's, for arthritis, many more. But the report promotes a vision of bringing immunotherapy to countries and people across the globe, not just rich ones, low and middle income countries too. And the report shows new ways of working, collaborations, and is also peppered with stories of immunotherapy breakthroughs, like Riki's story, like Emily's story, Margot's story. And we're delighted that leading the panel will be the report's author, that is Professor Gillian Griffiths. She's Professor of Immunology and Cell Biology at Cambridge University. She's led her own research programs at Stanford, at Basel Institute for Immunology, at UCL, at Oxford, at Cambridge, and she's been recognized many times over for her groundbreaking work. Delighted also to have Professor Mary Gospodarovich, University Professor at the University of Toronto. She was appointed as Officer of the Order of Canada in 2015. Her research focused on clinical trials evaluating radiation therapy, image-guided precision therapy, cancer survivorship, and more recently, global cancer control. Her Royal Highness, Princess Dina Mired, is the mother of a cancer survivor and the current immediate past president of the Union for International Cancer Control, the first Arab to be elected to this crucial leadership position. Her Royal Highness established and led all the core work of the King Hussein Cancer Foundation for 14 years until 2016. Dr. Jackson Oram is the Executive Director of the Uganda Cancer Institute, highlighted in the report as serving East Africa, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Uganda. As a medical oncologist, he is leading the development of several international collaborations with renowned international cancer centers and institutions for infrastructure, for human resources, and actually for capacity development as well. But last but not least, Dr. Ian Fowkes, who began his career as a research scientist, completing his PhD at the Cancer Research UK Beatson Institute. Now as CEO of Cancer Research Technology, He's responsible for ensuring that research is developed and commercialized, often in partnership with biotech and pharmaceutical companies, to ensure the fruits of that research reaches patients rapidly and effectively wherever they are, in whatever they are in the world, in low income, middle income, and high income countries. So thank you all to the panel for joining us. And before we start our discussion, here is Professor Gillian Griffiths with her overview of the report.
Hello, my name is Gillian Griffiths, and I'm a Professor of Immunology at the University of Cambridge. It's been my privilege to chair a panel of international experts, all of whom have contributed to this WISH report on immunotherapy. Recent successes in immunotherapy have led to remarkable breakthroughs in cancer treatments, making this one of the most exciting and dynamic fields in medical research and biopharma. With an expanding range of applications for immunotherapies, including autoimmunity and infectious diseases such as COVID-19, it's become clear that we're really only at the very beginning of a wave of innovation that will have a remarkable impact on improving human health worldwide. But of course, with unrivaled opportunities come great challenges. And the aim of this report has been to identify those challenges and to draw up a series of recommendations for governments and policymakers that will enable them to catalyze the discovery, the development, and the delivery of immunotherapies worldwide. In the report, we identified 4 key pillars which offered opportunities for maximizing the impact of immunotherapies. These included focusing on basic and translational research, opportunities in the development and delivery of infrastructure, opportunities to improve clinical trial innovation, and opportunities, of course, to improve patient access. Based on these challenges, we developed a series of recommendations that aim to illustrate how governments and policymakers could easily catalyze the discovery, the development, and the delivery of immunotherapies globally. These range from supporting discovery science and facilitating the translation of academic research, to reducing infrastructure for cell therapies and establishing centers of excellence in order to attract trials to new parts of the globe, to support collaborative trials, and to create frameworks for the use of observational data, and finally for delivery to the patients to enable experimentation with novel pricing and payment methods, as well as developing national health strategies for immunotherapies. So in summary, we think that by realizing the potential of immunotherapies, it will have a positive impact on the health and well-being of millions of citizens across the world. Thank you.
Gillian, thank you very much for that. And now with our panel, and remember, everybody who's watching, wherever you are, in 20 minutes time, we would love you to join us with your questions, so don't hold back. Ian Fowkes, first of all, a broader question about immunotherapy for you first before we start. You know, when people fundraise for cancer, and they fundraise, and people understand that it's about chemotherapy, it's about radiotherapy, but immunotherapy is not so well known. And at the same time, I suppose with chemotherapy, you can have almost generic drugs, whereas the whole point about immunotherapy, it's targeted incredibly closely to the patient. How do you sell that as something that's affordable for everybody?
Yeah, thanks, Kirsty. I mean, firstly, I think it's a really great report. And you're right. I think immunotherapy has really come along in the last sort of 5 or 10 years as a critical new pillar of cancer treatment. We've got radiotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy. This is genuinely a new approach, and we're really only just at the beginning of this. You know, there's an awful lot more that we need to understand. I think because we are quite early on in the process, you know, we've developed a few successful therapies and a few successful approaches. There's still a long way to go. So we're in this kind of real innovation phase at the moment. And, you know, that does bring quite a high degree of cost. I think we should have confidence, though, that as we've seen with chemotherapy over time, we'll see the costs come down as we improve the technology, as we improve the way in which we can distribute this. And the report touches on some of the challenges of that. This is an incredibly expensive therapy. It's very precise. Now, where that I think gives us a benefit is we should be able to see and identify those people who really can benefit, versus those who perhaps can't. We don't need to give them that expensive therapy. And that's a critical thing we'll need to understand, is who's going to benefit and who's not, and therefore direct the therapy at them and reduce the costs accordingly.
And the collaborations in order to be able to fund this properly are vital so that you can do these clinical trials.
Yeah.
And I wonder when everybody is, as it were, strapped for money, what is your big USP? What is the thing that you're saying to people? Okay, you have to put a lot of money into these collaborations, but in the end, it's going to be better for everybody.
Yeah, it is. And I think we have to sort of, buy into this philosophy that, innovation like this is expensive. It isn't cheap to develop these kind of new therapies. There's a huge amount of basic discovery science that goes in at the beginning. Industry has to step in and develop those drugs, and that does, cost significant amounts of money. But when we see the real benefits that the report touches on, these are some extraordinary improvements in mortality and survival.
Yeah.
And I think we've got to work with health systems around the world, with industry, to come up with new ways and innovative ways of pricing these drugs based on outcomes, for example, as opposed to just a generic price for everyone.
Yeah. Gillian, just to go into one example in your report, which I thought was very telling, and it was the story of Emily. And basically, her treatment with conventional cancer drugs had really come to the end of its possibilities. And her family stumbled essentially upon an immunotherapy trial that she could be involved in. Are we still at that stage that it's so little known in a way that it is very much pot luck?
Oh, well, I think there's many. I think what is improving enormously is the public awareness of what's available. And so while Emily's parents had to, when she was diagnosed, really make great efforts to find out what was possible. I mean, the number of trials that are going ahead now, it's doubled in a year. It's taking off at a phenomenal rate. There's also many more therapies coming out and being used for many more different types of cancer. So I think that the greater knowledge, the greater availability, it's still not commonplace, and it still has to be sought out. But I think it's becoming much easier.
And as Ian was saying, the outcomes are so terrific.
Yeah.
That what you want to do is, how do you get people to get involved in that early stage science and fund that early stage science?
Yeah. So I think that the answer to that's immediately obvious if you begin to describe how scientific discoveries takes place. So, for example, if you think of the really transformative scientific discoveries that have led to enormous medical breakthroughs, if you look into what the scientists, what they were actually trying to do, they were trying to understand the minute details of the science underlying a particular system, such as the immune system. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I could illustrate this. I immediately can think of three important discoveries that impact upon immunotherapy in particular, all of which were so important they were awarded Nobel Prizes.
Can you just tell us very briefly, in layman's terms, what they were?
I can indeed, yes. So the first is Cesar Milstein and George Killer discovered monoclonal antibodies, which are now the medicine of antibody of immunotherapy, if you like. And the reason that Milstein did this work was because he wanted to look and see what an antibody looked like in real detail. And so he wanted to make a very, very pure product. And then, of course, once he had done that, once he'd made that discovery, he realized, well, if you have this, you could begin to use it to treat different diseases if you have particular antibodies. Another one very closely related is Jim Allison made use of one of these monoclonal antibodies to combat cancer directly. But the reason he was doing his research is because he wanted to understand how a T cell works. And so it's the antibodies and the T cells that we hear about now that are really at the heart of immunotherapies working.
So that's two, and I'll just keep two with you because I know that you worked with Milstein. I mean, that was terrific. That was, imagine working on those programs. But the developmental pathways, is it fair to say, and I want to come on later and talk to Dr. Oram about this, fair to say, are these developmental pathways going to be restricted to countries that can afford those, or is there going to be research all over the world?
well, I think that we would hope that the research will be all over the world, and that the technologies are becoming simpler and more transferable, if you like. But I think perhaps this is something that Dr. Oren will speak to in rather more detail. I think from my perspective, one of the most important things to helping funders, in fact, helping the public understand why the fundamental science is so important, is to raise public awareness of the process of scientific discoveries and to let them share in the understanding of and the excitement of the discoveries. And I think, if I may, one of the positives that's come out of the pandemic with COVID-19 is there's been much better awareness. So now every school child, every old age pensioner understands what a virus is and why you need an immune response. And
the other thing that's come out of that, funnily enough, is how old structures are broken down and how quickly, because they have to have collaboration, that collaborations happen.
Exactly. And so everything has become, I mean, it's one of the strengths is that because we had this urgency, that many more of the studies, many more of the trials have become much, much more collaborative, and in order to get the data out there. So from the point of view of immunotherapy, the pandemic has in some ways done us a bit of a favor, because now everybody understands the basics of what's required. And it's the antibodies and the T cells that both really the fundamentals of immunotherapy, as well as the fundamentals of what will cure the COVID-19.
Professor Gospodarovich, I wonder if you see the benefits in a funny way like that of COVID-19, that you see changes in attitudes, changes in working practices.
Yes, it's very interesting what has happened. We've had many initiatives trying to increase the use of information communication technologies, virtual care for 20 years, and there was no uptake. And suddenly with the COVID pandemic, everybody does virtual clinics. Most patients who don't have to come to the hospitals are looked after at home. We moved a lot of treatments to outpatient basis, and all these initiatives that we wanted to implement for decades suddenly happened. They happened overnight. So it just shows you that we can do it if we want to, and if there's motivation. And I want to echo what's being said about collaboration. It's amazing how not only collaboration locally or in the country, but how the collaboration internationally has strengthened. And the flow of information is so much faster now that people are hungry to learn about COVID, this new disease that we are all learning about at the same time.
But how can investment into immunotherapy benefit health systems and the wider treatment ecosystem? By that, I mean helping to justify allocating limited resources when it is a relatively young field.
I can think of at least 3 or 4 ways that immunotherapy would benefit the whole cancer ecosystem. First of all, one of the main problems with access to cancer treatment is lack of trained professionals, lack of personnel. And the implementation of immunotherapy requires a cadre of people with skills, with current knowledge and information. So by implementing newer treatments, you actually increase the capacity of most countries, not only to do immunotherapy, but to do all other cancer treatments by attracting well-qualified people to work. The other...
I interrupted you. Carry on, sorry.
The other thing is that it is a new field, as being said, and it's field in evolution. There's a lot of research to be done. So most centers who provide immunotherapy are engaged in clinical research and clinical trials. And it is well known that engagement in clinical trials improves the quality of treatment for all cancers and for all modalities. So just the fact that you must engage in clinical trials will improve quality and it's good motivator for engaging in newer treatments such as immunotherapy.
It's funny because where I live very near to the Beatson Institute in Glasgow, and people who I know who have cancer that could possibly be treated by immunotherapy, who are offered trials, now don't hesitate. I think that's what's that there's no hesitation now about taking part in any immunotherapy trial, because I think people are now understanding just, and I know it's happened to a couple of friends of mine, the benefit has been absolutely phenomenal. Which brings me on to Dr. Oram, because the very thing about the high skilled, high trained, and it's expensive. And when you have limited resources, what does the Uganda Cancer Institute do? What is the main way that you can operate in terms of collaborations, in terms of government funding? I think you're still muted, Dr. Oram. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this report has been a fantastic work, and I want to really congratulate Professor Griffith for leading this team so well and coming up with a report that also take into consideration the needs of people who are in the low and middle income countries that in most cases actually takes years before they can gain the benefit of new innovations like immunotherapy. So I think at the Uganda Cancer Institute, or in Uganda in general, one of the advantages that we have had is that we have kind of made diseases that are complex like cancers to be at the forefront of research. And as a result of that, clinical trials or use of new agents is not very new in our setting, despite the fact that we are in a low or a low-income country. So I think we do see that with the coming up of immunotherapy, we are going to transform the culture. In most of the developing countries, the culture is that things pertaining to treatment are ready-made. That means that the drugs, they come already made for a particular purpose, and that is it. And for that reason, that culture kind of prevents the use of new technologies as they come. It takes years, about 20 years before new technology can actually come on place in a setting like what we have most of the developing countries like Africa.
But it's interesting because of the very things that I'm interested, you're saying it takes about 20 years, but I wonder if you think now, because of, for example, the pandemic and because of breaking down of barriers and so forth, that actually progress might come more quickly for low and middle income countries.
Precisely. So I think really there has to be really a change of mindset, a change of ways of doing things. And this cannot come easy until there are policies that actually can allow these changes to kind of very, very easily be transformed into a day-to-day way of doing things. So I think that the treatment like the immunotherapy that we are talking about should actually be brought to the front so that policymakers begin to know that, you know, we are in a global community. What is good for the communities in the developed countries can actually be also good for the communities in the developing countries. And in particular, when you are talking about complex diseases like cancers, you know, there is no way we are going to wait for so many years before we can treat patients in Africa, for instance, with modern treatment like what we have in immunotherapy. We have to do it right away.
And I know that one of the critical things that you have worked on and have been a pioneer on is the whole culture of safety in healthcare in lower and middle income countries. So how do we ensure going forward with immunotherapy that exists?
That's a great question. So I think really the most important thing that needs to happen is actually the change in the culture. And with that should actually come the next thing, putting at the forefront research. Research should not be looked at as a preserve of the developed world. And the low and middle income countries should not be looked at as just beneficiaries of ready-made research. Research must be done right here and now. We must be part of that. So I think that is the most important change that has to take place. My colleague mentioned about clinical trials. The terminology of clinical trials should become commonplace in our setting in the developing countries.
Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, I mean, the Union of International Cancer Control, you have got regional engagement strategy and capacity building efforts, just speaking exactly to what Dr. Orom's been talking about.
Yes, of course, local and regional engagements are key. You know, we've done, when I was president of UICC, I'm now the immediate past president. We've done all the global advocacy, we've done all we can. WHO came up with all the tools, but we realized that ultimately you need local and regional action on the ground for you to see a change. With regards to immunotherapy, and after listening to all the distinguished colleagues, I want to pick up from a few points. First of all, having read about the Ugandan Cancer Society, it was very heartening to see how actually the research culture in Uganda started really at the heels of having to deal with one disease, which is Burkitt's lymphoma. And I like that, and I think countries should take note of that, because sometimes it's so overwhelming to think of having to start from zero to launch a whole new infrastructure for cancer research, and then one disease helps you start to pave the way for that. And I like that story, and I hope cervical cancer elimination, for example, could be an engine and a push for low middle income countries, for example, to be able to forge improved cancer care. So you always have that one engine that can help you do that. And I like that story from the Ugandan story. Then listening from all of you, you're all, like you said, there were so many stories from Emily and other patient stories that I loved in the report, by the way. Thank you so much, Professor Gillian, to put the human factor in that. But, many of us in low middle income countries, we do not have access to clinical trials. It's not easy. And I want to say, you say that there is that excuse, some low middle income countries, they don't have the infrastructure. But for example, at the King Hussein Cancer Center, and I know Mary knows the center very well, we have an amazing partnership and collaboration with Princess Margaret Hospital, the best partnership that we have. A real one, I would say, and that's honestly big thanks to Mary as well to make it very real. We have the infrastructure for immunotherapy, and we did ask a certain institution that we have a big partnership, not Princess Margaret, to give us access to their clinical trials, and it was impossible. So again, I think low middle income countries, yes, political leaders, they have to start somewhere to put a strategy for immunotherapy, because I think you have to start from somewhere, but also the global health community have to also be serious in opening the door to low middle income countries. And like Professor Jackson said, reduce the time for it to reach our shores, work on the sort of low-cost solutions, having the solidarity approach that we saw with COVID-19. There are things that we have to do, but there are also things that have to also not just be words from the global community.
I'm interested, Your Royal Highness, in what you're saying. Just unpack for me a wee bit about that refusal to grant there, because that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I know they said, can we have access to your clinical trials? They said, no, difficult. That was as simple as that. And even though they know we are a top cancer center, we are internationally accredited, we have specialized labs, we have review boards, etc. I mean, we're quite up there, and it's not easy. So again, as we speak now, even normal clinical trials, we are completely disenfranchised from that as low middle income countries.
That's so interesting. I wish we had some kind of big government person here as well that we could put this to. But we've got Gillian Griffiths. Can I just have a response to you about that? Because if this is going to be true, the whole agenda is about leveling generally. If that's the case, then surely, apart from anything else, as well as the benefits, the load has to be spread.
Absolutely. And I think one of the points that's already been raised is there's a different distribution geographically of which cancers are prevalent in which countries. And so actually the whole world has a lot to learn from having more collaborative trials. And I mean, we were able to find some examples of where this was taking place, but clearly it sounds as though it's a policy problem that this is not taking place. Is that correct?
Your Royal Highness, policy problem, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. It's like we're so used to from low middle income countries to, fight for our credibility, and it's like that was quite a shock actually.
But let me put that first of all, Jill, let me put that to Professor Gozbarovich. You were nodding your head there when Her Royal Highness was speaking. Is there genuinely an issue about trustability or the willingness to let go from these original centers of excellence to create other centers of excellence in low and middle income countries?
I think it started as that, but it's now the regulation. We all live within our own regulatory worlds. And I remember early on, about 30, 40 years ago, we weren't allowed to do clinical trials with Europe because it was somewhere else in Canada. It was, there were barriers, regulatory barriers. But those barriers are being eliminated now during COVID because there is need for global collaboration. There is need for including thousands of patients on trials all over the world. So I think we should take advantage of the disruption that COVID has created in this whole regulatory framework to say, if you can do it for COVID, you can do it for other things and other diseases. And one very unrecognized factor is that we are all, we all have our legacy systems, whether it's UK, Canada, US, the rest of Europe, and it's very difficult to change the way we're doing things. And the low and the middle income countries, because they don't have this legacy system, they can actually leapfrog and innovate. And it's probably easier to imagine new ways of doing research with less, difficulties.
Entrenched.
And we can learn from those countries. And that's still not being recognized very much in Europe and North America, that actually we can learn faster by collaborating.
Yeah. Let me ask Ian Fowkes about that. I mean, in terms of ring fencing money, I mean, I suppose your funders, when you put people together, they want certain parts of work to be done in certain places. And is that a kind of barrier to this idea of moving towards fewer legacy countries doing most stuff?
Yeah, I think it is a bit complex. I mean, my organization's a charity. It's 99% of the money's raised in the UK. Needless to say, a lot of the donors would expect the research to take place, therefore, in the UK. I think what we have to do as an organization is convey the narrative that it doesn't have to be that. It's about funding excellence, and actually, I think, as Mary said, it benefits the UK, it benefits other countries if you have this real sort of rich ecosystem of research. And I think what Dr. Oram said as well is really important, that if we can create these research hubs, it has a sort of positive feedback effect, that you start to build the research culture, you build a training and capability. The big industry players, the big pharma players see, therefore, that hub as a place that you can get a trial done effectively. Yeah. I do think, we do have to, keep talking about COVID, but I think it's important. My organization, we have about 200 trials underway at any one time. Those trials take 18 months to 2 years to set up, normally, a cancer trial. With COVID, we're setting trials up in 4 to 6 weeks. And we've got to ask ourselves as a system, how can we do that? And, it's made easier because everything else stops. But there's something about the way, whether it's the regulation, whether it's the process, that we can really do this much more quickly and therefore more cheaply.
That is fascinating, though, that if 90% of your donors are in the UK, then they want work to be done in the UK, which is, in a way, it's very antithetical to a global view of what's best for us all. Who's to say that a treatment not done in Burundi on a particular kind of cancer through immunotherapy is not going to benefit somebody in Iceland. I mean, it seems such a narrow pathway.
It is. I mean, it is, and but partly because we've got to tell that story more effectively. I think, though, we've heard as well that for many patients with these very experimental therapies, this often is a sort of final line of therapy. They've exhausted other technologies, so there is that sort of sense around how do we benefit from people on clinical trials. But we've got to just convey this story that a rich cancer research ecosystem globally, the diversity of thinking that brings will benefit us all at the end of the day.
Dr. Oram, you must understand very well this idea of legacy systems and how you need to break that down. And is it that you've got just to do a great advertising job? I mean, how are you going to break those systems down so that the great work you're doing attracts money from all over the world?
That is really, I would say, a dilemma that we need to break. It is I would call it a cultural dilemma, because there are so many examples of contribution from research from the developing countries that actually had an impact globally and also actually benefited quite a lot the developed world. Just like Princess said about a cancer called Burkitt's lymphoma that was discovered in Uganda more than 50 years ago, turned out to be a cancer that was very responsive to chemotherapy. And about 50 years ago, mind you, chemotherapy was an experimental treatment, just like most of the immunotherapy now. And then that led to the National Cancer Institute to transfer part of its operations in as far as clinical trials are concerned to where the theater is. That was in Uganda. And that led to the birth of the Uganda Cancer Institute. The impact of those research were transferred back to the United States. Yeah. And I can get that there is no cancer center in the world now which doesn't use some of the principles that actually came out of the research that was done in Uganda 50 years ago now.
Well, I think this is a very good point to pause for a second and welcome questions from our audience all over the world. And now, happy to take many questions, and they're coming in. And I've got a question, first of all, from Lua Al-Sheikh, which actually really could be directed to you, Ian Fowkes. How does immunotherapy fit in the framework of precision medicine?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Gillian and others will have a view on this one as well. I think centrally, in many ways, I think what we're seeing with some immunotherapies, not all, but with some, is exquisitely personalized. These are therapies designed to an individual patient and an individual patient's tumor, and often that's why we see them to be so successful. It is unfortunately also why they're very expensive, because you're making a medicine for every single person and their unique cancer. But I think it's a paradigm that's here. We've got to get to grips with it. This is where the science has taken us to. Every patient is different. Every tumor is different, and there's huge variety within every tumor within a patient. So, in many ways,
and the idea is sorry. It just strikes me the idea that you can't design individually because it's going to be so expensive. Is the other side of that is if you design individually, it'll become less expensive as people do not need to be cared for so long, and their recovery rates are better. So it's just a different, Your All Highness, a different mindset we need to get people into about immunotherapy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think the overall framework, I think, it's about inequity.
Yeah.
Are we going to have these special designer drugs for for high income countries and nothing for low middle income countries? Are we going to keep saying to a patient in Africa or in another low middle income country, listen, the miracle drug for you, after you've done all your normal treatment and there is a chance for you to use a last resort, an immunotherapy clinical trial, it is there, but unfortunately not for you.
Yeah.
Are we going to keep that inequity? So that is really, I would say, one issue. And countries do need a leg up. After all, the global health system, in the past, with the sort of focusing on the dichotomy between infectious versus non-infectious diseases, that has led to so many low middle income countries to actually be delayed in setting up the infrastructure for cancer. They do need a leg up. I know we don't have a global fund like HIV, and people are so scared to talk about that, but countries do need a leg up. And I really feel, especially now with COVID, unmasking so many realities that or issues that we've been calling for, we need to take that into account. How long are we going to create a new gap, which absolutely we will not be able to bridge? It's just not right. Before I just go to something else, I just want to concur with Professor Jackson also. It's so important to, like you said, for policymakers to start thinking about immunotherapy, and also to concur with Professor Mary, because yes, it does take time to get the right human resources for immunotherapy on the ground. I mean, I've been to countries only now introducing radiotherapy machines, and they don't have the radiotherapists. Yeah. So you need to start the seed with that, even if you still can't deliver immunotherapy. And I want to say this is so important for low middle income countries in terms of reversing the brain drain as well.
Yeah. Yes,
this is so important.
Yeah. Let me bring in Professor Gospodarovic. You want to come in there before? I've got lots of lovely questions in, and I want to take lots, but you want to come in on that, Professor Gospodarovic?
I think that in many instances, when people talk about global cancer control and population benefits, they think that you need to start with screening, early detection, very simple treatments, because that will benefit most people. And you should leave immunotherapy behind because it still benefits very few people. But I think that what we believe in is the diagonal approach, where you can scale up the research and the complex treatments that benefit individuals. So don't just benefit population, but at the same time, introduce the policies and treatments such as universal health coverage and screening and prevention and public health interventions that benefit larger population. So if you do the vertical, benefit the individual, give the best possible treatment to individual at the same time as expand population-based initiative, then you can move forward much faster than just leave the complex treatments behind for a decade or two until you scale up the access to care.
Thank you. I've got a question now, for Dr. Oram. And this comes from Galia Al-Hai. And it's on that same vein about how we make advanced immunotherapies more accessible to the average cancer patient, if there is such a thing as an average cancer patient.
Well, I think one unique thing about cancer is that just like COVID now, it's really a global disease in the sense that you cannot say that the way you are going to treat cancer in Africa or the protocol you are going to use in Africa is going to be very different from the protocol that you are going to be using in the developed world. And for that matter, that means that actually we cannot talk of an average cancer patient. Globally, it is the same thing. So what that means is that, as we said earlier, there is need for us to bring this treatment nearer to the people, nearer to the average African for that matter. And
what can I ask you about that? What Professor Griffiths was talking about earlier was designing innovative payment models.
Right. Actually, that now brings the crux of the matter, because in all this, actually, what stands in the way of access to most of our patients is the finances. And given that, most of our people are unable to afford this, there is need for us to have policies or our governmental systems that allow the public to actually access this treatment. Because
Yeah.
If you are going to ask them to pay, they are not going to. And that brings in another aspect that I think Princess Dina also alluded to. Most of these treatment are not going to be in Africa. For that matter, that means most of the patients who are in Africa or in the developing world are going to move to where those treatments are. And it is not going to be the average patient. It's going to be the elite, and the elite have control of resources. So for that matter, that means when they move out to go and get treatment outside of their countries, they're going to move with those resources. And it's going to
they're going to move these, and also the expertise. You know,
absolutely.
When Her Royal Highness was talking about lack of radiotherapists at one point, you want the expertise to be within your country.
Absolutely. Actually, that is actually one of the aspects. There is need for us to develop the capacity, to develop the infrastructure, to have the expertise within the country. And that brings me to another very important point that actually countries within Africa need to begin thinking about pulling together their resources by establishing their centers of excellence. A country like Uganda or Kenya or Tanzania may not have all the resources that it requires to set up, for instance, a state-of-the-art radiotherapy center. But they can pull their resources together. And actually, this can make access to such advanced treatment actually nearer. And I think in this case, centers of excellence might be the way to go. And for the East African countries, which comprises about 5 or 6 countries now, they have actually thought about that. For cancer, they have set up the East Africa Center of Excellence for Cancer. And this is actually going to be a very good base for us to scale up treatment like immunotherapy.
And Professor Griffiths, just coming to you on that question, because it's in the report as well, that the unique payment models, I find it really weird to think about payment by results, but tell me, that's a very crude way of putting it.
So yes, so what we've tried to illustrate are there's a diversity of payment models, and so I think one of the goals of the report is really to try and for example in the centers of excellence that Dr. Jackson just talked about, is that to make them more attractive for trials to be done there, and for pharma globally to become engaged in many more countries than they perhaps limit their studies to at the moment, so that also to make different therapies more accessible. But of course, we all recognize that payment for some of these treatments, particularly, for example, if you think about gene therapy, can be quite substantial. And so there has to be more creativity, more innovation, more thinking outside the box in how can we come up with different ways so that the patients can benefit. Because with all of these type of things, the more patients that can benefit, the costs come down. I mean, it's been shown.
And the expertise grows. And the expertise grows. And that's the other thing. Now, there is another question here from Galia Al-Hal. And Ian, coming back to you on this one, which you have addressed to a certain extent, but a specific question now, an interrelationship between developments in cancer research and COVID-19.
Yeah, I think there are two. I think one is this whole thing around infrastructure, speed of trial, telemedicine. You know, all of that has really forced us to think very hard about how quickly and efficiently we can get trials done, and that's going to lower the cost, because if you can treat patients at home, if you can do follow-ups at home rather than bringing them into the clinic, all of that takes less time, takes the cost down. So I think there's a whole piece around COVID and the system for cancer trials and cancer studies we need to learn from. I think then there's, and probably Gillian or Mary are better placed, but then there's a whole piece around the biology of COVID. Now, obviously, you know, we heard news last week about this potential mRNA vaccine that, you know, BioNTech and Pfizer had come up with. We've been studying mRNA vaccines in cancer for a while now. BioNTech have got a vaccine in trial for melanoma, a type of skin cancer. And again, you know, we've seen great proof of concept coming through with COVID. So I think there's an awful lot around the basic science, the basic biology of immune systems that we can learn from each other. And, you know, we've been trying to drive collaborations with immunologists who sit across these different disease areas, because they're understanding the immune system, which has an impact on everything. And I think, again, the report calls for, you know, more of that kind of basic discovery science. And, you know, we've seen it with COVID. we'll see these vaccines being put to play in cancer as well. And I think that's exciting.
Professor Griffiths, one for you now. Is back to this idea of exciting funders and decision makers. This is particularly relevant now, says this questioner, when we need to ensure continued support of basic science when much attention is being diverted to emergency responses.
So I think that what I said earlier is very relevant here, that it's about improving the public understanding of science and improving the public understanding of what it takes to get a medical breakthrough. That it's really remarkable discoveries in the science. I was trying to think of an analogy for you. It's you have to do an experiment to try and look at the details. So all of the Nobel laureates that I mentioned earlier, and even this year's Nobel laureate, Emmanuelle Charpentier, made a point that she was trying to discover the absolute details of how a bacteria fights off infection, but actually what she uncovered, which she wouldn't have realized until she'd done all of her experiments, was that she found a mechanism for making tiny changes in genes that will be really invaluable in gene therapy, for example. And so to get the funders excited, you have to embed in our educational system an understanding of how scientific discoveries are made. So have education focus much more on learning about how scientific discoveries happen rather than just rote learning what has already been discovered. And so that can be, from the earliest schools to much more public awareness. And actually, we've seen it with the COVID-19 that the public's awareness of immunology is already there. In some ways, the pandemic has catalyzed some of the of the importance of the immune response. And luckily for us in immunotherapy, it's actually the same components of the immune response that are going to that are required to combat cancers as well as the COVID-19. So I think it's allowing everybody at all levels to share in the understanding of what's required to make the science go forward, and also to enjoy the excitement. I mean, you've seen the excitement of when the latest vaccine trials are announced, that people realize here's something that's generating an immune response, and this is going to help us all. So I think that's really important.
If one continues this vein of thought, the cancer has been thought of as a complex adaptive system. And people think the fact that we need to have systems thinking to conquer cancer. And COVID is also a complex adaptive system. And I think people now realize that in order to deal with COVID pandemic, you not only need improvements in healthcare, but many other industries, in governance, in government's response, in funding, in distribution of resources and procurement. So I think that, and this is not new. There's been lots written about systems thinking for healthcare and for other systems in the past. We just haven't implemented. And this gap in implementations of what we know, I think, is costing lives all over the world.
I am here. I hope you can hear me. I'm trying to join the meeting right now. I think I was cut off, so I'm terribly sorry if I was. Here's a question from Faraz Almir. How much potential is there for the centres of research to be shifted away from developed countries since the regulatory barriers are now being broken down? Do you think the extent of the COVID developments will spill out into other medical areas? And do you think they'll be replicated, or do you think people will go back into their silos?
So I will. I mean, I think that there's been an enormous learning curve where there's been much better collaboration. This is what I meant when I said actually many of the recommendations we've made have sort of been catalyzed by the pandemic, that you have more sharing in many clinical trials, or more collaboration, more uniformity, in order to I mean, the WHO has led a number of trials where it's gone across the board and you're able to compare more medicines and deliver them more rapidly to more people. And so I think that the learning is there. I think Also, and this is maybe something that our colleagues such as Dr. Oren might want to comment on, is there's much better communication remotely, such as we are at the moment, and that has become a kind of accepted norm this year. So I think all of these things will help.
Let me put a question now to Ian Fowkes from Faras Almir. And in fact, it's to everybody. So how much potential is there for the centres of research to be shifted away from developed countries since the regulator barriers? Now, we've done that one, but Ali Kanan, with the emergence of superbugs like MRSA and other bacteria and viruses that have become resistant to most conventional forms of therapy, how does the panel see the role of immunotherapy in fighting those microbes? Professor Gospodarovich.
It's a difficult question. I think that certainly the antimicrobial resistance is another huge area where global action is necessary, and where improvement in practice and stopping abuse of antibiotics in many jurisdictions is needed. Yes, there will be new infections, there will be new viruses, there will be new disasters, but I think we are learning how to deal with them. And I think one thing that this COVID pandemic has created is realizations of the value of health. Yes. And the fact is that if you ignore healthcare, public health, it's going to cost you dearly. And the whole world is paying for that right now, and will continue to pay probably for many, many years, because of the impact of this pandemic on the economy. So I think if we don't forget the impact of health on the economy and avoid what Princess Dina was talking about, this false dichotomy, it's not economy versus health or health versus economy, it's both. So I think that I don't think that we can just count on people not going back. There needs to be an action, a prospective action to solidify the learnings from the COVID pandemic and change our systems, not only health system, but other systems as well.
Your Royal Highness, you were talking, you raised the possibility, you were talking about HIV, the global response to HIV, and you were looking at this, I think, as a template for how we could move forward with immunotherapy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we really don't want to follow the beginning of the HIV/AIDS, where we were all in chaos, right? And the prices were high, and they were not made accessible. The medicines were not made accessible to those who really bear the brunt of the burden, until finally they decided, I think India started to make their own and unilaterally started to produce their own drugs. And the patients, advocated very strongly. Then the prices went down, and so on and so forth. And we started, the HIV issue started to be dealt with properly. But again, they also had like a global fund for AIDS. And so that sort of focused all, it made the collaborations possible from the funders, from the countries, from the research, which is what we don't have for non-communicable diseases. That's the problem. But I want to say that we don't have a luxury, actually, of going back to our silos anymore. Like Professor Mary said, now we're so under-resourced. We are barely going to, already we're going to predict so many more cancer deaths, simply because of the destructive effect of COVID-19, the extra focus that went on it, taking resources and attention to it, delay in diagnosis, early detection, treatment, etc. So we need to really go back to fundamentals. I think this is what COVID-19 really brought home. I mean, we've always been calling for, all these issues that we saw with COVID, lack of accessibility, lack of medicines, equipment, etc., has really been the daily lot of low middle income countries for so long. It's just that, the issues didn't reach our shores, so to speak. Yeah. But the COVID-19 really brought the misery of the millions of people, brought it actually home, and I'm not saying it in a gloating way, but it actually made everybody feel what it looks like when you don't have a ventilator machine, you don't have a mask equipment, you don't have this or you don't have that. So I really think we have to go back to fundamentals, thinking of health as a health delivery system, like Mary said. It's about the whole cycle being very harmonized together. You still need cancer control plans. You still need strategies. You have to do that hard work. And that's why I think Qatar has done so well. Really, if we want to talk a little bit about Qatar, I am so impressed by the fact that, I know some people might say, oh, but it's a rich country. But you know what? It's not, yes, they did not have the financial barrier. That's great for them. But I really feel they really followed the fundamentals. They really did a stepwise approach in putting strategies for cancer, strategies for immunotherapy, strategies for research. They've done the boring bits, so to speak, to reach where they are. And I think we still have to go back to fundamentals. And like Mary said, you have to still deal with prevention. Close cancer, block it at the door. That's still the most cost effective. Do the early detection. Still many people present late and so on and so forth. So if you deal with it in a comprehensive way, in a proper plan and systematically, that is still the case. That's the issue. But all I'm saying is low, middle, and yes, we can think about immunotherapy because we don't want that big gap to be even bigger. But we still need a leg up. Low, middle income countries still need a leg up with the same thinking of solidarity that we saw with COVID. And I think that has to be really spoken about clearly.
So in the report, Professor Griffiths, one of the key evidence-based recommendations it's made is to say that we need to create frameworks for the use of observational data. Why aren't the frameworks all in place now? Is it because it's such a young therapy?
I think that it's a good question, and I don't absolutely know the answers, but I think it's all about you taking advantage of the shift in culture that we're seeing now, where there's much better communication, where you can integrate a lot of data that is perhaps not being made use of at the moment. And so I think I think in answer to the question that was posed was there needs to be a shift in the culture, and policymakers and governments really need to make sure that they come up with a national framework that is harmonized with those of other countries, because otherwise they're going to lose out. And I think there needs to be a more greater sort of global collaboration in all of this. And I think that's one of the aims that we've come up with. I can see Dr. Oram raising his hand.
Yes, I'd like to bring Dr. Oram in on that, please.
Yes. So actually, to add to what Professor Griffith has just said, globalization of data means that we should be using similar standards. And if we use similar standards, actually, we can get quite a lot of data from even the developing countries. And that means they can contribute to the body of data that we have that can be analyzed. And within a very short time, you can actually be able to answer big questions. So I think that is really a very, very important point about us seeing how we can actually bring information together, and that means we need to be using similar standards.
Professor Gospodarovich, you want to come in on that?
Right, the data is very important. There's a power in information, but in medicine and in healthcare, data is being taken for granted. I sort of look at my hospital and I think, how many people are looking after financial data? How many people make sure that the data is correct, they steward the data before they analyze it. And yet when we talk about healthcare data, people sort of hope that they'll go to medical records, get the data. There's no need for stewardship. There's no need for management of the data. So the medical data, healthcare data need investment, a conscious investment in the quality and the size of the data. And then I think the progress could be scaled up and accelerated much faster because we can learn from every patient all around the world.
Ian Fowkes, on that question of data, globalizing the data.
Yeah, I mean, it's a critical piece. I mean, even in countries like the UK, I mean, we don't have some of those standard approaches in place. So we do clinical trials differently even here. So I think it's vital that we get some international agreement on these data policies. I think we also then need to have a conversation with the public about the use of data and the use of their data. There's incredibly stringent regulations around how data is used at the moment and how it's sort of moved around the country and then across international borders, and rightly so. I think our data is important, but if we want to see the gains that science can bring for medicine and health, I think we need to think differently about how our data is used. We're quite happy for Facebook and Twitter and everyone else to sort of put all sorts of data on there. I've not met a cancer patient yet that has said they don't want their data used to further treatment. But the regulations at the moment don't necessarily facilitate that. So I think we've got to have a bit of a grown-up conversation with the public as well as the system.
That is such a good point, about Facebook and Twitter and putting ourselves out there. And the point about the data was the data for this presumably could be anonymized. And I wonder, Gillian Griffiths, who could lead the way on that in a global sense? Because it does need somebody to take the reins. Bill Gates can't do everything.
That's a very good question. I mean, ideally, it would be governments who encourage through public education the idea that we've all got to engage if we all want to speed things along. And whether, again, that requires harmonization and conversations, grown-up conversations between different governments and so on. I mean, I suppose we could have another Bill Gates type person, but I think it needs to be done more centrally. Maybe WHO is a good place to start, actually. They've done a lot so far in bringing together harmonized clinical trials. And so the key there is to get everybody at every level in every place listening to them. And so it's really about communication. In fact, the media has a great role to play in this and has played an important role already. And so I think maybe that's where we need to aim our messages.
Dr. Oram, where do you think the WHO could be a perfect vehicle for that?
Yes, I do think so. But, the WHO cannot work in isolation if the governments are not educated or are not in line with what the scientists are thinking. So to me, I think actually the governments are very important in as far as this is concerned. They must actually understand that data is actually a very big resource. So to me, I think once they understand that, and then WHO can take stewardship, knowing that there is support from respective governments for this type of initiative.
Yes, Your Highness.
Yeah, and I want to second what Professor Jackson said. I mean, governments should realize, especially governments who hardly have any oncologists, not even any oncology personnel in many countries, or not enough, so to speak, that they have to take, they have to support and facilitate the infrastructure for research, because then they will be able to lure back all their nationals who are working, all the brains who are working in the US or Europe or Canada, etc. When my son was being treated, I saw so many doctors that were Jordanians, Lebanese, Palestinians, who were not in Jordan simply because they felt they could not come back and continue on the career ladder if they are at an institution that doesn't continue research and publication and so on. So when our center promised that they will deliver on that, we went from 4 full-time oncologists to over 200 plus oncologists and consultants, all coming back to be in Jordan. So governments need to understand that as well. And it's so, instead of other countries benefiting from the education that low and middle income countries invested in those people to reach where they are, only to be taken by high income countries, research is very important for those medical professionals and scientists to come back and serve their country.
Well, it's interesting because all the questions that have been coming in have been on this whole question, Professor Griffiths, of collaboration. So in a way, I do want to finish the session with each of you, as it were, giving an advert for the benefits of wide open collaboration. Professor Gospodarowicz, you first.
Well, working together, you can move faster.
Yeah.
I think that the progress in science, the progress in implementation of discoveries, the progress in clinical research, we know fundamentally that clinical research is a team sport. It's a collaborative sport. We've learned that many, many years ago. Now we just have to scale it up from our closed systems in our own countries to the global research effort.
Dr. Oram, what's your big advert to make the world a better place through immunotherapy?
Well, I think I would say that there is need for bringing around the table the scientists that are found in the developing countries. They are brilliant. They are interested in knowledge. And the only way that it can be done is to recognize them. And that means that we need to make a similar kind of infrastructure, educational programs that fascinates the young people in the developed world also to be available to them. That is where collaboration comes in and is very, very key. Because right now,
so I wonder if it's part of that, what you need almost, and I suppose this is for most medicine, but you kind of need an international immunotherapy passport that practitioners, radiotherapists, nurses, oncologists can move freely around the world to add to their knowledge.
Absolutely. Actually, that's the point.
Thank you very much indeed. Ian Fowkes.
Yeah, well, I think echoing what's partly been said, collaboration, I think it really is the sort of fuel for scientific progress. And I know we're all getting fed up with platforms like Teams and everything else, but it does allow us to speak across continents very quickly and very readily. You know, and I do really hope that one of the things that comes out of this COVID crisis is our ability to collaborate more easily, because, you know, history shows us that's what makes progress.
And Your Royal Highness, just a quick word.
Yeah, I mean, collaboration is, you know, you need our genes, you need our genetics. We have wonderful T cells as well. It's a win-win situation. So you need to, you know, it enriches your research. You learn from us and we learn from you. It's not
Professor
just
Griffiths.
a one-one situation. Our T cells.
Professor Griffiths, this report should go around the world, yes?
Absolutely, yes. And I think, you know, what I'm going to plug again is what we want is better public appreciation and government scientific knowledge, so that everyone can appreciate the excitement of the research, the new breakthroughs that come through, and hopefully I would like to inspire the next generation of scientists who will be able to go from discovery to development to delivery much more seamlessly than is currently possible. Thank you.
Well, at this stage, I'd like to thank you very much for your participation. I'm very sorry for some of the technical errors we had, but we are doing our best. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Louisa Baldini, and I am delighted to be moderating this panel, The Children of the Frontline, in partnership with Save the Children. 1 in 5 children worldwide live in areas affected by conflict today. Over 100,000 children have been killed and maimed in conflicts around the world since the UN started tracking those numbers 14 years ago. In the 5 deadliest conflicts for children in 2017, Save the Children analysis of UN data shows nearly 3/4 of all child casualties were caused by explosive weapons. This panel will look at the latest trends in healthcare provision for children in conflict and will formally launch the French translation of the world's first Pediatric Blast Injury Field Manual produced by Save the Children in partnership with Imperial College London. And both are represented, in fact, on our panel today. We'll also get an update on a new political declaration led by Ireland to address the devastating effects of explosive weapons in conflict. So let me introduce our panel. We are joined by Dr. David Henson, who works at Imperial College in London in the Department of Bioengineering on prosthetics technology. In February 2011, when David was in the British Army in Afghanistan, he lost both of his legs due to an IED, an improvised explosive device, and has had to completely readjust his life. He's also the Veterans Advisor to the Centre for Blast Injury Studies. We're also joined by Dr. Michael von Bertele from the University of Southampton in the UK, where they have a programme called the International Blast Research Network. He's also a former humanitarian director for Save the Children. We're also joined by Alma Tazlijan Al-Osta, Protection of Civilians Advocacy Manager at Humanity and Inclusion. And last but not least, James Denslow, who is head of the conflict team at Save the Children. Welcome to all of you and thank you for joining this panel. So James, I wanted to start with you. What is the latest data that you can share with us from Save the Children?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody from the UK. It's good to be on a warm-up panel ahead of Morgan Freeman. And the latest data, unfortunately, to answer your question, is not great. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I work for Save the Children as a humanitarian and child rights movement that works across 117 countries. And I'd like to thank Sultana Aftal and all her team at WISH, responsible not just for putting on this important summit in such testing times, but also for being such a constant champion of innovation and partnership when it comes to the protection of children in conflict. As you will all know, WISH is a global healthcare community dedicated to capturing and disseminating the best evidence, practice and ideas. I first attended the WISH Summit back in 2018, where we spoke to a huge range of health actors from across the world about the then nascent subject of pediatric blast injury. And as was mentioned, according to research that we commissioned, we're seeing today some 426 million children living in conflict-affected areas of the world today. The conflicts that they're seeing are becoming more protracted. Next year, for example, will mark the 10th anniversary of Syria's war. Conflicts are becoming more complex with far larger numbers of non-state actors involved. And conflicts are becoming more urban, as with the trend that we'll see some 68% of the world's population living in urban areas by 2050. So in short, the front lines of modern conflict are no longer some distant horizon filled with soldiers of two warring sides. Increasingly, the front line is the homes, schools and playgrounds of children. From Syria to Yemen to Afghanistan, our field teams are meeting children who have suffered life-altering injuries caused by explosive weapons. We know now more than ever that children are particularly vulnerable to these effects. Their bodies are thrown harder and further by the blasts, their bones bend more, increasing the chance of long-term deformities with little chance of recovery. They have less blood to lose. They are unlikely to receive the specialist medical care they need, with health systems often at the point of collapse and fewer trained surgeons available. So although improved care of the adult blast injury casualty in the last decade has transformed survival rates, currently there is no consensus about hemorrhage control in the child patient. There are no tourniquets designed for children, few child-specific transfusion protocols, and current research is clear that children with blast injuries are therefore considerably more likely than adults to die at the point of wounding. Furthermore, children are often injured in groups, so even if they survive and are admitted to hospital, such severe and complicated forms of casualty requiring immediate and simultaneous treatment in numbers can overwhelm existing medical capabilities. And that's a good reason why killing and maiming of children in conflict is defined by the United Nations as a grave violation. If children do survive explosive weapons, they often find themselves dealing not only with the physical trauma and disability, but the loss of family members, the destruction of their homes, and the disruption of their education, and along with it, their future prospects, to say nothing of the acute stress caused by growing up in a war zone. Now, I think we all know just how resilient children can be, but we cannot expect them to recover without sustained and specialist support. Left untreated, we know that the long-term effects of blast injuries, both physical and psychological, will leave children facing a lifetime of suffering and a whole generation lost and at risk of exclusion. To better understand the effects of explosive weapons on children, the Pediatric Blast Injuries Partnership, a coalition of medics, academics and NGOs, formed with the co-hosting from Save the Children and Imperial College London. In April of last year, the partnership piloted the world's first ever field manual on paediatric blast injury, co-authored by specialists across the relevant disciplines, with medical partners in the north of Syria. It's estimated that 1.5 million Syrians are living with permanent war-related impairments, with 86,000 people, including tens of thousands of children, whose injuries have led to amputations. The field manual is a comprehensive guide for local non-paediatric specialists who are often forced to operate on and treat children with blast injuries with little or no previous experience or training. It provides healthcare workers in conflict settings with knowledge and practical advice on the entire continuum of care, from the point of injury to treatment to rehabilitation and mental health support. And I'm now proud to say that it's in the hands of medics in 12 conflict-affected countries and it's being translated into Dari and Pashto. Last November in Qatar, with the help of WISH and its networks, we were able to launch an Arabic translation of the manual. And today, I'm pleased to officially launch its French translation. Although COVID-19 has delayed some of the next steps for the partnership, we do hope to forge ahead with work on a digital version of the manual and resources for non-medics who come across blast-injured children. There's also the track on data and systems that Michael von Bertele can talk to, operational research across academia, such as that Dr. Dave Henson can speak to, and efforts to make sure that we address the upstream causes of this issue through a political declaration that Alma from our partner Humanity Inclusion can speak to. The Pediatric Blast Injury Partnership is a community of concern that's always open to new members and ideas. So please do get in touch if you or your organisation has something to bring to the issue. I look forward to reporting back on more of its successes, hopefully face-to-face at WISH 2022. Thank you very much.
James, thank you. But obviously you're not going anywhere because you are going to answer some of my questions and some from the audience as well if they come in. So thank you, though, for that overview. And you mentioned some data that Dr. Michael von Bertele has. Doctor, would you care to share that with us, please?
Yes, the first thing to say is that one of the aims of the partnership has been to improve the quality of the data that we have available to us, because it would be fair to say that the important and valid data that we have at the moment comes from those children who have survived and been treated in what I could describe as first world medical facilities. We have an interesting set of data that the Americans collected in Afghanistan over a 10-year period of all of the children who've been admitted to one of the American field hospitals. That's nearly 3,500 children over a 10-year period. And there's some very detailed analysis of the care that they received and the complexity of it. And what it really highlights is that children injured in conflict, more than half of those children had been injured by explosive weapons, a quarter by gunshot wounds. What it highlights is that the care requirements are very high indeed. Treating casualties of conflict is a complicated business. But the children who were admitted to those hospitals, they made up nearly 1 in 10 of casualties during that period, required an enormous amount of support. They required intensive care, they required repeat surgeries, and they took up almost twice the resource that an adult casualty would require. Now, it would be wrong to call those the lucky ones, but they were the survivors who made it to a first-class medical facility. What we don't have is much data on those who didn't make it to those facilities. There's an interesting piece of work done this year by Radboud University, who looked at nearly 4,000 children who'd been admitted to Red Cross, International Committee of the Red Cross hospitals over a 20-year period. And although very little data was captured, they used a comparative method to see whether the Red Cross classification of wounds classification could be used to assess the treatment needs of those children. And again, they found there was a very high correlation between what was described, the complexity of injury, and the resources required to treat them. But what that tells us is something that instinctively we know. Children who've been injured by these weapons require an enormous amount of clinical intervention. And what we also know is that is often not available to them. And so what we hope to do within the partnership this year was bring together all of the organizations that are involved in delivering care in those conflict areas, particularly the International Committee of the Red Cross and organizations like MSF, and ask them to collaborate in some field work to look at not just the care that was being given to children at the time in those facilities, but also to try and understand what aftercare they would receive, because we have almost no information on the follow-up care that those children have received. And yet we know that having been initially treated in a medical facility, their aftercare may last for many months, probably many years, and for many of them for the rest of their lives. And there is almost a complete gap in our knowledge about what happens to those children who have been injured, even those who've been admitted to first-class medical facilities, but those who have just been treated by local medical facilities where they have no access to specialist paediatric care. That's a big gap in our knowledge, and that's something we would really like to address.
Thank you very much. Very sobering thought, that. And now, David Henson, I wanted to ask you about the research that you're doing at Imperial College. What interesting findings can you share with us from that?
Thank you, Louisa, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll talk through a little bit about our research direction at Imperial College and use myself as a sort of personal example in this. So I come from a military background, and I've seen firsthand the effects of war and conflict on all who get involved with it. I'm also an unexpected survivor. I stood on a bomb in Afghanistan, which resulted in me losing both of my legs above the knee. I shouldn't have survived. My life was saved through proper and immediate trauma management within the first 10 minutes of injury and the expertise in the critical care period over the next 7 days. Now, as a consequence of these injuries, I was given rehabilitation from a multidisciplinary team of experts, and I learned to live, I learned to walk, and I learned to run. These lessons were hard learned, and many of my predecessors did not survive similar injuries, but medical science progresses, such as has come from our own Centre for Blast Injury Studies. Now, Imperial College has been researching blast injuries, particularly in the military population, for over a decade, firstly within our Imperial Blast programme and progressing to the Centre for Blast Injury Studies. Our unique engineering and clinical collaboration results in real benefit to patients, including changes to the way in which armed forces personnel are compensated for their injuries, improving limb salvageability through instigating changes to PPE, and saving lives through changes in guidance on the use of things such as pelvic binders, for example. Within the Centre for Blast Injury Studies, one of the clinical priorities is a focus on extremity injuries and amputation. As the research at Imperial and within the centre has continued, our focus has also expanded with Save the Children forming the Paediatric Blast Injury Partnership, and as James has said, the development of the Paediatric Blast Injury Field Manual, which enables first responders to understand the critical differences in the treatment of blast injuries in children. The NIHR Research Group for Post-Conflict Trauma was also formed, and this research group focuses on lower extremity limb salvage and reconstruction, primarily concerning injuries caused by explosive weapons, but expanding to include those caused by gunshot. Whilst our primary aim is the development of surgical and regenerative medicine techniques to prevent the requirement for amputation, sometimes this outcome is inevitable. So our focus on the treatment of extremity injury naturally progressed to the development of prosthetics, with our research group developing a low-cost prosthesis that meets the specific requirements of the through-knee amputee, which is a preferable surgical option in low-resourced environments. Now, our work in these areas has led to the expansion of the strategic objectives of our post-conflict trauma and prosthetics program to create a specific focus on lower extremity injuries in children. In conflict or post-conflict zones, legacy weapons of war, such as landmines or improvised explosive devices, indiscriminately injure civilians, and children are particularly susceptible to these legacy weapons of war due to their natural curiosity during play. The child amputee is particularly vulnerable to multiple amputations caused by blast. Of 9 paediatric patients brought in simultaneously to one medical unit in Afghanistan, 3 suffered from triple amputations and 5 had double amputations. 20 to 29% of landmine strikes on children lead to amputation. The effects of blast injury and amputation on children are very different to the effects on an adult. The closer proximity of the torso to the blast brings more widespread injury, and the effects of amputation on a growing skeletal system bring additional problems for prosthetic fitment and a frequent requirement for multiple revision surgeries. Pain and pain management in the blast injured child is poorly understood, as is the effect of injury on the long-term mental health, regardless of injury context. The social effects of amputation in unstable and insecure environments where violence is fluctuating and ever-changing renders child amputees particularly vulnerable and often unable to access any form of care or support. In 2016, there were more than 375 million children living in a conflict zone. We are expanding both our extremity salvage and reconstruction work to ensure the best possible chance of limb retention for children injured by conflict or other extreme trauma in the low resource setting. And where this is not possible, ensure that they have the best possible prosthetic solution that enables the child to engage in education, access healthcare and aid, and escape the poverty cycle that is so often surrounding disabled individuals. We will develop prosthetic solutions for children that can be rapidly deployed and delivered in conflict-affected areas, enabling essential freedom of movement, and prosthetic solutions for children in low-resource settings that enable growth of the prosthetic with the child, reducing the demand for access to prosthetic services, a key barrier for mobility development. It's an unfortunate reality of war that children get caught in the middle, and I've seen it with my own eyes. As a priority, we must protect our child victims of war. This means providing the best possible treatment at the point of injury, and where amputations are inevitable, providing children with prosthetics that grow as they themselves grow, allowing them to run, skip, and play, which are things that every child should be able to do. Thank you.
David Henson, thank you very much indeed for your unique perspective, both personal and professional. And to Alma Tazlijan Al-Osta now, you work more on the advocacy side. So I wanted to ask, there is a political endeavour behind the scenes, most notably an Irish-led political declaration. Can you bring us up to date with that, please?
Yes, of course, there are various legal instruments and policy frameworks that are calling for better protection of civilians in conflict. And in our view, there is a need to strengthen the protection of civilians, and political solution exists. And that's exactly the political declaration that you have just mentioned. The current development of an international political declaration is a necessary and an achievable step to strengthen the protection of civilians in urban warfare, especially children. Based on the information that we and our partners, such as Save the Children, have been gathering since the last 10 years, we have recognized that the use of heavy explosive weapons in populated area is a major humanitarian problem which causes a distinct pattern of harm. And this pattern is something that is worrying us so much because it's reoccurring in almost all the conflicts in the world. And this is what is this political declaration trying to target and will target at the end. I would like to just share a few thoughts about the devastating impact of explosive weapons on civilians that is not limited to direct harm on their life and their health. More often than not, these reverberating or domino effects followed by the destruction or a damage of critical infrastructure multiply the humanitarian impact of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. Even when civilian structure is not directly targeted in wars, but the attack is launched against a legitimate military objective, infrastructure and services are often either directly impacted from this wide area, these blasts or fragmentations of the weapon used, or they suffer from reverberating or domino effects of the attack. And this is where we see the system collapsing. And this is what we feel that is making the lives of civilians in urban warfare unbearable, in fact. So to summarize, we have deaths, we have injuries, we have psychological trauma, destruction, no or very limited access to healthcare services, no education for children, rubbles instead of homes, displacement, poverty, exclusion. All these effects are a reality of people that are living in urban warfares, and they're creating this humanitarian crisis. So a lot of burden on a political declaration, right? And we want to do what we want to achieve is first that this political declaration should establish a clear presumption against the use of heavy explosive weapons in populated areas. James have mentioned where the wars are right now. They are in children's playgrounds. So we have to stop this practice of the use of heavy explosive weapons in populated areas. Effective change will not be achieved by simply restating the need to comply with existing laws, because this is often what we hear from militaries or from governments, or by relying on existing military policies and procedures, because these are not working anymore because of the nature of conflict has changed. Effective change can be achieved by communicating a clear standalone commitment against the use of heavy explosive weapons in populated areas. Second, a political declaration should recognize the issue of these reverberating or domino effects. The text should be strengthened to include a commitment to ensure foreseeable reverberating effects are considered in planning of military operations. This is something that we don't see enough these days. And third, we want a political declaration to contain a strong commitment to assist victims. And Dr. before me mentioned few elements that why this is extremely important and why this adequate assistance needs to be based on non-discriminatory manner. This is an urgent problem. We can all, I'm sure, agree on this. And it's not going to go away because conflicts are increasingly taking place in urban areas. And on the other side, urbanization is taking its massive growth. So it's not only the current problem, it's a problem of a future perspective. We have been working against a tendency to see this as unfortunate but unavoidable or even normal part of the conflict, falling under a catchy political term such as urban warfare or terrorism even. Instead, we need to work towards seeing this as a distinct humanitarian problem related to combination of weapon technology, so this wide area that I'm mentioning all the time, this physical context, which are populated areas where people go, where people live, where children go to school, where education is happening, where markets are happening. So we have to make sure that there is a strong political declaration that is adopted, hopefully next year in Dublin, and this is the process that has been led by the government of Ireland.
Alma, thank you very much, and I'll come back to that political declaration shortly, but thank you for your thoughts. Michael von Bertele, when it comes to data, you were saying there were still big gaps in data. How much of an impact has COVID unfortunately had on improving that data around paediatric injuries?
But let me digress slightly, because listening to my colleagues speak there, it did remind me of something. What I perhaps should have mentioned at the outset, at the time that Dr. Henson was injured, I was actually the Director General of the Army Medical Services. And I spent 35 years of my life, large parts of it, thinking about the problems of treating soldiers who were injured in conflict. And the military has a very well-tested system that treats casualties from the point of injury all the way through immediate care, evacuation, specialist care, and rehabilitation. And in a sense, that's not what we're trying to recreate in the Paediatric Blast Injury Partnership, but what we are doing is using the knowledge that we have gained. And there are large bits of that journey that we don't understand, and it's different in every conflict setting. And so the field work that we were hoping to do would have involved, had we been successful, training up researchers in different countries, not just doing it ourselves, but trying to get people in the health systems of those countries to do some of the research themselves. And that was quite an ambitious project. And of course, we were going to kickstart it at the beginning of this year in the spring, hopefully with the support of the Rockefeller Institution at their Bellagio Institute. And all of that was put on hold because of COVID. We haven't been able to hold a conference, we haven't been able to get together, we haven't been able to get our stakeholders together. And most importantly, we haven't been able to go to any of the countries that are affected, which is really tragic because we've lost a year. And we know that the challenges have just continued to grow during that period. But just to reiterate, what the military has learned over many, many years has always been put into practice in civilian populations. And what we're trying to do now is not recreate a military treatment system, but identify different points along the treatment system where a small amount of money might make a big difference. And only by doing a full analysis of what's happening at different points on the casualty continuum can we identify where the best place to intervene might be, given that resources will always be limited and given that there will always be huge security challenges in working in these countries.
And Dr. Van Bertele, you were actually in Iraq at the time of the battle for Mosul. What did that teach you about how to handle injuries to children in modern conflict?
Well, sadly, I have to correct you. I wasn't in Iraq, but I was involved in setting up 3 of the trauma hospitals in Iraq that the World Health Organization commissioned from a company that I was working with called Aspen Medical, an Australian healthcare company. So they put in place 3 trauma hospitals 10, 15 kilometers back from the front line around Mosul. And they were an important staging point in the treatment of casualties coming out of Mosul. Mosul was slightly different, A, because it was an urban conflict, B, because there was a relatively sophisticated casualty evacuation chain with first responders, casualty triage points, a series of surgical facilities, and then the ability to evacuate survivors to what we call tertiary hospitals in Erbil. So it was, although not sophisticated, it was a quite well thought out system. And what we saw there in different places was interesting. For a start, generally in conflict, we see a predominance of male casualties. Boys seem to be more likely to get injured than girls. And in and around Mosul, that wasn't quite so stark, probably because these casualties were occurring in the city. People were being injured in their homes, in the places where they worked. And so it was indiscriminate violence. We saw what we would expect, the normal complexity of casualties, but also the importance of putting in place quite simple but well thought through systems to treat those casualties. And it's worth noting that most of the doctors who were working in those facilities, although they were set up independently by a first world provider, most of the clinical staff working in those facilities were local doctors and nurses who had not been able to work. Their hospitals had been destroyed in the conflict. They hadn't been paid. They had no supplies. And so an important part of our job was just putting in place the facilities that allowed local people to come back and work and do the stuff that they were actually very good at.
Yeah, and we were talking actually about the importance of localized healthcare just on the panel yesterday, And to that point, James Denslow, the Pediatric Blast Injury Field Manual is very much aimed at helping people down on the ground in those local areas, the local doctors and nurses and practitioners there. How successful has it been?
Well, I mean, the key thing, I think, for the manual is that it was requested by medics in Syria who were treating children and were finding themselves without the kind of crutch, if you will, of expertise that a manual like this can help with. And I think the fact that it's gone quite quickly to sort of a dozen countries and quite quickly into now 5 translations is a testament to the need for it. And I think it can go a lot further. I think COVID has unfortunately delayed a lot of things in our lives and taken away lots of the medics who are working on this area of work into treating COVID itself. But there is plans to develop a digital version of the manual. There's plans to, which I think are crucial, to really go beyond medics, because often when these blasts occur, there won't be any form of medic there at the point of injury. So getting resources to zero responders, to non-medical civilians who can then save the lives of children, I think is something that the partnership is committed to doing more. And I think that would be a key next step. And I think I go back to Dr. Henson's introductory line. He said, I shouldn't have survived. And I think what we all want to see coming down the line in the next few years is lots and lots of children saying that they shouldn't have also survived if it wasn't for these kind of initiatives, and then go on to do the amazing things that we know they're capable of. So I think that's where there's a lot of energy and excitement around going next.
And I understand the manual is being published in French and released right about today?
Yes, today is the day we have it. And so today's the day we look to start thinking about its distribution. And we know from some research that we're releasing later this week that amongst the top 10 countries that are the most dangerous place to be a child in conflict. Several of them are French speaking, whether that's Central African Republic, Mali, DRC. So I think it's critically important to have this available in as many languages as possible. And it's thank you to all those involved who got it into French.
Indeed. And David Henson, you talked about the need for multiple prosthetics for children once they have been injured, because obviously they are growing. At Imperial College, what are you working on at the moment? What innovations can you tell us about that will help children growing with prosthetics?
Yes, thanks, Louisa. It's a great question. Children grow, and they grow rapidly. Occasionally children in the UK, for example, might need a prosthetic as many as 4 times in 1 year. In environments where these resources are not available, they're simply left with no option to either use a prosthetic that doesn't fit properly or to not use a prosthetic at all. So it's a key requirement that we develop these prosthetics that are adjustable to enable someone at home, perhaps a parent or a friend, who can use a screwdriver, for example, to adjust these prosthetics to allow them the longevity of these devices to be increased so that the child gets best use out of them. All my fellow panelists here have alluded to the fact that in conflict settings, resources are incredibly limited, particularly in infrastructure. Delivering prosthetic care requires a significant amount of infrastructure, and anything that we can do to reduce the demand on that infrastructure by enabling those people on the ground to deliver some elements of care, the better it's going to be for these children.
Yeah. And your personal experience obviously really plays a large part in this, because you've had to change your whole life around since suffering those injuries back in 2011. And how do those injuries and your experience inform what you bring to your professionalism and your expertise now then?
Yeah, my own personal experiences have completely shaped this, this chapter of my life, which I'm currently living in. From putting on my own prosthetics very early on in 2011 to now in my position as a father. I've got 3 daughters, and understanding the wider context of conflict and what it means to be a civilian player in a conflict zone. It's really shaped the way in which I push this work forward. I just have to look at my daughters and picture them in the settings which I found myself in, and I know that it's not good enough. Your children should be allowed to have a life, should be allowed to access education as and where possible, and everything that we can possibly do to try and provide that should be done. So we're working incredibly hard to try and make these necessary changes to allow children who are most vulnerable, most at need, to get the care that they require.
Very necessary work. Yes, thanks so much, David. And now back to those political efforts behind the scene, because, we need people down on the ground, people working on the medical side, the prosthetic side, but then the political as well. But Alma, of course, it's incredibly important, but if 2 sides are determined to exterminate each other, which is unfortunately the reality of war, how realistic is it that a political declaration is going to really change the dynamics faced by children in conflict zones?
I know exactly what you're thinking. This is a political declaration. It's not even a legally binding document. So how can it make change on the ground, and how it can protect additionally people that should be already protected by very strong laws, what we hear from the militaries and from the governments? Well, I would just say, let's not discourage ourselves by saying that this is a non-legally binding document, non-legally binding instrument, because in the past we have seen very successful political declarations that have changed protection, for example, of education. But I will let this to James, because this is his domain of work, the Safe Schools Declaration. There is a political solution which demands a change of policies and practice. And we have seen it in the past, and we know that for some states, political commitment is equally important as a legal commitment. So we are really relying on this fact. The second thing is that with this political declaration, we are not only targeting militaries and government, we are targeting all actors in the conflict. And it has also shown in the past that a lot of legally binding documents, political declaration have been taken also by non-state armed actors where they have changed their behavior, like the Mine Ban Treaty, for example, the treaty that is banning landmines, or the Convention on Cluster Munitions. So I'm not discouraged. I think this could and will change the future perspective of urban warfare, and it will protect civilians, especially children, in urban warfare.
And James, do you have any thoughts on that then?
Yes, I don't think this is a sort of collection of optimists sort of throwing things into the ether. I think there's evidence around various tracks of work that show that people can make a real difference, states can make a real difference to how modern conflict affects those most vulnerable. The Safe Schools Declaration that Alba mentioned, which was launched in 2015, now has 106 states endorsing it. It was co-launched by Argentina and Norway. And what's very interesting is that in countries that have endorsed the declaration, we're seeing a 50% decline in the military use of schools, while those countries that haven't endorsed it, we're seeing a doubling. So I do think that we have all these instruments of IHL and protection. We have this very practical medical innovation going around the treatment of children who are hurt in conflict. But we also have, I think, a growing momentum behind a political declaration that will have operational reverberating effects in a positive sense. So I do think that all states should get on board with that. And hopefully when that is launched next year in Dublin, and huge kudos to Ireland for leading on this, we have as many states as possible sort of queuing up to get on board.
Okay, so all eyes on next year then. We can hopefully expect that. I do believe there has been a bit of a hold up again because of COVID, as with lots of things, as we were hearing from Dr. Van Bertele as well. But yes, hopefully that declaration next year. Well, I've got a couple of questions from the audience, which I would like to put to you. One has come in from Neil Moores. He says, is mental health a consideration for rehabilitating children who've suffered blast injuries, or does the urgency of those injuries detract from being able to tend those needs fully? Who would like to pick up on that?
Can I jump in just very quickly on that? Because I think our mental health and psychosocial experts made sure that if you look at the field manual, throughout we have sections on mental health. So the idea is that mental health doesn't just happen at the point of injury or the point of recovery. There is a point of looking after a child's mental health throughout what can be an incredibly terrifying experience, as you can imagine. So I think we're learning more and more about mental health as a species. And we've certainly learned a huge amount about it when it comes to children in conflict zones. For example, we did some work in Syria looking at how toxic stress, the constant dumping of fight or flight hormones into the child's brain, could lead to a very fundamentally different brain architecture over time. So I think it's a really important question, and it's one that the field manual has certainly taken note of, that this is not simply a sort of a physical response that we're looking to look after here. It's also a mental one.
So it is touched upon in the field manual then, mental health.
It's in the DNA of the manual.
Okay, and Dr. Van Bertele, you'd like to jump in there as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're well aware of the impact that conflict has on children, and it is a real problem. But I just want to make one key point. In conflict, and particularly in those countries that have been affected by conflict over many years, there are still a large number of people with existing psychiatric conditions, and their care is always forgotten when we have these conversations, because there are very rarely any psychiatrists or mental health workers left in those countries. So when we talk about the impact of circumstances on people's mental health, we must never forget those who have existing mental health conditions, which are just as prevalent in these countries as they are in this country at all times.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I was going to make a point on the question of the political declaration that we haven't stressed enough. It is true that there has been a much increased focus on the protection of civilians in conflict among all of the, let me call them, the sophisticated military countries of the world. The UK is in the lead in this, along with many of our allies. And we're paying much more attention to the protection of civilians and
slightly losing Dr. Van Bertele then. The line seems to have dropped there. Would anyone like to pick up then? We were talking again about that political declaration. Anybody got any additional thoughts on that? Otherwise, I wanted to go back, James, to the manual, which is getting a lot of interest in this panel discussion. And we were talking about the fact that it touches then on the mental health. But do you see gaps in knowledge in the manual that could be addressed in subsequent editions? And that's a question that's come in from the audience.
Yes, certainly. And I think this is not an attempt to proclaim ultimate knowledge on a new topic. I think what it's done is establish that it is a topic and that it is one that there is interest and there is research and operational response around it. So I think the biggest single lesson of the partnership so far is that this is a huge problem, and it's not one that we can solve or respond to adequately ourselves, whether as agencies or academics. So we're constantly only as good as the sum of our parts. And I would encourage anyone who has any expertise to bring to this or any ideas to bring to this to really let us know as conveners of it, because this is not a problem that will be solved by Imperial College and Save the Children. It needs, as I said earlier, a community of concern that goes far wider than that.
Thank you. And another audience question on the manual, James. How effective is the French Paediatric Response Manual in comparison to traditional mechanisms of emergency response?
Well, I guess the question would be which traditional mechanisms are we alluding to here? I think the manual is it's not new medicine. It's not introducing sort of new techniques as such. What it is bringing together in a helpful and navigable form. And I'm speaking now, I'm trying to channel my inner Dr. Paul Reevely, who's the lead author, is something that in the middle of an emergency, a non-pediatric specialist can go to and help give them the confidence to be able to treat this child, which is very much the kind of problem statement we got from Syrian medics and the response from other medics involved. So I don't think, again, it's necessarily revolutionary in itself as a manual. I think where it is revolutionary perhaps is by sort of really establishing that pediatric blast injury is a concept in and of itself.
Okay, James Denso, thank you very much. David, unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I'm so sorry that you won't be able to jump in with any more thoughts, but thank you so much. And you know, this has been really interesting to hear that there are still gaps in the knowledge and the data, and more research needs to be done. But I think a general consensus that a two-pronged approach is needed. You need that practical action on the ground, the local information, practical information that people and responders need when children are injured, but also that policy change at a national and international level to better protect children from harm. So thank you to our panel today, Dr. David Henson from Imperial College London, Dr. Michael van Bertele from the University of Southampton, Alma Al-Oster from Humanity and Inclusion, and James Denso from Save the Children. Thank you very much indeed. I will be here again tomorrow for another In Focus panel. I hope you can join me then. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Louise.
In the past decade, cancer care made great progress with the advance in research and in medical technology and in precision medicine, as we saw in our panel yesterday. Locally, Qatar launched its national cancer strategy a decade ago, and through this panel, we will go over the achievements and the challenges. Welcome, everyone, wherever you are. My name is Rawa Oje, and I will be your host for this panel, part of WISH 2020. Everyone who was personally touched by by cancer as a patient or as a close person to a cancer patient will tell you, if only we found out sooner. If there's one thing we need to accomplish in the coming decade, is to get people from being aware about the importance of early detection to actually take the step and go for early screening. Information is also not an easy ally. We need to work on an accessible, validated data, because after your first chemo session, you tend to want to believe any information that gives you another option away from nausea and fatigue. Surviving cancer doesn't end by defeating it. We need to support survivors through physical and psychological side effects. Meanwhile, all these amazing doctors and researchers and nurses and therapists are working out a better holistic approach to improve cancer care. To talk about all these efforts, I have with me in the studio Sheikh Dr. Mohammed bin Hamad Al Thani, Director of the Public Health Department at the Ministry of Public Health in Qatar. And we have from Jordan, Her Royal Highness Princess Dina Mirad, patron of the International Society for Pediatric Oncology and the immediate past president of the Union for International Cancer Control, and also a member of WHO expert group for the elimination of cervical cancer. We have with us also from Doha, Dr. Sheikha Abu Sheikha, the manager of the cancer program at the Primary Healthcare Corporation, and Dr. George Nimr, professor and coordinator of the Genomics and Precision Medicine program at the College of Health and Life Sciences at Hamad bin Khalifa University. Feel free throughout the panel to send us your questions and to whom you would like to address it. We will try to make this conversation as interactive as possible. Each member will answer my first round of questions within 3 minutes. Then we will move to your Q&As. So make sure you send us your questions as soon as they come to your mind. And we will wrap up in the end with hopefully concrete recommendations and actions to be taken to move forward. So let's start with the WISH report about Qatar's progress in cancer care with you, Dr. Al Thani. Could you give us an overview of the report for this year?
Okay, thank you, Rawa. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening for everyone. I'm so glad to be here in WISH during this period, and we're so glad that the virtual event is doing great till now and always, inshallah. So regarding the cancer report has been documenting all the situation in Qatar in the last decade. And in a brief, you can see that our first strategy was a cancer strategy in 2011 by the vision of Sheikh Hamza bin Nasser has been directed us to do this. And by support of Lord Darzi, this strategy was being started in 11. And it opened for us many strategies to be done since that time, with guided to the vision of Qatar 2030, that Qatar was the first maybe country in all the region to start the Vision 2030. Cancer strategy has been the first one to have changed the situation by a strong leadership will from the high authority to care about cancer. And the same thing, doing the proper governance structure and giving the capabilities and increase the capacity to deliver what's needed through cancer. Before, cancer was only in the National Cancer Center, but now it's multidisciplinary team working through the country. During this strategy, we have been looking for different things. Cancer in Qatar, when we do all the analysis, we found it was the third cause of death after injuries and after cardiovascular. But alhamdulillah, during these 10 years, the injuries have another strategy and has delivered to be much lowered injuries and road traffic accidents. So now we are ended by cardiovascular as number 1 and cancer is number 2. And although cancer is number 2, still the risk of cancer and people are concerned about dying or suffering from cancer more than cardiovascular. So assuring people and put them in the right track and make them trust in the system of Qatar was so important for us. When we did other analysis, we understand that the highest cause of cancer in Qatar is breast cancer. It's around 70% of the total population and more than around 20% of the Qatari population. The second one was colon cancer with 10% for the whole population and 12% for the Qatari population. So this analysis of the statistics help us to invest where we should start our screening test. And this was one recognized in the strategy that we need to care about prevention, treatment, high quality treatment, assure that there is palliative care and research and taking care about the survivors mentally and bringing it back to society very healthy. All these points give us a holistic approach for cancer in Qatar to work together. It seems easy first, but when you start working on it, it's so sophisticated and need a lot of good willness between different sectors that we are proud in Qatar that this happened, and we recommend this experience for all other countries. You can always start small, but you can grow for this gradually. But we started now for around 4 years now. We have 3 things for screening. Mm-hmm. We support breast cancer screening and bowel screening, plus cervical cancer screening. All these helped in high survival of breast cancer. Our surviving cancer is around 85%. It sometimes go to 89, but always above 80% because early screening encourage people. So the worries before from the ladies to go for screening now is much less. We work a lot on prevention, on awareness campaigns to refute myths, and this helps us people to get used for the test. Although we see 50% from the women acceptance more than the bowel for men, still 30%, but it is growing gradually and the trust is happening always. And we are so glad that we dedicated more beds for palliative treatment, and now we are not just treating people and leaving them to the society. There is a support. We thank Cancer Association even supporting us to grow and help these people to come back to life. And one of the blessings in Qatar that, alhamdulillah, we don't have any people to pay catastrophic payments. Although cancer is concerning people even about the suffering and the payments, but Qatar as country and government responsible to cover most of the payment of this. Some people may pay a few amount because different criteria, but they are always supported when needed support to be paid from other. And this helps people to lower the two double worries between the payments and the suffering from the disease. All these things help. We have now more than 14 multidisciplinary team working in the hospital, and we are moving forward with the governance structure to make it more accurate and more timely mannered for everyone to get the result as soon as possible. We are proud we have a registry system. One of the strongest registry system in Qatar is cancer registry. All these things are helping us to move forward in the last decade to what we want, and we are looking for more, inshallah, to 2030.
Inshallah, the cancer registry helps you also go for members of the family and push them to go for screening even if they don't have any symptoms, and that's amazing for early detection and prevention. Your Royal Highness Princess Dina Mirad, patron of the International Society of Pediatric Oncology, my question to you is, you have a long track record of international advocacy efforts for cancer patients and their families, including personal experience as the parent of a cancer survivor. Despite all of the progress that seem to be made, in which areas do you think cancer programs can make further improvements? Your Royal Highness, I think you need to unmute your...
Yes. Thank you so much for allowing me to join you on this important panel. Yes, also as an immediate past president of the Union for International Cancer Control, aside from my personal experience and the fact that I was the former director of the King Hussein Cancer Foundation in Jordan for 15 years, being as president of the Union, I had traveled far and wide, and I really got a new perspective from many countries, whether low, middle income countries or high income countries. And I really want to thank Qatar for really leading the way and after having read the report that was written for this panel about Qatar's achievement, it's really fantastic what Qatar has done. And I know some people might dismiss it and say, oh, but they are a rich country, they have the money to do so and so. I don't agree. Yes, they don't have the barrier of the financial resources, but they really, I really think that their achievement is because they've done everything systematically from 2011, from putting a proper cancer strategy, going for universal health coverage, focusing on prevention, focusing on early detection. They've really done everything systematically. They've even done a strategy for cancer research and immunotherapy, the Genome Project, and so on. they've done the boring bit. They've gone down, hunkered down, thanks to a really great vision, articulate vision for cancer strategy in the country, great political will and leadership from Sheikha Moza and the government of Qatar and so on. And they are where they are because they did the proper organized, they put their vision into an articulate action plan and they've implemented. And that's really kudos to them, because I've seen countries maybe have more money than Qatar and they did not achieve what they have achieved. They might be able to buy expensive equipment or build fantastic infrastructure, but that alone was not going to solve it. Qatar has done a holistic, comprehensive approach, looking from prevention to early detection, treatment to palliative care to survivorship. And that's really the message that I will keep on advocating, the fact that you need to have cancer control plans, you need to have cancer registries, you have to look into the system and do the boring bits so that you can achieve results. And I think now, now that I finished my presidency, I will continue advocating, certainly now, to be able to regain the losses that we have had because of COVID-19. As you know, there has been delays in diagnosis, early detection. There have been funding being cut for cancer research, for cancer organizations all over the world. We, the cancer community, definitely have taken a beating in that, and we need to advocate, all of us, including Qatar, to make sure that the gains that we have made are not lost. And not only that, to continue moving forward, because cancer does remain the second leading cause of death all over the world, killing millions of people. And we need to keep cancer on top of agenda.
On top of the agenda, and especially early detection, early prevention, because it lowers the death rate drastically. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. We'll get back to you with more questions. Dr. Sheikha Abu Sheikha, you manage the cancer program for PHCC. Can you speak to the challenges and keys to success in implementing the national breast and bowel cancer screening programs?
Yes, we have a lot of keys, success keys that we have learned in implementing the breast and bowel cancer screening in Qatar. One of the most important thing was the focused marketing campaigns that was done. It was done internal in PHCC for the healthcare workers to increase their awareness regarding the breast and bowel cancer screening service, to increase the referrals from doctors' clinics to the screening services. Also, there's the external marketing to our public, to our ministries, to our colleges, and specifically focused to our target group. Our target group is 45 and above for women for breast cancer screening, and for bowel cancer screening is 50 and above. So our marketing campaigns were targeting those groups according to the age, according to their favorite places they like to go. So we've developed marketing campaigns targeted for those people to increase their awareness and motivate them to come and to do the screening. Second thing, we have established a dedicated call center with fully automated, with all the data of the population, with all the data of our target group, and it's equipped with several schedulers. Our schedulers are very trained to communicate with our target group, to motivate them when they call them, and to schedule appointment for them for the screening service. We have called around 80% of the total population and scheduled 70% of them. Also, in addition to the call center, we worked on the cancer screening services for the breast and bowel. It's a patient-centered care. We were planning this service with the patient in our minds. So first we started with the location of screening. It's in geographical areas in Qatar, so it's easier and accessible for our target population to come and to do the screening. And the actual screening suites, they are a spa-like areas. So when the participants, they come to do the screening, the amount of fear would be decreased. Also, in addition to the in addition to our SPA-like screening suites, we have worked on our cancer screening service. We made it so seamless between us in primary healthcare and Hamad Medical Corporation, where the screening is done actually in the primary healthcare. And if there's any abnormal results in screenings, they are referred directly to Hamad Medical Corporation. Also, the service, as Sheikh Dr. Muhammad has said, our service for the screening itself, it's totally free of charge, which motivates our target group to actually come and to do the screening. Satisfaction survey is part of our program. We need to be fully aware of the experience of our participants when they come to our services. We need to know how they felt. Did they feel taken care of? Were they worried? So we can taper our service according to their experience. Monitoring and evaluation. I cannot stress on that point enough, because the continuous monitoring and evaluation is very important to keep the improvements going in all programs. And we've been doing this from day one, and we've been involving patients in our screening services and in our meetings, in marketing meetings, in our program improvements meeting, to make sure that we get all their feedback actually implemented and make them feel as comfortable as possible. In addition to this, we made sure that all the IT softwares that we have between PHCC, HMC, and Ministry of Public Health is fully integrated. We know data is very important in so many ways, in developing the KPIs, in monitoring the service, in future researches. So we focused on this area. Also, in addition to that, as Sheikh Dr. Muhammad has said, we have a strong governance to monitor the program. The governance includes PHCC. We have internal governance to manage the screening internally. Also, the strong governance we have with the multi-sectors in Qatar, with the Ministry of Public Health. We have the Qatar Cancer Society, also they are part of that governance, also private hospitals. So we make sure that everybody is involved in this governance, and if there is any lessons learned, we share it with everyone. Any obstacles, any issues we have, it's escalated, and everybody is working as one team. We're not working with this as in its different organizations. We're working with this as it's one program, and it's been working very well. Regarding the challenges, we've said that we have implemented the IT integration for in all health sectors. It's easy said than done, but it is doable and it is worth it. And also, as Her Royal Highness has said, one of the challenges is the COVID-19. COVID-19 has caused us to stop the service for a while, but now also we are planning for the restarting, making sure everybody, they are comfortable to come back after the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to study the situation. Mm-hmm. We need to understand how people will behave after the COVID-19 when we ask them to come and actually do the screening. So inshallah, it's gonna work well, and hopefully we're gonna get back again. Yes.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Dr. Abu Sheikh. I will get back to you now. Dr. George Nimr, the professor and coordinator of the Genomics and Precision Medicine at the College of Health and Life Sciences in HBKU. Dr. Nimr, might you be able to discuss some of the most promising areas in terms of future cancer care coming out of the Genomics and Precision Medicine program at HBKU?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to talk a bit about some of the aspects that are going to touch the patient at the end, and this is what we care for. We are an education institution, but at the end, you know, our research is going to touch directly the patient, their family, and of course, the health policies and everything related to its implementation at the level of the hospitals and all the companies that are involved in that aspect. So I don't want to get into the details about the science, but I'd like to share some of the information because this is very important and key to all of us as educators, sharing knowledge. And this is important in this area where, you know, knowledge, if it's not shared, it's wasted. It's not going to be counted. So I'd like to highlight some of the important research aspects in our college, and it's done mostly through collaboration with basic researchers and physician educators at different hospitals, at Sidra, at Hamad. And this is very important because we need to bring, again, research from bed to bench and from bench to bed again, so that the patient can benefit and the society can benefit at large. Number of issues related to cancer are centered around early diagnosis and, of course, treatment and prevention of relapse. And these major focuses are in fact divided in our research group into people who researchers who are involved either in setting up some of the earliest biomarkers, so to really come up with diagnosis early on, trying, for instance, to come up with a new test that are non-invasive. I'm going to give an example of lung cancer, for instance, and you know that it is a growing challenge for the people in the region with the growing, use of shisha. Smoking shisha in our area is really very challenging, and people are not taking it seriously, and it's going to affect the population at large. Women in particular, are getting into shisha smoking without even knowing the impact of that on their health. And again, the problem with lung cancer is that when you are trying to detect it, it's going to be too late. And the issue is that we need to find out some new non-invasive, test. We're trying to work on tests that involve sputum instead of going into biopsy, which is going to be too late when you are going to diagnose lung cancer. And this is one area where my research team is involved, and we are trying to come up with a new method to really have a detection method into the sputum, whereas you are not going to really have problems in degraded nucleic acids, because this is the challenging spot in getting the sputum. Other area of research that are developed in our college are related to really understanding the genomic and molecular mechanisms underlying some of the relapses that are seen, mainly again in the vulnerable population. We are looking at pediatric patients, those that are suffering from acute myeloid leukemia, whereby there are some driver mutations that can predict some of the relapse, but most of the time we don't know why we are going to have these relapses. And researchers in our college are focusing on understanding the epigenetic regulation of these relapses, in addition to those genetic scoring that have people being used in order to understand relapses. Last but not least, of course, is the response to drugs. And as you know, that most of the patients are going to respond differentially to the different drugs that are in the system. And that's why, the knowledge of the genomes of each individual, going back to the personalized or precise medicine, is an important feature that we are looking at in our college. We need to establish for each individual what are the genetic variants that are responsible for the response or the non-response, so that we can administer the best dose or the combination of drugs that is important. And again, our research is focused on developing AI-based applications that would help the physician figure out what is the best drug for the treatment and for the follow-up of that treatment in the different patients. And again, I'm going to focus on sharing knowledge. Without sharing knowledge, we cannot reach up to everybody in the society and improve healthcare. Thank you.
While we will look into the future, thank you, Dr. George Nimr. This year we were suffering from the pandemic. Her Royal Highness Princess Dina touched on the impact of COVID-19 on providing cancer care and on providing treatment. Dr. Al-Thani, how much of an impact has the pandemic had on cancer care screening and services in Qatar?
Yes, thank you. As we thank Her Royal Highness Princess Dina for the comment about the systemic approach that Qatar is doing. And really, they were doing this by the support of the national experts and the international experts like her to assure that Qatar is always on the right level. Of course, COVID affected everything because we were concerned how much COVID can even hurt cancer patients. So there was very keenness to protect all the cancer patients in the center. Cancer center, and there was a very strict system to protect them. And for the alhamdulillah, and thanks to Allah, it helped us that we didn't have any outbreak inside the cancer hospital. This can affect all the people, but alhamdulillah, it didn't happen. This is something very important. We were worried that people that can be affected in their meeting, there was very keenness. There is a call center, they were calling and they were meeting. Of course, we were affected a little bit with the screening that Dr. Sheikha has mentioned. Screening people routinely has been freeze for some time. Everything now is moving gradually to normal again, but this was affected. And we are always balancing in Ministry of Public Health between the COVID risk and the people who are not going to the primary health care or to secondary care to take their drugs as early as possible. I would like to encourage everyone now again to come back, and if you have any concerns, please test. Don't delay your test, because we have been achieving in the last 10 years to find more cases in the first, second stage of the cancer, and before it become in the third or fourth stage. So this thing, that achievement that we have been doing, we would like to protect it and keep people early coming for screening and supporting people by phone call if they cannot come sometimes to be in the services in primary health care or in the Cancer Association Center. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness Princess Dina, we have a question for you. What is your perspective on the importance of involving cancer societies and patient support societies in national cancer plans?
I think their inclusion is very important, because they bring the voices of the patients to policymakers. And I think that's what Qatar did. You know, when you talk about patient-centered approach, you really have to have everybody sitting on the table. You cannot talk about us without us, as they say, right? You have to have the patients, the NGOs, the private sector, the scientists, the oncologists, the government, etc. Everybody sitting on one table. If you really want to have a fantastic and really meaningful cancer control strategy. And I believe this is what Qatar said. And I know as UICC, you know, we've had great collaborations with the Qatar Cancer Society, you know, led by Sheikh Khaled. They're great members, and I visited their headquarters, and I've seen the amazing work that they do. And actually, during my visit, I have visited so many I would say the best kept secrets of Qatar. And I was really shocked how much you guys have that we don't know about, even though we are in the same region. You know, I visited the Qatar Cancer Fund, the Qatar Biomedical Research, and so many other institutions. I was amazed. And that is why I really feel that Qatar can take a huge regional role in, you know, being the engine that showcases actually what I would say how the seriousness and the vision of the government and the political will that is afforded to it, and how you all work together in a very systematic way, not only with the local stakeholders, but also with international partners to actually work, you know, to bring innovations as well to the Arab world in the region. And I think that's really commendable. You know, many of us in the region think of, for example, innovations and immunotherapy or genomics as, you know, something really far down the line, when in actual fact, we have so many fantastic Arab minds in our region that are not utilized. So I really feel Qatar could do a bigger role, especially in innovations. But I would also like, and also hearing from Sheikha Abu Sheikha, is the fact that Qatar, yes, they have the money to bring in really costly and expensive innovations, but they still focus on the fundamentals like prevention and like early detection. I commend their population-based.
I was actually going to take your. I was going to take your proposal of becoming a regional hub to Qatar to Dr. Abu Sheikha exactly, and to ask her from your experience in the field, and if we want to put Qatar as a regional hub for cancer care, what are the main challenges we need to focus on while moving with future plans? You need to unmute your...
Yeah, regarding future plans for the breast and bowel cancer screening program, for us, the service itself, it is done in PHCC, and any further investigation is done at Hamad Medical Corporation. So one part of this, we want to do the ultrasounds for the women for breast cancer screening. If their results were abnormal, to do it at primary health care to decrease the level of anxiousness from them waiting for their appointments at HMC. Also, another future plan for us is to do the artificial intelligence for the reading images for breast and bowel cancer screenings. So this is the future for the reading images. So we're planning to get it in now, and we are in the process of studying this proposal. Also, another thing is the fourth site. We want to open a fourth site in Doha, Qatar, and Mu'ayder, to cover all parts of Qatar, so it would be more accessible for our population. In terms of making Qatar as a hub in the region, we are more than happy to accept any visits who wants to come and to visit our service. It's a holistic service, starting from marketing, population-based and a dedicated call center, which is fully equipped with all the data that's needed to actually call, recall, schedule. Even the nurses are available in our call center, which I think this is a very good place to start with. If you want to do a population-based screening services, you want to do a call center. You want to establish a call center that has all the data that's needed. Also, you have to employ the proper trained schedulers, and you need to have nurses who can answer all the questions from worried participants. So if anybody wants to visit our service, we are more than happy to do it. We have done several quality assurance visits from outside countries, and we have been supported by the quality assurance visit has been supported by the Ministry of Public Health. When they came and visited our service, they were so happy with it. One of the comments was they didn't believe how fast we did this service and how the quality and the standards that it's implemented in the state of Qatar. Also, the IT integration with the Qatar registry at the Ministry of Public Health, this is a very good step. So having a full IT system with the data flow, starting from a call center in the service to the cancer registry at the Ministry of Public Health, this is it's by itself, it's a success for the program. So more than happy to accept
and
any visits
for people
who,
who are outside Qatar. Yes. And they can benefit now from the infrastructure that was used and put in use during COVID-19, from following up online and from distance and by call center. And it made, in a way, it made life easier for people who are abroad to benefit from this health system. Dr. Nimr, where does the small size of Qatar's population come as an advantage in cancer care, and where is it an inconvenience?
I think the idea is that when you have a homogeneous population, it's easy to work in the genetic field. And when you have the genetic component, it's easy to come up with targeted therapy. And again, that in a way or the other is more into getting into focus into the individual need for each patient. Now, of course, when you want to compile data, you need to have as much recruited individuals in a cohort as you can. And that's why probably to come up with a solution, we need to have collaborative work between our Qatari cohorts and other cohorts in the region, so that we can come up with data that, can tell us if you want to go with that drug, modify the regimen here or there. And this is needed in terms of future collaboration to come up really with good data.
Dr. Nimr. Dr. Al-Thani, like Her Royal Highness put upon, you have so many technology assets. You invested a lot in research and cancer care, but still you have patients who go abroad for health, for cancer care. How can you build trust? How can you maybe advertise and market the services you are building, this huge infrastructure you're building for cancer patients?
Yes, always this important point should be discussed and thoroughly to be understood more about deeper. As you know, after we start screening, people are getting aware about cancer and people testing, the number of cases automatically fully increased, because these cases becoming cancer, but they will not die because they will be treated, but the number is increasing. So we are welcoming everyone to come, and as soon as possible they should take an experience at 48 hours and to be tested, and this makes it a bit busy. Our center was prepared for less number of this, and now we are welcoming more people. We are increasing our capacity, but part of it is that part of our patient, it's acceptable to travel to keep the balance, give a better care for the other the hospital is most of the patient capacity is almost fully most of the time of the year because of the trust. And I would like who is traveling outside, they are not traveling only abroad, they are only going to maybe the best 3 to 5 hospitals in the world. They will not accept to go to the same country to another hospital. They are just getting from the brand of the best 5 hospitals in the world. At the same time, it's a word of mouth. Many people were treated in these 5 hospitals around the world maybe, and even less maybe, and they want to go like their uncle, their cousin. It's the brand, and that's the strong word. And some people just to get another opinion. Many of people, when they go there, they are asked, why don't you go back to Qatar? They have the same protocols we have, and many of them are convinced after they go and to feel better, and they come back to Qatar to get their chemotherapy. Sometimes you don't have all the type of very sophisticated surgeries for every type of cancer. So this is happening in all around, even the advanced world. Something are treated in another country because there's a special surgeon for something. So they do the surgery and they come back to get all the additional treatment in Qatar. And as Dr. Sheikh and Dr. Princess Dina mentioned, we are caring now about prevention. This is happening for everyone in Qatar. And we are caring after the treatment, for all the patients, after how to take care about them. This will not happen outside the country. Mainly when they are outside the country is the time of a surgery or of the first 1 or 2 months of the chemotherapy. After that, we are handling all the other logistics to be in Qatar for them and make them feel more happy between their families in Qatar.
Your Royal Highness, I have a question. You might be the only one in the panel who could answer this. We have a question from Osman Farouk. He's asking, are there plans to start such projects like awareness about cancer and cancer care holistic programs in developing countries like Pakistan?
I think the government of Pakistan, I'm sure they are planning to do something for early detection and prevention. I know they have major, financial challenges and so on, but they do have a sort of a fantastic team in Pakistan. Certainly, I know your previous health minister, Sania Nishtar. She's a big brain in the global world, and I know. I don't know too much about Pakistan, in detail, but I know you have fantastic human resources in terms of doctors, oncology doctors, and you have a great cancer center in Pakistan and so on. But I don't know if, what are your particular challenges, and I hope that they do, because that's the only way you're going to reduce mortality from cancer if you focus on prevention and early detection. You really want to close the door on cancer before it's able to go in and wreak havoc. If I may, I just want to go back to
we're in our
Sheikha
last 5 minutes.
Yes.
Sorry, because I'm sure you advocate for survivorship programs, so I want to give you the time to speak about that. Where do you see there is still room to work on and to improve cancer care in terms of survivors?
Absolutely. Certainly in the Arab world, I have, as a mother of a cancer survivor, there isn't really, I haven't seen, and I don't know, I know Qatar, you told me that you have worked on such a program in the proper way. I haven't seen in many Arab countries that they have truly a survivorship program. Usually survivorship here in our countries really stops when you blow the birthday cake and you say, hey, well done, you finished treatment, off you go. And that is not really what survivorship is. Don't forget, many children who have had so much toxic treatment in their system actually suffer from physical, not only just mental issues for them to get back to their normal, to lead a new normal in their life, but they also have potentially physical issues that they have to contend with, like a weak heart, lungs, perhaps thyroid issues, skin issues, etc. And so you kind of need a proper program that these children or survivors are able to be checked out on an annual basis, and for governments also to actually pay for that service. Many governments in our region think that the minute you stop chemotherapy, it's over. Goodbye, go and manage on your own. And not many people can do that. So that is one area I feel that needs a big focus on. And as we are seeing more and more survivors after all, right? Mm-hmm. Before in the past, they used to die in droves. Now we see more and more survivors who are living beyond 60, beyond 70 years of age, and we are understanding more and more their physical and mental issues. So that area needs a lot of focus still.
Yeah, we need to be there for them because it's not easy to feel also betrayed by your own cells and body, and it's not easy, all the side effects on their immunity that they have. Dr. Nimr, this year investment was cut because of COVID-19. It was diverted towards the response to pandemic, but at least even if research in cancer and other programs was cut, there's a bigger awareness globally that we need to invest more in the health sector. We need to invest more in the human workforce, also in the medical sector. From cancer care point of view, where do you see there should be more investment financially and humanly?
I think, as mentioned by our colleagues, COVID hits everybody, and cutting the budgets, is going to affect cancer research. Yes, it did affect it, but at the same time, because of the research on repurposed drugs, some of the drugs that have been used in cancer are now probably potentially being used into COVID, treating COVID. This is the beauty of science, is that you can sometimes mix up things and come up to the advantage of one disease or the other by, looking at this. And this is where I advocate to put more efforts and put more personnel and more even money into looking at these repurposing of drugs. I guess drug repurposing based on AI, artificial intelligence, and other bioinformatic tools is the key for a successful transformation in the health system. And this is where, our college is trying to lead or build in, and we are trying to come up with a new program for graduate students tailored into translational bioinformatics, whereby the knowledge in bioinformatics that you acquire and interaction with the School of Engineering by incorporating artificial intelligence would lead to a better design for treatment for cancer patients and follow-up. Her Highness did mention the follow-up is a key important feature that we need to follow on. Yes, because, when you are doing chemotherapy or you're giving radiotherapy, you are affecting also the normal cells in your body. And, affecting these cells will lead to premature aging. And this is where, the life of the patient is going to be again at risk, because you are going to contribute to premature aging that we need to really regulate in order to have a better life for these patients.
And there's so many more side effects. Thank you, everyone. I have to wrap up quickly because we're running out of time. Thank you to my distinguished guest, Sheikh Dr. Mohammed Al Thani, Director of Public Health at the Ministry of Health in Qatar, Her Royal Highness Princess Dina Murad, Patron of the International Society of Pediatric Oncology, and immediate past president of the Union for International Cancer Control, and also member of WHO Expert Group for the Elimination of Cervical Cancer. Dr. Sheikha Abu Sheikha, manager of the cancer program at the Primary Health Care Corporation here in Qatar, and Dr. George Nimr, professor and coordinator of the Genomics and Precision Medicine program at HBKU. Thank you, everyone. Tune in tomorrow for another panel, and just shortly, a keynote from Morgan Freeman. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein. Our next Virtual Wish 2020 speaker is someone whose face, voice and name are instantly recognizable. In a career that has spanned 5 decades, Morgan Freeman has been critically acclaimed, won many awards and the appreciation of film lovers everywhere. His films have included The Shawshank Redemption, Driving Miss Daisy and Invictus. Off-screen, his humanitarian work has taken him around the world. And today he'll be addressing the imperative of equal access to health. Here is Morgan Freeman.
Thank you for inviting me to join you today. I wish so much that we could all be together in person in Doha, a city built on an ancient, timeless dream. The dream that with hope and determination and persistence, anything is possible. That's also the dream upon which WISH, the World Innovation Summit for Health, was built. A special thanks to Her Highness Sheikha Moza bint Nasser for being the inspiration behind WISH, and for the team at WISH, who have managed to find a way to keep on going virtually, even in the face of a global pandemic. This has been a hard year for so many. More than 50 million people around the world have been infected with COVID-19, more than 1 million lives lost forever, families hurt, economies disrupted. That's why WISH 2020 is not just the latest in a series of summits focused on health innovation and collaborating to build a healthier world. It's the most important one yet. And it's also the biggest one yet. because hosting it virtually has allowed us to include so many frontline health workers. If there's one silver lining of 2020, it's reminded us of our connection to one another, not as citizens of any one tribe or country, but as human beings. We're all in this together. That's a living, everyday expression of the Sudanese proverb, a child is a child of everyone. We really are all called upon to do something that is at the core of all the Abrahamic faiths, to be our brother's keeper. Health is part of it. And health is connected to every other issue in the way sinew connects muscle to bone. Each of us has the things we really care about. I started working to support the community in the place I call home several years ago through my Tallahatchie River Foundation, which supports early childhood education. I know the difference education made to me growing up in Greenwood, Mississippi. We had obstacles to overcome, but we had schools and teachers who cared. We read Shakespeare, we read Chaucer, and I dreamed that one day I could be on a stage reciting that poetry, playing those characters from Coriolanus and Othello. And I did. But I didn't get there alone. That's why I wanted to help the next generation growing up in Mississippi to provide holistic help to young children, to make sure there is investment in training for excellent early childhood educators, resources to local schools and child care providers, and support for new parents. Why did our foundation think this was so important? And how does early childhood education link to health? To the extent that it made me want to speak to a global gathering of health experts. Because one thing I've learned, one thing we've all learned, is that health is education. And education is health. You can't untangle the two. And you can't solve one without the other. Healthier kids learn more. Well-educated kids live longer, healthier lives. Early childhood education is also a health issue. The World Health Organization has found that high-quality early childhood care and education programs can improve children's chances for success, even their ability to fight off disease. And no matter your background, no matter your start in life, no matter whether you grew up on the Tallahatchie River or the River Ganges, you deserve access to good education and access to quality health care. No wonder my hero Nelson Mandela said, health cannot be a question of income. It is a fundamental right. We are seeing threats to our health alongside existential threats to our planet. Climate change is real. Extreme weather is ravaging communities and closing schools. Kids are missing days of education because the world hasn't reckoned yet with Mother Nature's warnings. The earth is gasping for breath, and so too are the children whose illnesses are linked to poor air quality. No child should grow up destined to lifelong ill health on a sick planet because the generations before them didn't know when to stop consuming. Peace and migration are health issues. We have more children today displaced, living in refugee camps, or living in conflict zones or post-conflict zones than at any time since the end of World War II. Scientists tell us that creates toxic stress, and toxic stress changes a child's brain chemistry, which can lead to lifelong problems in learning. We're also discovering that toxic stresses as a child can lead to heart disease, diabetes, and depression in adulthood. How we solve these connected challenges of education, health, climate change, and conflict matters. I'm speaking at an event that in normal times would be taking place in the Arabian Gulf. The Middle East and North Africa needs to create more than 60 million new jobs in the next decade, just to keep pace with the number of young people entering the workforce. It also needs to keep them healthy. Let's do right by that generation together. Today's children shouldn't grow up unsure if the world of tomorrow will have the natural resources to sustain them. They shouldn't be absorbing the anxieties of a world battling a cruel pandemic. Right now, we have the chance to reset, to salvage something from a year of trauma. If we take responsibility for climate change by reducing our levels of consumption, there's still hope that we can save the planet. If we trust in science rather than fake news, and if we put our trust in the healthcare community, we will get through the current pandemic. And if we give children a healthy start in life, then we can rest in the knowledge that they've been given the foundation to grow and thrive, and to be confident that their own children and their children's children will live to enjoy the best that a healthy world has to offer. This has been an extremely challenging year, but right across the world, we have been witness to great courage, cooperation, and compassion. If we keep working together, we will heal. One word: our health.
Thank you, Morgan Freeman, for that address. And do please stay tuned for the next session, a panel discussion on the desertification of cities and how insufficient access to water is affecting health. Now, clean water is something most of us take for granted, but its shortage in urban areas can and is having a direct effect on healthcare. It is something the Wish Healthy Dry Cities report has been investigating in a call to action that reaches from clinical concerns to urban planning and architecture.
Hello and welcome to this session on Healthy Dry Cities, Health in Dry Cities. Welcome, I'm the moderator, Kirsty Wark, and we're pleased to have you wherever you are in the world. And today's event means that you can join us, whether you're in Iceland or Qatar, Aberdeen or Christchurch, you are very, very welcome. This is a critical session, the foundation of which is the Forum report, two of whose authors are on the panel. The world is indeed at a crossroads. The key issues, climate change, continuing urbanization, persistent public health challenges, and gaping inequalities in health and wealth around the world. Water scarcity threatens public health. We have the evidence. This session is about the action that we're actually prepared to take for healthy dry cities. And the report contains detailed recommendations, which I urge you all to read to help water-stressed nations. I hope as many of you as possible during the course of this session will join us with your own questions, which I hope will be stimulated by the conversation I'm going to have with the panel. As many of you can take part as possible, we'll try and get all your questions in. Let me introduce the panel. Professor Howard Frumkin is a physician and epidemiologist, Professor Emeritus of Environmental and Occupational Sciences at the University of Washington. His research interests include the health aspects of the built environment, climate change, energy policy, nature contact, and sustainability. His list of academic affiliations are testament to his passion for the global environment. Dr. Maitrey Borde-Das is practice manager in the Urban Resilience and Land Global Practice of the World Bank. Based in Washington, D.C., she was previously the bank's first global leader on social inclusion and has led several research and policy initiatives, most recently on inclusion matters in Africa. His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah bin Abdulaziz bin Turki Asasgray, is Minister of Municipality and Environment in Qatar, a position he's held for 2 years. He's also Managing Director and CEO of the Qatar Railways Company. He has a long-standing expertise in delivery of electricity and water through project management of the Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation 1996 to 2008. We're also joined by Dr. Ahmed Al-Madari. He's the Regional WHO Director for the Eastern Mediterranean, WHO Director for the Eastern Mediterranean, a specialist in family and community medicine, and a senior consultant in family medicine and public health in Oman since 2009. He was involved in the development and modernization of Oman's health system, particularly in areas such as patient safety. And last but not least, the Mayor of Tirana, Mr. Erion Velajaz, re-elected for a second term in June last year, And prior to being mayor, he was a member of parliament and minister for social welfare and youth. He has worked for several international humanitarian organizations in the Americas, in Eastern Africa, and also in Kosovo. So welcome to you all. And prior to our discussion, here's a short film outlining the key findings in the Forum report.
Hello, this is Howard Frumkin, Emeritus Professor of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences at the University of Washington, speaking to you from Seattle. It's been my honor to join Dr. Maitreyi Das in co-chairing this collection of articles for the British Medical Journal and for WISH on healthy dry cities.
Thank you. And my name is Maitreyi Bordia Das. I'm practice manager for urban resilience and land at the World Bank, speaking to you from Washington, D.C., and a great pleasure to be here for this panel. All right, today we're going to speak to you about our volume, which is on healthy dry cities. A healthy dry city is one that manages its physical as well as its social environment in the face of water scarcity so as to optimize the health and well-being of all of its residents. We know that water scarcity is a very pressing global issue. This map shows you the countries that tend to be water scarce, but within those countries are cities. And these cities can run the entire gamut from those that have an abundance of water to those that are located in very water scarce areas or in areas that are facing droughts. What it means is that both water resources as well as health, as well as urban development, have to be co-managed. They have to be managed in a synchronous way so that cities and countries moved towards healthy and dry cities, that move towards healthy cities in the context of water scarcity. What happens in a healthy dry city? The context is underpinned by various factors. One of those factors, of course, is increasing urbanization, which we are seeing across the globe. We are also seeing a huge push that comes from the risk of climate change. Another context we are seeing are environmental problems, which we're seeing increasingly affecting both the health of cities as well as the context of urbanization. All of these lead to a double burden of health in cities. Underpinned by all of this is rising inequality, never more relevant than today as we face a surging pandemic.
And all of these circumstances introduce a range of health hazards in dry cities. In fact, these hazards cover the entire spectrum of causes of human suffering, illness, and premature death. Infectious diseases, for example, it's very hard to maintain good hygienic conditions in the absence of plentiful clean water. Non-communicable diseases. For example, it's difficult to maintain a physically active lifestyle in an environment that is extremely hot. Mental health, because of the stress for many people of finding enough water and of dealing with heat. Even interpersonal violence, which we know rises in hot conditions. On this next slide, you'll see a list of the conditions that cities need to maintain to keep people healthy. This is true both of dry cities and of cities where water is plentiful. And in both cases, the conditions are fairly straightforward. There's little mystery here. Clean air, clean water, plenty of access to green space, access to opportunities for routine physical activity, access to healthy, affordable food, and so on. But some of these conditions are especially challenging to provide in the context of dry cities. Air quality, for example, because dry cities are often very dusty places, and so on. Now, addressing these challenges is a multi-sectoral and multifaceted challenge. As you can see on this last slide, each of those conditions needs to be delivered by a variety of strategies, tactics, and actors. Across the bottom of the slide, you'll see that the health sector has particular responsibilities. Governance matters a lot, and in particular, coordination across all sectors of urban government and across all levels of government from national to local. Technical solutions are very important, ranging from desalination and stormwater harvesting and gray water reuse, all the way to nature-based solutions. Behavior change is important, and that requires appropriate social marketing. In our collection, we've delivered a set of recommendations related to these activities to help policymakers and members of the public address the challenges of keeping dry and hot cities healthy.
We very much look forward to having you with us in this panel and look forward to participating in this really important summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank both of you too for the report, which, you know, as a layperson, it was so interesting to read, because as a layperson, you could still understand so many of the issues because they are faced day and daily by so many people. And I wanted to begin with you, Dr. Ahmed Almandari, because the Eastern Mediterranean is home to many of the world's water-stressed countries. And I wonder if you can highlight innovative examples of practice in protecting health in these areas, because of course no two countries are the same, but we can all learn in one measure or another from each other.
Thank you very much, Christy, for your question. And before I start, I'd like just to express my sincere thanks and gratitude for the organizing committee to invite me to talk and share, ideas and thoughts on this important issue. And I'm really very pleased to, to see the report produced by Howard and also Das, on a global issue. But as you said, here in IMRO, we are seeing a real challenge. Because of many reasons, but one of them is, as you all know, 2/3 of our countries are really undergoing either acute or chronic protracted emergencies and instabilities, which definitely have affected, the infrastructure of communities, including availability of clean and safe water, as well as, sanitary services. We have been working with colleagues at country, regional, and global level in order to make sure that whatever sort of initiatives we bring to the countries will definitely serve the purpose in terms of making sure that safe water is really available, accessible to all communities and individuals, as well as making sure that whatever sanitary services are there available. Yes, we have done a lot in spite of the challenges. And in fact, one of the initiatives that have been started in the 1990s by IMRO is something called Healthy Cities Project or program. It started in Iran, but then it got adopted and adapted by many countries here in the region. So far, in fact, we have managed to have 15 countries in the region adopting and adapting this program, with around 92 cities in IMRO. This year, we managed to get 10 cities from different countries, and more is coming on the way to make sure that, yes, we have healthy cities. Now, in this Healthy City program, it is composed of around 80 indicators in 9 domains, in fact. And these indicators will tell us whether that city is really qualified to be labeled as healthy city. And it includes a wide range of themes and subjects, or I may call it domains. One of them is something called environmental health, which includes water, sanitation, food safety, and air pollution. And we have our own experts, at WHO, with its 3 levels involved in reviewing and updating these sort of guidelines and standards. And in that program, in fact, part of the program is to make sure that people in these healthy cities are having, as I said, access to water and sanitation services. In addition to that, healthy cities, we have something called healthy villages. It is almost carrying the same concept with the same content of guidelines and protocols, but it is more focusing on villages. And so far, we have 29 villages here in the region. More is coming. Another third initiative have started, in fact, some time ago, which is called age-friendly cities. And as we all know, when it comes into elderly people, they have their own specific needs, especially when it comes into getting access, easy access to water and sanitation services. And we have criteria and standards. The departments at the regional are working on that. So I'm sorry if I took this much time. Back to you.
No, I just want to ask you a very quick follow-up, because presumably the WHO is capturing all the data, because it seems to me you've got all these indicators, you've now extended it to healthy villages. And is there a kind of best practice manual, as it were?
Exactly. In fact, based on information collected at a ground level, the experts or the department at a regional level have come together. They have had several meetings in which they'll say, now, yes, we have these sort of standards have been implemented, but still we need to develop them. So they produce a guidance to all countries in which, if they wanted to go for this healthy city sort of project, they have to follow certain criteria. Once they are ready, we deploy a team of experts to go to each individual city with evaluation, and then they come back with a report to be labeled as a healthy city. And then another evaluation after some time to make sure that they are still adhering to whatever standards.
And there is like a kite mark. You get an accreditation, which is, of course, very important.
Exactly, and it is given in a celebration at a country level, in fact, a national level.
Yeah. Your Excellency, I wonder if at Qatar there are a lot of challenges in climate. But what are some of the initiatives? I mean, even down to the basics, I was thinking, having been there, in any dry city, aircon itself is a great user of electricity. And I wonder what some of the initiatives have been that you have seen in Qatar. I think you just have to, that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. And a very interesting question. Before I answer, I would like to thank you and thank the organizing committee to invite me to be here on this very important topic. It gives me an opportunity to shed some lights on what we are doing in Qatar in respect to the climate change initiatives. Recently, the climate change has become one of the top priorities for the state of Qatar, if it is not the number one. And this is resembled and represented on the Qatar National Vision 2030, and also with the development, Qatar National Development Plans. Also, it has a lot of initiatives in reference to the climate change. Recently, the Ministerial Council has formed a national climate change committee chaired by the Ministry of the Municipality and Environment, and participated also by other members from other agencies. There are many examples of initiatives. I will give you just a glimpse of these examples. I will not share all of them, but these either has been pursued or is being pursued right now in different sectors. For example, in the energy sector, we have the Al Shaheen project. This is a very large scale project to sequester 5 million tons of CO2 by 2025. And also we are having on that project for the expansion of the new LNG trains to reduce the energy by 25% compared to the current world standard. Not only that, we are also entering in the renewable energy. Also, we have the largest scale solar power plant, which is almost 800 megawatt of power to be generated to the national grid, and this is to be operating by 2022. This is almost 10% of the current demand. On the energy and water conservation, we have made good achievement to preserve 17% and 18% respectively on annual basis on that aspect, which it has a very positive impact to the emissions. In the transport sector, we have launched a world state-of-the-art metro system, and that's the aim of the public transport system is being upgraded now to have a share, this mode of transport to have a share of 20% by 2030 compared to the last year of less than 1%. So that it will also encourage people to move from the private transportation to the public transportation. On the electric vehicle also, we are planning to have 25% of our public buses to be electrified, and by 2030 it will become 100%. And that's really from the transport perspective. From water perspective and waste management, the recycled water, now we are utilizing around 100% of our recycled water on the irrigation and industrial uses. And also we are planning to save a lot of usage of the groundwater for the cultivating the fodder here in Qatar by using the recycled water, and that it will save 125 million cubic meter of water annually, almost 50% of the groundwater utilization. So that's, and also from the waste recycle and the solid waste, we are having the waste to energy, which treat 2,500 of waste, and also to convert it to the power to energy, which generate around 50 megawatt. There are many initiatives, as you probably, as I have shown you, and also we are compiling an action plan for this decade up to 2030. So to integrate all the efforts by different sectors, even including the building, the energy efficiency in the building. So we are also improving our building materials, building codes, building standards, to have a green building, and thus to minimize or to preserve and to conserve the energy and water utilization. That's at the local domain. Internationally, also Qatar is committed. His Highness Sheikh Tamim, the Emir of Qatar, he's pledged last year $100 million for the least developed country and islands to combat and to mitigate climate change impacts. So we are present locally, we are present internationally, and we are geared to move forward and to implement a lot of initiatives which will be positive for our planet.
Great. I just want to come back now because I know that Erion Veliaj, the Mayor of Tirana, you've had particular problems, like many cities, with an aging water supply. And I wonder how you've improved the management system, consumption, and also education about it.
No, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be in the panel. I remember 5 years ago, we had a major drought. I was just elected mayor. I got sworn in August, which is the midst of Mediterranean heat, and huge swaths of the city were without water. What happened is, this was a city decided as a capital about 100 years ago. It was only 10,000 people, and in 100 years it grew 100 times. It became over 1 million. So while most urban planners during communism and during the rough transition years after the fall of communism were mostly obsessed about housing and treating the city as a dormitory, they somehow failed to think about water and sanitation. And I know going from communism to democracy was very important, but as Mahatma Gandhi used to say, sometimes sanitation is more important than independence. And I don't want to play politics with it, but I'm just saying is that you can have all the political gains in the world, but once you live a very undignified life, it really amounts to nothing for the average Joe, that is. So we started by not fixing water infrastructure first. As a young mayor of 5 years, I always believe that the most difficult infrastructure project to fix is only 10 centimeters long. It's from here to here, because this is where our value system resides. This is where our mentality, how we treat public space and public goods, including water as an asset. So we had to start with some very, very basic notions, like first, you don't steal water. You don't puncture a pipe and start watering your cornfield or wash your Fendt Mercedes. No one in France washes their Mercedes with an Evian water source. So we got to get that straight, and we started first by trying to fix a lot of the urban legends that we had developed around water as an endless resource. Second, everybody pays. No one is willing to finance a utility company, no serious bank, if they find out that most of your clients are not paying based on their political affiliation. So one mayor would be in and all the left-wingers don't pay, and another mayor comes in and all his right-wing bodies don't pay. Everybody pays. It's merchandise. It's a good. If you don't leave your restaurant without paying, if you don't leave your shop without paying for goods, then you should not turn off your tap without paying for water. So not only we made it obligatory, people, no one wants to pay for anything. Who wants to pay taxes? But people don't mind paying if everybody pays. And second, they don't mind paying if they can see results for what they pay. So we started with some very, what we call the low-hanging fruit, by basically investing in multiplying our filtering resources, in adding the pipes that bring water from the major reservoirs and the water sources of the city. And the pity is that Albania, it sounds like a dry place because it's in this panel and it's by the Mediterranean, but statistically, it's second after Norway when it comes to water sources per capita. So it's clearly an issue of these 10 centimeters that make up for the missing mile-long pipelines and investment in reservoirs. So once we went from of 17% to now 98.7%, not only do we collect all the water bills, but we also make sure that a lot of the city taxes are in the water bill. So it has increased our overall financial performance, got the EBRD to finance first multiplying our filtration systems and a lot of the direct lines that replaced a lot of the punctured lines. And now we are in the process of going in some of these new neighborhoods that have been added in the last 30 years and multiplied the size of the city. And now we're doing the capillary network. So now we have a digital system, an app, in which people can report if someone is abusing with water, if someone is puncturing the line, if someone is not paying, if someone is watering their cornfields. And it's amazing that instead of having 100 inspectors from the water utility company, we pretty much have 1 million people who are reporting daily and sort of helping us self-police a system that otherwise was out of control. Now, we went from an average of 3 hours a day. After 2 years, we went to 7 hours a day. Now we have 70% of the city, 24 hours a day, and the rest of the 30% between 18 and 20 hours a day. So it is doable, it can work, but you need some political will and you need to be, I think, politically independent when you make these decisions. And if you treat everyone equally and everybody contributes a little bit without discrimination, and you immediately show results, then I think, like in our case, banks are waiting in our door who comes in first. We're working with EBRD and KfW and JICA now that our books are in order. Our challenge is how do we go to the next level? Yeah. Property prices in any capital, but including Tirana in modest Albania, are going in the downtown area 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 euros a square meter. So the question is, if we want to do solar panels in a city, in a country where 99% of our energy is hydropower, then the best real estate to use is our water reservoirs. So we're about to open a bid in which we use the same reservoir not only to supply the city with water, but also use its surface with floating solar panels to be one of the leading, if not the only, city in this part of Europe where we get 100% of water and energy from the same water source.
So what I was going to ask you was, in the course of doing all this and over a very fast period, really in the last, say, 10 years, how and I was going to ask this of Your Excellency as well later on, in terms of educating the next generation, do children in Tirana now understand about the importance of water? I know that obviously they'll be taught about wider climate change, but do they understand now how valuable water is?
I believe children are an immense source of public advocacy. And sometimes we forget that. As politicians, we're constantly pressured, including by media, to always think of taxpayers and voters, right? It sounds fairly legitimate. Well, it is not, because it somehow forsakes everyone 18 under. Yeah. They don't vote, they don't pay taxes, but they're also residents in the city. And I think if we're only obsessed about the next election, we'll lose the next generation. So we have actually, as a matter of fact, and I know it sounds shocking, but we have more people working in kindergartens and schools about water conservation, about mobility and bike lanes, and mandatory courses in every kindergarten how to ride a bike, and about eating healthy, forgetting chips and carbonated drinks. So our army of educators is actually larger than our hydraulics department. For the water utility. And so again, fixing this infrastructure right here in between our ears is sometimes more important than the water pipelines.
Dr. Maitrey Bordea-Das, I mean, fascinating to learn in Tirana and in Albania that kids in kindergarten have to learn to ride a bike. I think that is absolutely amazing. But throughout your time at the World Bank, you've looked at the issues of equity and inclusion in different areas. And something like that is not expensive. Teaching every kid to ride a bike, teaching every kid about the importance of water retention, about good behaviour and so forth. How do you get policymakers to continue these issues in terms of protecting health in water scarce areas? Because of course all the things that we've just heard about add to personal health.
Thank you so much, and that was absolutely brilliant, Mr. Mayor. That really gave a lot of energy to the conversation and direction as to what we could potentially do. As far as policymakers is concerned, so I always recommend that they start with an acknowledgement of the issue. I mean, the acknowledgement of the issue is not just the fact that, oh, there's scarcity of water, but the fact that some people have more, some people have less. Some people are healthier, others are not. Some people can, in a dusty environment, some people can afford to have air purifiers and air conditioners, and others cannot. So this whole issue about health for whom and water for whom, I think, becomes extremely relevant. And one of the things that we advocate for in our volume is the fact of really recognizing the issue. And it's not as simple as that, really. It's about the way you do the assessments. You can have a lot of data and not know what to do with it. You can have a lot of analysis and not know what to do with it. So I think, but the first step is to have the data, to be able to have the analysis, to be able to understand what are the axes of exclusion by which certain groups tend to get left out and other groups tend to be in. And it's not just about poverty. That's the other thing, is that people tend to obsess and focus about poverty, which of course is essential, but it is necessary but not sufficient to focus on poverty. So that's one area that kind of we try and steer people towards, steer maybe policymakers if we have their ear. A second thing is that, what do you do once you have that analysis? What do you do? How do you make sure that you are targeting the people that are most in need? And that's something that's hard to do, because very often taxes, subsidies tend to be regressive, and they tend to actually penalize the people that they're supposed to be protecting. And so do we have a good understanding of the ways in which policy has both intended consequences, but also unintended consequences? And that takes me back to that same idea of what are we analyzing and where are we actually intervening? And targeting becomes really important, especially within city level, because a lot of people really get left out of even the targeting. But so, for instance, if you have undocumented migrants who are in the city, the chances are that they're going to be invisible, but they are residents of the city. And what are you going to do about them? So I think that some of those issues about targeting become extremely important. And it's not just whom you're targeting, it's how you're targeting. So how are you actually making the difference towards a healthy city in the context of dryness? So not just whom you're targeting. And let me give you an example from the cultural competency movement, where essentially what people are saying is that minorities or people that speak a different language or people who have a different culture, minority ethnic groups, for instance, tend not to go to health centers or may actually reject the services that they are being provided because of the manner in which they are being provided, or because of the potential humiliation, the fear, the manner in which they are treated by doctors, by nurses. And so what the cultural competency movement is basically saying is that you hold medical providers, health providers, water service agents, hold them accountable, not just for their technical expertise, not just for taking blood pressure right and recording it, but also for their cultural competencies. So to be able to bring people into the fold and to create a trust in the system such that you're able to reach not just the people that speak the language that everyone else speaks, but people, for instance, that may be deaf or may be blind or may speak a minority language that you're unable to reach. So that's a second point. And a third and kind of final point is this issue of accountability and transparency. So yes, and now in the days of COVID-19, there is a lot of creativity around data collection. There's a lot of creativity around monitoring. And this monitoring now has become monitoring through, say, real-time high-frequency survey data that is being collected by mobile phones or that's being collected online. What do we do with this? This is a huge amount of data. And so I go back to my original point of not just the ex-ante analysis, the ex-ante collection of data, but this ongoing monitoring that you're doing. What do you do with that? Now, you could either just do monitoring and do kind of a fairly numerical, mechanistic exercise, or you could put the data up on the web for people to actually see. You could actually put it up and disclose it. You could disclose it to young kids. You could disclose it within neighborhoods so that people understand what's going on in their areas, and the opaqueness then disappears and people take their own initiatives to make the changes. So exactly the kinds of initiatives that our previous panelists have spoken about, how do those come about? How do you empower people to actually, and I don't like the term empowerment because it's just very top down and very supercilious, but how do you do that? So I think that transparency, accountability, creating an enabling environment such that, for instance, right now there are wildfires raging in Brazil, and indigenous populations actually in the Amazon have long-standing experience in dealing with wildfires. How do you take some of that knowledge and actually bring that into the mainstream and allow people the space and the ability to actually run a real democratic, real participatory governance mechanism? So I'll stop there.
And it is an issue whether you're a low, middle income or high income country. Everybody has the same problem, but they're just faced with fewer resources to deal with it. And I wonder, Howard, coming on to you, I mean, if climate change is one of the key themes of this year's conference, how do you make sure that there's a more equitable delivery, but also equitable basis of understanding? So, where are the big academic papers? Where are the practices and so forth? And how are these disseminated among lower income countries and higher income countries?
Well, Kirsty, thanks very much. And let me begin just by echoing what my fellow panelists have said. What a privilege and an honor it is to be part of this panel and to have contributed to this BMJ series and to this section of WISH. Climate change, as you mentioned, is of course one of the biggest contextual issues that informs all of our thinking about healthy dry cities. In fact, about every aspect of health, environment, and development. Climate change undergirds the supply of water. And it's a supply issue because dry parts of the world are becoming drier. In fact, that's happening faster than many of the forecasts predicted. It's reduced rainfall, and also reduced flow of water in rivers, reduced melt from glacial sources for places that depend on glacial snow melt. So dry places are becoming drier, and the supply of water in many cities is diminishing, meaning we have more and more dry cities. The demand side is also relevant. Cities are growing, and that means that in cities, more people need to have access to water. And that's not unrelated to climate, because when a region becomes dry and agriculture suffers in the region, you see an enhanced migration from rural areas to urban areas, driving demand for water even more. That migration also tends to bring about some of the inequities that we were just talking about and that you mentioned, Kirsty, because people who are migrating from rural areas to urban areas are often disadvantaged, and they bring with them health burdens that come from rural areas, health burdens that are often compounded by the challenges of setting up new lives in urban areas. So we've got supply, we've got demand, and lastly, and perhaps most interestingly, we have a lot of complexity in tackling the challenges of healthy dry cities because of climate change. This exemplifies the first law of ecology, that everything is connected to everything. So consider, for example, that desalination is one of the important technical strategies for providing clean, potable water to people, especially in coastal cities that are dry. But desalination is very energy intensive, meaning that if we use fossil fuels to desalinate, we are contributing to the burden of carbon emissions and to climate change. Or consider that vegetation, tree canopy and other vegetation are important strategies for reducing the urban heat island effect. But if you want to have vegetation in your city, you need water to supply it. So there are unintended consequences, feedback loops, complexity in tackling the challenges of healthy dry cities that climate change brings about.
But,
Decreased supply, increased demand, a lot of complexity in how we handle these issues.
But many of these dry cities are also resource constrained, and I wonder if there are inexpensive solutions to use in these environments. I mean, because not everybody can pay for big infrastructure plans to change things. I mean, what about inexpensive solutions, Howard?
Well, I think some of the least expensive solutions are some of the most important. And I'll go back to one of the things the mayor said, the 10 centimeters of infrastructure right here. The social marketing, the education of children, the raising of awareness of people and how to conserve water, that is much less expensive to undertake than it is to build lots of infrastructure. Reducing waste is relatively inexpensive compared to building infrastructure. And this is true for food as well, but also for water. Much of what we supply goes to waste. So reducing waste is a very important feature. And equity is extremely important and not that expensive to achieve. But once we achieve more equitable distribution of water, as with other resources, then the general level of social satisfaction, health, and well-being rise.
I'm interested, Dr. Mandari, because Arion mentioned about what was happening in Tirana with using apps for data. And Maitreyi, you're also talking about how much data is collected remotely actually since the pandemic. And I wonder if digital and data solutions can be used regularly to show improving health in healthy dry cities. I mean, are we just really starting to use data properly?
Thank you, Catherine. Christy, for this important question. In fact, I may just share with you an example of the importance of data and information at this critical timing when it comes into, facing the challenge of shortage of water and lack of access to certain group of people. With this pandemic, in fact, colleagues here at the regional office, in collaboration with country offices and ministries of health, have been collecting information about what impact this Healthy Cities and Healthy Villages project have done when it comes into COVID-19 pandemic operations and management. And they found that, healthy cities and villages who implemented the 80 sort of standards in that program are better performing than other cities not enrolled into this initiative. And this to us, it sends a message that, whatever initiatives that are coming from within the communities, involving and engaging the communities, as Dr. Das had mentioned, definitely make a difference. And I totally agree with Arian when he says, that, whatever sort of expensive initiatives, equipments, machines we bring to the communities, unless we have a very positive attitude within our brains, we will not be able to utilize these sort of initiatives in a very effective manner. So the same thing is also applicable when it comes into teaching our students, our young generations, in schools, for example, how to make sure that whatever water we are having in the schools, at the same time asking them to keep clean hands and be safe from COVID-19 is really up to that sort of point to make efficient use of water and scarce water. So educational programs have been running in many of the countries in schools to bring them alternatives to water, in fact, especially in schools facing the difficulty. So I totally agree with you. Information and data is something key cornerstone for us to make sure that we are heading to the right direction.
And Your Excellency, I wonder if you have anything to add to that from Qatar's point of view about both the collection of data and also getting everybody on board, so that everybody understands the pressures of energy and water in Qatar.
I cannot agree anymore with my colleagues. The preservation or the conservation for the water and electricity, it should be a habit. This is the behavior change is necessarily, and I do see that all the new and young generation here at Qatar, they are becoming more awareness of the environmental sustainability. School programs are directed towards these kind of sustainability activities, and as I mentioned that we have realized in our energy conservation program, this is a national conservation program. It has targeted school kids, young generation, and all the inhabitants here in Qatar, and that's achieved 17% reduction on annual basis on the water utilization. We are also ensuring that the curriculums and the education, it includes a good part for the environmental sustainability, so that will become part of the education given to the kids. The reduction of the water utilization is a key to us, either at the consumption level, and also the recycle is very important, because it will also reduce the pressure on the supply side. As you probably know, that maybe most of our water is coming from the water desalination plant. So this fresh water is serving the 100% of our population. They have access to 100% of this fresh water. Also, we have an awareness park. It is a conservation center which it exhibit and demonstrate and also give information to all its visitor about the importance of the water and how to preserve it. So this, as I said, that it goes with the education, it goes with the awareness, it goes even with the behavior, with the activity of the people. We have to keep in mind that this is very precious. Even in the building codes, the networks, dealing with leakages, maybe with dealing with abuse of the water or maybe misuse of the water. So maybe through penalties or through whatever mechanism. So we are adapting and having a lot of laws where it is and policies which is directing towards water preservation.
Now, can I just pause for a moment and thank the panel so far, but now welcome questions from wherever you are tuning in to WISH. Howard, just coming back to you and the kind of apocalyptic vision of this, which is are we going to be facing in the world a retreat from certain cities that are just unsavable?
Well, all of the demographers tell us that this is a very complicated issue, but my view, Kirsty, is that we probably will. And water scarcity will be just one of the drivers. Another driver will be severe weather events, hurricanes that pummel cities again and again to the point that people who leave just don't want to come back. And a third is extreme heat. We have forecasts that make it pretty clear that in some parts of the world, some cities will become too hot for human habitation. Now, those three challenges, water scarcity, heat, and severe weather, can in some cases hit cities all at the same time. Rising sea levels are an addition.
Specifically about that actually the way that this may happen is not because people decide to retreat, but perhaps because insurers will not insure houses and buildings in dry cities, and actually it'll be the market that will drive people out.
It may actually, the lack of insurance may actually trigger out migration. You know, everything important we think about these, whether it's water or housing or transportation, we need to think about on a longer time frame than we've been accustomed to doing, because the world is changing fast. We already live in a different planet than our grandparents inhabited, and we can say with confidence that our grandchildren will live on a different planet than we do, although we can't recite all of the details at this point. What that means is that any vegetation we plant in a city has to be suitable to mature and thrive 50 years from now. Any infrastructure we put into a city has to be suitable for conditions that will prevail in 50 years. And on the question of migration, if we know that some cities are likely to have to decant their populations, in my country, in the US, that may be Miami or New Orleans or even Los Angeles, we need to think about where the receiving areas will be and create the surge capacity in those areas, enough housing, enough employment, enough transportation, so that there is room for the people who need somewhere to go. This is an extremely difficult issue politically. We've already seen politics in Europe and North America upended in recent years by a small stream of migrants relative to what we may expect in coming years.
Now, Ariane, just coming back to Tirana there, and you were talking about everybody buying in and therefore everybody becoming engaged in the water use and so forth. And I was just, what you were saying was very funny about, you know, in France, nobody washes their Mercedes. I mean, obviously at certain times of the year in different countries you have, do not water your garden, but actually, are you actively thinking of certain things that cannot be done at certain times of year and actually prohibiting them? I mean, you know, watering lawns, certain kinds of agriculture which are water intensive?
No, absolutely, you're correct. So what we do is we've expedited permits for people, for example, in rural areas, hassle-free to dig up a well. So what we do is we're certified with, you know, zero red tape. By liberalizing, you know, the market for digging up your own well for agricultural use, we've also killed the alibi when people say, well, look, you know, I understand that people down the pipe need water, but I also, you know, need to do my gardening and my sustenance farming. So, you know, you can't do one without the other, because clearly people in rural areas where most of these water sources come from also have the right to dignified life. So there are ways to liberalize certain markets for people to use unfiltered, untreated, minimal cost water that they just pump off the ground. Second, we've really worked hard to reconfigure cities, because, you know, it's true for many countries that cities are identified as big blocks of concrete, only urban areas with very little rural conglomerations. What we did in 2015 is not only did we redivide the country in administrative areas, but we did a very healthy mix between urban and rural areas. So if you're the mayor of Tirana now, compared to 2015, it was 42 square kilometers of concrete, and now it's 1,200 square kilometers of concrete, but also of hills and mountains and forests and water sources. So then, bringing it under one management, you can mitigate certain restrictions in one area with certain liberties and projects on another area, so that you can you're in charge of redistribution, not only of taxes and wealth, but also redistribution of water. You know, those who live closer to the source don't have bigger rights than those, you know, further down the line in the city level. So sometimes the design of administrative systems is also key. And once you're the mayor of the downtown people, but also the mayor of the guy who lives, 32 miles from here by the water source, then it really makes your thinking a whole lot different. When you have to mitigate certain moves into the system with other sources for the people that get affected. But I think the most important is, again, I'm glad Howard mentioned the issue of city forests, and I think urban forestry has become critical. For example, during our very hot months, not only do we stop our car washes and a lot of these other water-intensive industries, but also the use of the city water fountains and the use of the city hydration showers. And I think it's extremely important to work on the city canopy. Again, kids here become a valuable asset. We started playing this little game about 5 years ago, in which we invited parents to celebrate their kid's birthday by planting a tree, which will be there for the next 100 years, together with the child, hopefully. So then kids, not only metaphorically, but also physically put roots on the city. So it becomes their tree, and they take their friends for a walk to their tree. And in the hot months, they take a little bottle of water from their home to their tree. So they grow together with a part of the ecosystem, which is their personal, birthday tree.
It seems that Albania is a kind of top dog at low cost plans.
Well, in many ways, you're basically crowdsourcing stuff that the city can't afford. So we work with Italian architect Stefano Boeri, and he's famous in Milano for what they call the vertical forest. And we sort of said, look, and our friends from Qatar own most of those buildings in Milan. So we sort of said, look, well, we probably don't have the Qatari wealth to afford the vertical forest building, but what if we did an orbital forest concept in which we put a ring road? Now in a time where this was in the time when everybody was speaking about walls, right? And how to keep people away. So we said, but how about we make our walls different? Our walls are green, they're permeable, but they still signal limits to urbanization and to pouring concrete. So basically, we already have a GPS locator that tells you where the next available hole is for your birthday tree. And you work with our Parks and Recreation department. So they'll dig the hole for you and come and attend the actual plantation. But the whole family comes. This is a big event. They're planting their birthday tree. So it becomes a little celebration, but also you will accompany them for the rest of the family's life or roots in the city.
Matrai, we're making it sound like dry cities are bad, which of course they're not per se bad, because apart from anything else, there's lots of good reasons to live in dry cities and diseases that don't spread or thrive in those conditions. So we must be careful not to denigrate dry-ish cities.
I think both extremes are bad. So it's dry, but how dry? Wet, but how wet? Cold, but how cold? And of course, we're not the master of the climate, or we could be if we used our resources carefully. We could be have a significant effect on the climate. But the reason we're talking about this here is because dryness comes with water insecurity, with water scarcity, with a certain kind of a burden of disease. And speaking of which, yes, some diseases may not be may be less transmissible during in dry contexts, but by the same token, water scarcity leads to a whole host of diseases, and when we talk about a double burden, you're basically at one end of the spectrum. You have communicable diseases, infectious diseases, waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases. You have the infectious diseases on the one hand, but you also have the cardiovascular diseases, the non-communicable communicable diseases on the other. So you run the entire spectrum of being both almost like being in a rich place and a poor place at the same time. And so I'm not convinced that having dry cities that are too dry is necessarily a good thing. I think that they are manageable. That's the important thing that we take away from this collection, is that policy matters, that there's something you can do about this. You don't just have to, leave people to fend for themselves. There's something you can do. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, Your Excellency, you were talking about desalination in Qatar, and that's obviously a key component of your ability to have fresh water in Qatar. But I wonder if you think there's low energy mass desalination technology available now, or is that actually quite an expensive thing to do still?
Yes, Kirsty. We are our desalination plant using a combined cycle techniques. It improves the efficiency for the gas efficiency from if it is from simple cycle, which is 30% to about 75%. So that's something which always we are adapting here in our new plants for the desalination. Also, we are open for any innovative solutions or technologies to conserve the energy when producing the water from the seawater. So as I told you that we are trying to always improve the efficiency of the energy utilization, and if there are new technologies that we are open to adapt it.
It's funny, there was I'm just remembering now, 2 weeks ago, there was a big experiment. I can't actually remember what American city it was in, where they put off all the street lights. And so they didn't get the bleed out light to the sky, and they thought that was going to save an awful lot of energy. And it turned out it wasn't the street lights, it was the billboards, it was the neon, it was everything else that was in the city. And I wonder, when I've been in Qatar and you look out at the beautiful skyline and you see all that light at night, are you bringing that down?
Right, we have a policy that to change all these lights to energy efficient lights. So there is a regulation and it gives a period of time to the building owners and everybody to switch from the classical lights to the energy the energy saver lights. It's worth mentioning that this initiative was able to save a lot of energy. Almost 18% of our energy has been saved. I mean, from the lighting itself. Not only that, but also we are using and the cooling for the buildings. We are using now for all the buildings we are using the district coolings, where these district coolings is more energy efficient, and it is we do like kind of what is called peak shaving. So we cool the water in the night, and it serves the buildings in the morning, and that's really it helps a lot on the energy conservation, and also it is saving a lot of energy to the buildings, about 20% saving for the like when you compare district cooling to the traditional cooling system which is used in the building.
And Dr. Mandari, circling back to the health of populations in dry cities, what are the biggest disease concerns on the horizon for these populations specifically? We heard a bit there from Howard before.
Yeah. In fact, if we talk about a wide spectrum of diseases that may face people living in healthy dry cities, they are, as Dr. Das mentioned, it ranges from communicable to non-communicable diseases. Yeah. Communicable diseases, it is well known, like things like, for example, vector-borne diseases like malaria, dengue fever, and other diseases. But when we talk about the, most common trend nowadays, affecting mainly, if I may call it, wealthy nations or modern sort of type of diseases, diabetes, hypertension, ischemic heart diseases. But the sort of trend of disease that we are worried about, which affects all age groups, is the mental stress or mental health diseases. And if we have this sort of lack of water or lack of access to water or clean water, added to the stress that is coming due to hard living of certain group of people, mental stress is definitely there. And in fact, when we talk about about the two main challenges that are facing people when it comes into water, one of them is access to safe water and clean sanitary systems, as well as water-related problems due to disasters like floods or droughts.
Yeah.
And many countries are facing that sort of challenge. Now, when it comes into the second type, and also for the first, the first type of challenge because of a lack of a sanitary system, waterborne diseases like diarrhea, for example, is one of the common challenges that also facing many countries. So these are the type of the diseases that we
mental health. It's interesting that you say mental health, but now we're just about to bring this to a close. But if I could just have about 30 seconds from each of you on your rallying cry from this conference about what you would do to make healthy dry cities, what would it be? Starting with you, Howard.
I'd say three things, Kirsty. Number one, never solve just one problem at a time. Things are so complex and interrelated that when we solve the problem of dryness, we should also be tackling the problem of health and the problem of transportation and the problem of food and so on. Joint problems. Number two, never solve problems just in the present tense, but think ahead 50 to 100 years in a world that we know is rapidly changing and solve problems in ways that will be robust for a long time to come. And number three, never solve problems only for some of the population. Think about who is most victimized, most unfortunate, most deprived, and solve problems for them. Everybody will benefit.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, a rallying cry for people?
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yeah. I believe the key to the main issue here is that we should there are a lot of opportunities in reducing the waste, water waste or solid waste. There are a lot of opportunities in converting to renewable energy. We should always aim to enhance the livability of the cities, improve the quality of the life, and putting this as at the center heart of the planning and urban planning of the city on all aspects, on the design and the operation and the maintenance and all aspects of activities which we are doing. We should always aim to increase the livability and the quality of the life and on the city. That's the main thing which I want to say.
Thank you very much indeed. Maitreyi.
At the risk of repeating myself, I will say invest in data and analysis and use it for policy making, make it available for others to use, and encourage evidence. So that would be one block. A second block is something we haven't spoken about, but I do want to leave the audience with that thought, is we haven't spoken about financing. And that's something in terms of what do we do with innovative financing, because we do live in a resource-constrained environment, and so we cannot have everything we want. So
thank you very much.
Prioritizing and financing.
Dr. Mandari.
Thank you, Kirsty. Thank you. In fact, based on the discussion we have had, it is really very stimulating and very enriching. I may say that, three key messages. Health is not the responsibility of Ministry of Health. It is the responsibility of every one of us, either individuals, communities, government, and non-government organizations. And we have a very good example in this discussion. That's why, in fact, we came out here in IMRO 2 years back with a new vision for the Eastern Mediterranean, which is, we call it Health for All, by All. It is a call for solidarity and action. A child in a school is, as Irion mentioned, may have a very major impact in his parents to direct them towards safe use of water or efficient use of water. So health for all, by all, health is not a responsibility of the Minister of Health, it is a responsibility of everyone. And that's why, in fact, we introduced the concept some time ago in WHO, which is called health in all policies. Whatever policies produced by countries, either for transport, for water, sanitation, education, everything, health should be at the heart of all of these policies in order to have very healthy citizens in every location in each country.
Thank you very much indeed. And Erian Veliaj, we'll leave you with the final word. What is your rallying cry for people based on your own experience?
Well, my rallying cry would be resilience. We need resilient cities. And the reason why I say this is not from the books, it's from my own experience. I remember my first year, we had this major drought, and people were trying to calm a new mayor by saying, well, Mr. Mayor, don't worry about it because this only happens once in 100 years. Then the second year, we had massive floods. And again, you know, the specialists, the experts were saying, well, don't worry about it. You know, once we go through this, it only happens once in 100 years. And my third year, it snowed in the middle of the Mediterranean. It hadn't snowed since I was a kid, late 70s, early 80s. And people said, well, don't worry, because snow like this in Tirana, you know, we don't need snowplows because it only happens once in 100 years. Last year was 2019. We had 2 consecutive earthquakes, and we're still recovering from 2 major earthquakes in September and November. And people literally, and they were right, they said, well, Mr. Mayor, once we go through this nightmare, which only happens once in 100 years, we're going to be fine. And this year, as everybody knows, we had the pandemic, which literally only happens once in 100 years. So my rallying cry, prepare for every year like it only happens once in 100 years, because it does. And we are now living in a moment where we need resilient cities to really prepare that every moment is once in a century moment.
Well, with that, I'd like to thank you all very much indeed for taking part, and to those of you, wherever you are in the world, for listening this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. Goodbye.
Today's masterclass is a study of emotional and psychological resilience. It's from the writer, speaker and lecturer Yasmin Mogahed. She'll be talking about human resilience and the role that spirituality plays in keeping people mentally strong in difficult times such as the pandemic. Here she is with her masterclass.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I am very, very thrilled to join you for this really, really crucial topic. And I think it's a topic that couldn't be more relevant. One of my favorite quotes, it's a quote of Albert Camus, and he says, "In the midst of hate, I found there was within me an invincible love. In the midst of tears, I found there was within me an invincible smile. In the midst of chaos, I found there was within me an invincible calm. I realized through it all that in the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer. And that makes me happy, for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me, there is something stronger, something better pushing right back." Now, I think that this quote really, really summarizes this concept of resilience. We are living at unprecedented times. I think that this is one of those periods where I think globally we are really, really experiencing something altogether. You know, oftentimes you see that when trials, come and face various different nations, various different communities throughout time, a lot of times it's sort of isolated to one specific area or maybe just one specific community. But I think this is one of those really, really new experiences where we are actually, because we are so connected at this time as a world globally, this is a global, in a sense, it's a global trial. Obviously there are some places that are hit worse, but there's sort of a shared experience that we're going through right now. And I think there is a shared level of, at some point, some level of stress that we're kind of, and anytime stress starts to become chronic, meaning that it's not just something that comes and goes. We talk about the idea of the adrenaline rush. Lion is chasing you, right? It's something that's sort of a temporary thing. There's that cortisol and adrenaline rush, but then it goes down and the person's no longer in that stressed state. But we live at a time right now, and especially currently, where the stress is sort of ongoing. There is this ongoing fear. There's this ongoing sense of uncertainty. And I think that is something that as human beings, we tend to have a lot of trouble dealing with when it comes to feeling powerless. When it comes to feeling like we don't know what's coming, we're uncertain, and that uncertainty causes a great deal of anxiety, a great deal of stress, and it leads a lot of people to, for example, fall into depression and other struggles, mental health issues that they struggle with. So the question of resilience really couldn't be more relevant than right now. And so I want to talk a little bit about what resilience is. So the definition of resilience, according to the American Psychological Association, is the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. So if you look at that definition, essentially it's talking about coping, surviving. But what if there was something even better? What if there was something even greater than just surviving our stress, or just having that, that coping through our stressful situations? The Stockdale paradox holds that you must retain faith that you will prevail in the end, regardless of the difficulties. And at the same time, you must confront the most brutal facts of your current reality, whatever they might be. Now, when you think about that paradox, it's not really just describing resilience. It's describing something higher than resilience. So resilience is just the ability essentially to survive or cope a difficult situation. So let me give you an example. And this is something all of us can relate to, when you drop your cell phone, if you have a really good case on your cell phone, a really good protection on your cell phone, your cell phone survives that drop. It survives that stressful situation. It doesn't break. But does your cell phone grow through that fall? Does your cell phone gain anything by that fall itself? And the answer is no. So we would say that the cell phone in this situation was resilient. The cell phone in this situation survived. It survived, but it didn't necessarily thrive. And so what I want to present and what I want to propose is that as human beings, we have the capacity to not only survive our stresses, to not only survive our challenges, we actually have the capacity to grow through our challenges, to thrive through our obstacles. And I think that that is something that makes us as humans really, really unique. So you find examples of this, right? So let me give you one example of, in contrast to the cell phone that went through this stressful situation where it just survived, it didn't break, but it didn't necessarily become better, it didn't necessarily grow. Think, for example, about the immune system. So one thing that we find is that various people may react differently to the very same stressor. For example, we see currently that the coronavirus is affecting different people differently, and and some of it is very strange, and some of it is unexplainable, and some of it can sort of be understood as having to do with the strength of one's immune system, right? We say that those who are immunocompromised, those who have weaker immune systems, won't really react as well and may become a lot sicker. So we see here in this example that there are some people who are coping with the stressor better than others. So now the question is, well, what is it, first of all, that will allow one person to cope better than the other? But there's something else here. If you study the concept, you look at this example, we know that when a person gets ill and then recovers, that individual does not actually stay the same. That individual becomes stronger. They now become immune to that stressor in the future. Right. So if we look at this, and this is the whole idea, for example, of vaccines. What is a vaccine essentially? A vaccine is introducing a stressor to the body at a sort of like a lesser level, right? A weaker level. And then by introducing that stressor, we teach the body how to grow, how to strengthen itself so that it actually leaves that experience, that challenge stronger than it was before. It doesn't come out the same. And this is the concept that is even beyond just resilience, that the body actually comes out of that experience, that challenge of that virus or that bacteria, and actually growing stronger. There's a term, there's a concept that psychologists have discovered called post-traumatic growth. That not only can we often talk about post-traumatic stress, that's the stress that comes up from a traumatic event, or we talk about resilience. But in fact, there's something even greater than that, and that is that they found that individuals, that human beings have the capacity to not just survive these traumatic events, that they're able to withstand, but that they actually grow through them. And in the example of the immune system, you find this exact concept, that we actually are growing an immune response or immune cells to that specific stressor, which makes us stronger. We don't just survive, but we actually thrive and we grow. Another example that you find within the creation itself is that if you look at a bone, when you break a bone, that bone, as we know, many of us who've experienced this, that bone, not only does it heal, but at the place where it broke, it actually becomes stronger. And again, these are examples in nature, examples in the creation, where we see that human beings have this amazing capacity that not only can we survive the fires and the storms of our lives, but we can actually become stronger through it. Now, the question then is how, right? How can we not only survive our difficulties, but thrive within our difficulties? And as Ernest Hemingway said, the world breaks everyone, and afterward many are strong at the broken places. And this is exactly that concept, and this is what we hope to learn how to do. So there are a few things I'm going to cover right now, 3 things that end up robbing us of our own mental strength, of our own ability to not only survive, but thrive whenever we are faced with challenges. The first is unhealthy beliefs or thoughts about ourselves. So there are various different unhealthy beliefs as well as unhealthy habits with regards to ourselves that completely rob us of our own psychological and emotional strength. What are some of those? Well, one of them is this feeling of victimization, where we feel helpless, we feel hopeless, we feel that we are not only entitled, but that we have been wronged, and that we in fact are powerless to change our own situation. So anytime a person takes on the perspective of passive powerlessness, that is robbing that individual from their own strength, from the own mental and psychological strength that they have. So when we look at, there was one TED Talk where the professor, she talks about, this was actually a professor who studied resilience, and she spent her life's work studying resilience, and then one day she got tested in that which she was studying. Her own daughter was in the car with a friend, and she actually got in a car accident and she passed away. And now suddenly this woman who had studied resilience for much of her career was faced with a situation where she had to survive and actually try to endure this tragic event. And one of the things that she said was that one sort of very toxic beliefs or thought that we sometimes have is this idea of why me. That she said that this is one of the most toxic things that robs us of our own strength, is when we think, why me? It's not fair. How could this happen to me? That this is something that actually debilitates us and takes away our own power and our own ability to survive and even thrive. And so she actually said that, when she sat and really reflected on it, and especially, given what she knows about others' experiences, she had studied and she had worked with so many people who had endured tragedy in their lives because she was teaching resilience. And she found that, what she realized is, why not me? Why not me? Why do we have this belief that in fact we deserve something, or that we are entitled to having things different than others? If we look at the nature of this world, it is imperfect, and that all people go through struggle. All people go through challenges. So this idea that somehow I am safe from challenges, or that I am entitled to an easy or a certain type of level of luxury, that in and of itself is a very unhealthy belief. That we shouldn't think that we are entitled. We shouldn't think that somehow we deserve, and then we sort of demand these things. And from a spiritual and religious perspective, we are told that everything that happens to the individual is something that has a greater wisdom by God, and that the reaction that we should have is not one of why me and how could this happen to me. And you find that from a psychological perspective, that's extremely harmful, and it actually rids you of your own psychological and mental strength. The second unhealthy belief that robs us of our mental strength is the unhealthy beliefs that we have about others. You know, oftentimes human beings tend to fall into sort of this very unhealthy focus or this unhealthy mental habit of focusing on all the good things that other people have, right? You know, and unfortunately we sort of are in modern times, we have these platforms like social media, etc., where other people's lives are put on display, but it isn't their real life that's put on display, of course. It's their photoshopped life, right? That's put on display. And so we have this sort of dynamic where when we're looking at the lives of others, we see them as being perfect. We see only what people want to put out there, which tends to be sort of this filtered version of themselves, right? Their appearance, but also of their life, right? This filtered version of their relationships, this filtered version of their everyday life, to kind of make it appear a certain type of way. But what happens then is that when we view the lives of others, when we're watching from the outside the lives of others, we're looking at all the blessings that they have, right? We're watching all the good things that they have, and that becomes our focal point. But then when we look at our own lives, we tend to focus on what's going wrong. We tend to go on, we tend to focus on what's missing. And now when you do that, see, the reality is that this is a very important psychological principle, that whatever we focus on grows. Whatever we focus on grows. So if we choose to focus on all that's missing in our lives, all that's going wrong in our lives, everything that's negative, then what happens is that in our own perspective, that grows. The magnitude of the challenge, the magnitude of the problem, the magnitude of the obstacle actually grows in our own perspective. And so we actually feel that it is bigger and greater and more encompassing than in fact it really is. And that simply happens psychologically by focusing on it. So you have, you know, this type of person, right, who's, I would call these problem solvers, right? This is a great thing to be a problem solver, right? But this is a double-edged sword, which many people don't recognize sometimes. And that is that problem solvers tend to focus on what? That which they're trying to solve, which ends up being what? Problems, right? So people who have this sort of this propensity towards problem solving, unfortunately, the other side of that coin is that they also tend to be problem focused. In their lives, at any given point, there's always going to be something that isn't perfect. But if we choose to always focus on where the problem is, then those problems actually grow. And people who do that tend to struggle and suffer from more anxiety. And it's simply not because necessarily they're dealing with more problems than someone else, but it's that they're focusing on their problems. It all has to do with our focus. And so when we're focusing on problems rather and what's missing, then what will happen is, as it grows in our own perspective, we start to feel debilitated. It starts to weigh us down because it looks bigger and bigger, right? The problem looks bigger, the obstacle looks bigger, and the deficiency looks bigger. You know, this is a really simple, straightforward example that I use in many of my seminars. And that is that there's like this meme, right? And it has two pictures. At the top, there's a picture of a little boy holding one single slice of cake. And this boy, as most children would be, is extremely overjoyed because he has a slice of cake. So he has this huge smile on his face, right? And then just below him is another boy, but he's holding an entire cake that's missing only one slice. So he's sad. And now in this example, you can ask yourself, first of all, who has more cake? Who actually has more objective blessings in this scenario? And the answer is the boy on the bottom, who's actually sad. But why is he sad? And the reason is simple, because the boy on the top is focusing on what he has, and the boy on the bottom is focusing on what's missing. And so anytime we focus on what's missing, we will always feel deprived. And that deprivation actually grows. And this is where, and this is where the practice of gratitude comes in, and how it relates to how we view ourselves and how we view others. Are we the type of person who, when we look at others, we only look at everything that's perfect? And then when we look at ourselves, we only look at everything that's imperfect. We only focus on the bad things, the things that are missing, the things that we don't like. If we have that mental habit, if we have that type of schema, and in the way that we view ourselves with relation to others, there are a few things that are always going to follow. Number one is envy. And envy is one of those things, both spiritually as well as psychologically, is absolutely debilitating. In fact, they found in studies that people who envy others, for example, on social media, and spend a lot of time focusing on the filtered sort of picture that people put on social media, they tend to become more envious, and that envy actually leads to depression and anxiety. And so the envy itself, we're told spiritually that envy is like fire that burns wood. It's something that burns us internally, and it is extremely unhealthy. But envy is born out of this lopsided psychological focus. When I focus on the blessings of others, but only the challenges of myself, or the difficulties and the problems within my own life, I will naturally end up feeling envious, because I'll feel like, well, why me? It's unfair. Everyone else seems to be having a perfect life and a perfect relationship, but why not me? And so you see here that the focus is essential, that when we instead flip that focus, and we actually instead focus on our blessings, this then becomes the very, very powerful effect that we see of the practice of gratitude. And it's interesting because psychological studies have shown that the practice of gratitude is actually so powerful that it's been shown in countless studies to treat depression. That just having a journal where you write down 3 to 5 things every day that you're grateful for, what is that doing? It's shifting your focus from what's going wrong, what's missing, to what's going right and what you have and your blessings. And just simply the practice of shifting that actually allows people to break out of their, it actually helps people to break out of their depression. It's been shown to be extremely effective in addressing depression. So just that shift in focusing on what I have rather than focusing on what's missing, or focusing on what seems to be perfect in other people's lives. And then finally, the third unhealthy belief is unhealthy false beliefs about the world. We have to really be realistic, but also positive in the way we view the world. See, this world is not perfect, but it's not perfectly negative, but it's not perfectly positive, but it's also not perfectly negative either. So when we look at this world, we should be able to see it as it really is. Well, it isn't paradise, it isn't perfect, but it's also not torture. It's also not intended to be something awful, and it's not intended to be something that where we have this extended chronic sort of suffering. You know, they say that pain is optional, but suffering, that rather pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. So really it's about seeing this world in its proper context, that this world is not perfect, but it isn't all bad either. It isn't all good, but it isn't all bad either. And when we have healthy, sort of realistic expectations from this life, then we will be a lot more, be a lot more able to thrive through the experiences that we encounter in this life. That we're not expecting this life to be paradise, but we're also not looking at this life as a prison either. So, you know, if you look at all these things, you can find that there is something to be said about not only surviving in our storms, but even thriving in our storms. And you know, this is something that actually there's this very beautiful practice in Japan where they take take a broken vase or any kind of broken pottery, and they put it back together with sometimes gold, powdered gold or silver within the glue. And now, once it's broken and been put back together, it actually becomes more valuable than it was before it broke. And that really is the concept that I wanted to share today, that not only do we have to, you know, think about coping, that we can actually grow challenges and through our obstacles. Now, I want to just pause there and go ahead and move to some questions that have been submitted. Yes. So one person asks, can we address this post-traumatic growth and thriving through difficulties as emotional and psychological anti-fragility? And absolutely. And that's exactly the concept that I was referring to. In fact, this was something that Nassim Nicholas Taleb talked about in his book, Anti-Fragile, Things That Gain from Disorder. And in this book, he defines anti-fragility as the ability to actually benefit and improve because of disruptions, volatility, and uncertainty. So that's exactly what I'm referring to, that not only do we just handle and survive and cope, but that we can actually thrive and grow through uncertainty, and through the challenges and the disruptions that we go through in life. In fact, from a spiritual perspective, there's a really powerful Islamic concept, and it's referred to as husn al-dhanni billah. And what this phrase means is having a positive opinion of God. Now, what is that? How does that play out? What it means is that we're always assuming the best from what God is doing, that we're always positive. We're always looking with a positive lens at the work of God, at the actions of God in our lives and in the world. And what that does is it completely transforms the way we respond. And, one example that I give is an example if we imagine that one day, our mother comes and picks us up. And as she, starts driving, we ask her this question of, where are we going? Because, she's taking a route that maybe we don't recognize. We're not in control. We're not the ones driving. And so we ask, where are we going? And our mother says to us, don't worry, you'll see. Now, how many people in that situation are going to panic and call the police? Well, absolutely no one. And the question is why? Why do we not panic and call for help when we don't know the route? And the answer is simple. It's because we trust the driver. We trust that our mother has our best interests in mind. This is called husn al-dhan. It means that we have a positive opinion of our mother. We don't think that she's trying to hurt us. We don't think she's going to take us to a ditch and leave us. We know that she's doing what's best for us. And when we think about God in this way, that when we think about the way in which the world is being driven by God, that if we have a positive opinion of our creator and the one who's in charge of our lives and of the world, then it will completely change the way we respond. We won't respond with panic. We won't respond in a negative way, because we know that even when we don't understand the route, we know that it is not meant for harm, but that it is always in our best interest. The next question comes from Dua Tamam. How to keep being grateful and not become complacent and get used to the blessings? It seems hard to keep being thankful once you don't miss major things or have major tests. That is actually a really, really beautiful and powerful question. And I think this is where, and you know, there is this phenomenon that they find in psychology, that we start to sort of get used to pleasure, right? And the effect of the pleasure goes down over time. How do we prevent that from happening? And I think it's by a consistent practice of focusing on blessings, that we don't just say thanks once, right? We don't just show gratitude once, but that it becomes a habit. And this is why, you know, in these studies, they found that it's a daily habit of writing down the blessings. It's a daily habit of focusing on the blessings. That's why, you know, every day you write down 3 to 5 things at least, you know, and it doesn't have to be something from that day. It can be anything that you're grateful for. So what that does is it really reorients you so that gratitude is a practice. Gratitude is not just something we do once, but it's a practice of consistently focusing. It really just changes your mindset. And I think once you start to do that practice, you'll start to see the world differently. So here's the thing about our internal psychological state. It affects the lens that we see the world with, right? So imagine a person who, you know, this cliche of rose-colored glasses. What is that referring to? Well, what it's talking about is that when someone puts on a lens that's rose-colored, the world looks rose-colored. It looks, you know, looks bright and positive, right? But imagine a person is always wearing dark lenses, is always wearing dark glasses. Then what happens is the world always looks dark, even if it's bright, even if the world is actually very, very beautiful, but you will see it as dark, and it only has to do with your lens. And so it's really a matter of changing the lens. And you know, spiritually, it's a matter of cleaning the lens. And this is the practice of purification of the soul and the heart. And when you do that, it changes the way you see the world. So the practice of gratitude, it, in a sense, it allows you to put on grateful lenses. So instead of ungrateful lenses, you put on grateful lenses. It changes the way you view the world, where now your radar or your focus is looking for good things. You're looking for the blessings. You're not looking for the bad things. You're not looking for the negativity or the deficiencies. Your lens is different. And so I think that really has a really powerful impact, where it just impacts actually how you process the world that you see. One other thing that's very important is that our attributional styles have a huge impact on our mental health. And you know, there was a lot of studies that were done by Abramson and others that found that when you have a negative attributional style, you will tend to have more depressive symptoms versus a positive attributional style. And what they find is that this negative attributional style has to do with how we see the world and how we process and explain the world. So, for example, they say that an internal, stable, global attributional style is something that's considered negative. It's a negative attributional style. And just to kind of summarize what that is, it means that when something bad happens, that individual with this negative attributional style will tend to internalize the blame of that bad thing that happened. So internal. So they take in the blame, they internalize the bad thing that happened rather than having an external sort of attribution to that negative experience, they internalize it. The second is stable. People with a negative attributional style, when something bad happens, they view it as stable, meaning that it will always be bad. If something is challenging now, they view it as being stable, that it won't change, that it won't get better. So this individual will see things in negative, with their negative lens is that they view this to be a stable negative experience, that it will always be bad and it will not ever improve. And then finally, global, that when something bad or difficult happens in one element of their life, they will assume, or the way that they see it through their lens is that everything is bad, right? I'm not just having a difficulty in one element of my life, but the whole world is bad, right? They globalize that negativity. And so that's the global, internal, stable, global. And that this attributional style is linked to depressive symptoms, that these people will be more likely to fall into depression. And it has to do with the way they view the world, with the type of lens that they have and the way they explain and understand and process the world. The next question is, are you going to present a specific study about the connection between emotional resilience and spirituality? Well, there are various studies about this, and obviously being short on time, but one of the things that we have found, and these are studies that I touched upon briefly, is the link between gratitude and mental health, that how powerful gratitude is with regards to treating depression. And this is a concept that we have spiritually. I'll just give you one example here. There's for example, Islamically, there's a passage in the Quran in which God says, وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكُمْ لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ, that if you are grateful, if you are thankful, I will increase you. And so here you see this link between gratitude and abundance. You see this link that when you are grateful, I will increase you. And you find that this is the case even with human beings. If you want a behavior in another person to continue or to increase, do you show ingratitude or gratitude for whatever you've seen so far? And the answer is, the more you show gratitude, the more you are grateful towards that individual, what they already are doing. And this is applicable with our spouses, this is applicable with our children, with our colleagues, that when you're already grateful for what that individual is already doing for you, what do they do in return? They increase in what they're doing. It motivates people to give more and to sustain what it is that they're giving. And so you see this connection, in a relational way, and you also see it from a psychological perspective where it's very, very powerful in terms of treating depression, and you also see it from a spiritual perspective, as I mentioned in the verse from the Quran. So someone asks for a reference for the quote at the beginning. It is one of the famous quotes of Albert Camus, and it's one of these quotes that, like, it's one of my favorite quotes because it really, really, I think it really illustrates this concept of not just surviving but thriving. That when the world pushes against me, within me there's something stronger, something better pushing right back. And I think it's just such a beautiful summary of that concept. So someone asks, especially due to the popularity of social media, it is not uncommon to hear that we are entitled to our anger because it is motivated by our desire to be treated rightly. What is your opinion on the matter? And how can we deal with this feeling in a way that can help us to grow? I think that's a really, really deep question and a powerful question. And I'll say this kind of to wrap up. what we believe, both psychologically and spiritually, is that emotions have a purpose. One of the most dangerous concepts that I think we have in our modern day times is that we're only ever supposed to feel our positive emotions. And there's kind of this idea that anytime there's a negative emotion, we got to get rid of it immediately, right? Anytime there's anything that doesn't make us feel good, we want to numb it. We want to make it just go away, right? Feelings of sadness, feelings of anger, feelings of fear. In fact, these emotions have a purpose, and we believe, religiously, that they were created by God for a purpose, and in fact they serve a psychological and emotional and spiritual purpose. So the question now becomes, when do those negative emotions become a mental health issue? And the answer is that sadness in and of itself is part of being human, that fear in and of itself is part of the human experience, that anger in and of itself is part of the human experience. The problem is when these emotions take over. The problem is when these emotions are not within our own control, but that they actually control us. And in terms of, when we look at what could possibly be the purpose of these emotions, right? Well, the purpose of emotion is that they are actually messengers for us. So for example, when we feel fear, when we feel sadness, those are actually alarm bells telling us that there's something that needs to change. For example, if someone is in an abusive relationship, they're going to feel naturally sadness and fear. That sadness and fear in and of itself is actually a protective measure, because it's an indication that there's something wrong and something needs to be addressed. It is only when we ignore that messenger, when we ignore those alarm bells, that we end up falling into suffering, right? Because the fear itself, the sadness itself, even the depression itself, is because there's something in our life that needs to be addressed. Perhaps there's a wound, an emotional wound that needs to be healed. Perhaps there's a situational, dynamic that isn't healthy that needs to be changed. And so that emotion is actually coming as an alarm to tell us there's a problem. It's like a smoke alarm in the house. The purpose of it is to tell you there's a problem in the home, figure it out before your house burns down, right? But some of us, instead of addressing the problem, we just take out the batteries because we don't want to hear the alarm, right? The alarm is annoying, and it's meant to be annoying, but it's supposed to protect us. And so when we're not taking the message from our emotions, which is a protective measure, and instead just trying to numb it, and this is like taking out the battery, then what happens is the fire grows and we end up destroying our home. And so when it comes to anger, for example, well, anger also has a purpose. And I think one of the purposes of anger is to actually motivate us to take action against injustice, for example. So if we see injustice happening in the world, or to ourselves, or to our children, or to our neighbor, it's supposed to ignite in us anger, because that anger, the purpose of it being put in us, is to then struggle in order to make against that injustice, right? So the anger is meant as a motivator to make us really struggle for justice, for example, and for ourselves as well as others. We're supposed to get angry if we're being abused. We're supposed to get angry if we see abuse. But that anger is not meant to destroy us. It's not meant to go out of control. It's meant to be harnessed in a healthy way to take action against that injustice. And this is one of the most righteous actions that you can do, even, religiously, is fighting for justice, struggling against oppression. This is one of those things that is very paramount and very fundamental within, in a spiritual perspective. And so you see here that in this case, The anger itself is actually a motivator, so long as it is harnessed correctly and it is not out of control. I hope that what we discussed today was beneficial, and I hope that we can continue this discussion, towards not just resilience, not just surviving inside of our storms, but actually being able to thrive inside of our storms. Thank you, and hope to speak to you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome wherever you are in the world, from Romania to Rwanda, to this incredibly important session, given where we are with the COVID pandemic. We're going to be discussing innovative health technologies which, if rapidly developed and equitably accessed, can reduce health vulnerabilities and aid resilience. The starting point is technology transfer for COVID-19. And at this stage, I'd like to introduce the UN Under-Secretary General for landlocked developing countries, least developing countries and small island developing states, Ms. Fikita Mogla Yoto Kamunu. Welcome. You have a wealth, I know, of national, regional and international experience at various leadership roles. And I know that just prior to the UN, you're CEO of the Ministry of Tourism in Togo. So please give us your assessment of where we are now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank the organizers of the WISH Summit, the Qatar Foundation, for the invitation to join you as we open important deliberations into how advances in science, technology and innovation to address the health and social challenges of our lifetimes. The COVID-19 pandemic has cruelly highlighted fragilities in our health systems and the economic inequality that still prevail all over the world, with the greatest impact on the most vulnerable societies, especially the least developed countries. The least developed countries are inherently disadvantaged given their limited capacities and their ever-increasing exposure and vulnerability to natural and human-made disasters. The continuing COVID-19 pandemic affects these countries severely and disproportionately from a public health perspective, and many economic, social, and financial disruptions it has triggered. If there's a silver lining, it is that the suffering and loss that the world has experienced has also brought out best in us. We have witnessed science respond with unprecedented openness and collaboration. Technology producers have shared tools, and they have developed and their intellectual property with multiple countries for the benefit of all people. You will hear from the representative of Rwanda about how countries, and first amongst the least developed countries, unbound by convention, use robots, drones, and data management technologies to get ahead of the virus and to quite successfully limit its impacts. These valuable lessons can and should be extended around the world and deployed against future threats. We have also heard recently how a biomedical research center based in Senegal, capital city of Dakar, is close to producing an affordable handheld COVID-19 diagnostic test kit that can give results in a matter of minutes. The center hopes this kit will cost as little as $1 to purchase. In the same vein, we were impressed by the ingenuity of the Senegalese researchers who developed a prototype ventilator that cost only $160, a small fraction of the price of imported ventilators. We will continue to follow with great interest the ways in which some of the least developed countries, unbound by convention, have leveraged technologies to get ahead of the virus and to quite successfully limit its impacts. These valuable lessons can and should be extended around the world and deployed against future threats. The United Nations has played its part. In addition to the tireless work being led by the World Health Organization, we're all supporting the response. Several key United Nations agencies are integral members of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, whose work will contribute towards the expansion of broadband access around the world as key to accelerating progress towards our national and international development targets. In my capacity as one of the commissioners of the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, I was recently involved in the working group on data, digital, and AI in health. These technologies and their global availability have immense potential for population health, clinical research and development, clinical care, patient-facing solutions, and ultimately optimization of health services. While this progress is welcome, given the low internet access and usage in the least developed countries, the reality is that for at least every 8 in 10 people lack the basic information and communication technology and digital infrastructure needed to access e-health. It is therefore challenging to scale up many of these applications nationally. Nevertheless, I'm looking forward to hearing examples from panelists of applications that are being utilized or can be scaled up in the least developed countries. The United Nations has also launched the Technology Access Partnership to afford transfer of technology for COVID-19 relevant technologies in order to reduce vulnerability and strengthen the resilience of health systems everywhere. There's an urgent need to do more. Even before COVID-19, the United Nations Secretary General's report on the implementation of the Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries for the decade 2011 to 2020 revealed that LDCs significantly lagged behind in major indicators relating to science, technology, and innovation, adding that the LDCs risks being further left behind if current trends continue. My office recently launched a campaign called The Most Vulnerable 91 to better understand the scale of COVID-19 related funding spent so far by international partners. One of the main findings is that there's a vast discrepancy between the global response of COVID-19, which has been estimated at $20 billion, and what has been spent on the vulnerable countries. There is a real concern that COVID-19 is stretching national budgets to the breaking point, where countries are having to choose between paying external debts, covering salaries for their public sector, and at the same time bracing for the potential onslaught of a public health crisis. In a statement on COVID-19, the group of least developed countries outlined their challenges and needs to address the impacts of the pandemic and how to build back better. They have called for a global stimulus package to be funded and implemented with immediate effect to address the impacts of COVID-19. This includes, among others, emergency public health package, including PPEs, ventilators, telehealth and telemedicine facilities, support for social protection systems, education support for students in the form of digital equipment, as well as educational radio and television programs, fulfillment of ODA commitments, full debt cancellation, and the debt standstill. It is clear that we need significant investment in science, technology, and innovation. We need to further enable the transfer of technologies between countries, and especially to the least developed countries. We need to open a future in which we marvel at how technology will be rapidly adopted and adapted to build resilient health systems and societies everywhere. If we do not act now, the least developed countries, which were already lagging and struggling to stay on track towards achieving the SDGs, will be further left behind. For this purpose, the United Nations General Assembly established the United Nations Technology Bank for least developed countries to promote and facilitate the identification and utilization, transfer of, and access to appropriate technologies while respecting intellectual property rights. It is the first Sustainable Development Goals target to be achieved, target 17.8. We need you to be the renewable fuel in the vehicle. In January 2022, we will return to Doha for the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries, where we will finalize a forward-looking plan to enable LDCs and their development partners to deliver the Global Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. I'm confident that the outcomes of this summit will nourish the efforts towards the outcome of the Doha Conference on LDCs. I wish to once again acknowledge with much appreciation the government of Qatar for their generous offer and support to host the UN LDC 5 conference, as well as this meeting. It is the mission of the summit to achieve a healthier world through global collaboration. Let us all play our part. And I look forward now to engaging with you in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a short pause now to see a film about the experience of one Costa Rican businessman who is seeking technology transfer to make PPE for use in his country.
I'm Dr. Mario Sanchez from Zixaola, Costa Rica. I am an industrial pharmacist and project manager at MSG Pharma, a medical equipment manufacturing company, which I run with my sister, Yerlani, who is our quality manager. In February of 2020, one of my clients contacted me to see if I could provide him with high-grade medical masks. Given the demand of the COVID-19 pandemic, I didn't have the product, so I set out on research. While researching for suppliers, I discovered some in Europe. At last, we saw an opportunity. My sister and I crossed the Atlantic and we landed in Poland. However, we couldn't do business with the Polish manufacturers due to the shortage and restrictions of medical supplies at that moment in Europe. We didn't give up. We continued the search and we traveled to Germany, then to Greece, and finally the Netherlands. All this unsuccessful. It was like hunting a ghost, and the threat of being stunted because of the lockdowns, borders, and air closures forced us to return to Costa Rica on March 13. 500,000 people had lost their lives, and Europe is now become the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic. Back home, we continued the search for different options, and we decided to manufacture PPE here in Costa Rica. We start with reusable masks, but we continue to look forward for know-how, expertise, and technical details to manufacture masks for medical use. In this process, we hear about the United Nations Tech Access Partnership. Without hesitation, I contact them. Immediately, I got an answer and an interview. They contact me with Menses, a Turkish company, experts on membrane filtration and technical textiles. At this point, I felt a great sense of relief that my search for expertise had finally come to an end. We worked hard together and concluded that the best was to maintain the design of our current product, adding an extra layer of the membrane manufacturing in Turkey as a protective layer. Thanks to the United Nations Tech Access Partnership, I have the honor of meeting high-quality professionals in engineering, like Dr. Ismail Kujumpu, Director of the National Research Center on Membrane Processes. I have access to technical support from Istanbul Technical University to carry out the product safety test, and Menses gave me exceptional business conditions for this project to happen in a record time of just 3 months. I can proudly tell you that at the beginning of October, we were given the results of the particle filtration efficiency test. Our improved mask offers a 99.12% of protection, equivalent to a FFP3 of European standard. Today, we are waiting for our first shipment of raw material from Turkey to start the production of high medical masks. This will be impossible without the United Nations Tech Access Partnership. In just a few weeks, we will be ready to truly save lives in Central America and the Caribbean region.
And indeed, we are delighted that Dr. Mario Sanchez, founder of MSG Pharmacy, is joining us now, who is focused on delivery, as you heard there, to WHO standards. So very great welcome to you. I'm also delighted to be joined by Joshua Set-Ipa, who is the managing director of probably one of the newest banks in the world. That's the Technology Bank for the least developed countries. He came to this new UN institution with more than 20 years in senior roles in international trade, economic policy, investment strategy and economic development at a regional, national and international level. Also, Majid Kadumi is president of Meditronic in Central and Eastern Europe, Middle Eastern and Africa region. Majid has vast experience in commercial and operational leadership and is involved in several startups. He's won several awards for achievements in business innovation. Dr. Tunyong Chang graduated in medicine after a background in electronic engineering. He is a global health practitioner and technology entrepreneur. Dr. Chang is the founder and chairman of the Digital Health Global Initiative Foundation. And last but not least, Mrs. Tessie Rusagara is the managing director of Kigali Innovation City, whose mission is to nurture and accelerate Rwanda's innovation ecosystem to position Rwanda as a pan-African hub. She was previously with Deloitte, consulting in San Francisco, advising financial services clients on digital transformation, growth strategy, divestiture, and has an MBA from Stanford. So good afternoon to you all. Joshua Set-Ipa, it was always going to be a challenge starting a new bank, but can you tell me one of the biggest challenges the pandemic has given you?
Thank you very much, Kirsty. The reality is that at the beginning of the year, when we began to see scenes on TV of countries scrambling to get hold of personal protective equipment, we realized that it was no longer an issue of whether you can afford, because even the richest countries were not able to get hold of the PPEs. We saw global supply chains collapse, and we began to realize that for the countries that our clients, the 47 least developed countries, then the situation was going to be even more desperate. And unless we acted fast, we would not be able to help them contain the spread of the virus. And we quickly called our partners, UNDP, WHO, and UNCTAD around the table and agreed with them that we had to intervene immediately in providing support to these countries to be able to produce this equipment for themselves. So we realized that the most efficient way to do it is to give them access to the technology to manufacture these themselves. And we set about identifying technology holders, approaching them and engaging with them to provide technologies for the production of PPEs, for the production of diagnostic kits, and for the production of medical devices. And in fact, the response was overwhelming. We received technology holders coming forward with already technologies that they wanted to make available. And Medtronic is one of the companies that was one of the first in the world to make available the technology on ventilators. We saw the likes of NASA, we saw the likes of other companies come forward and say, this is what is available. And through that, we're able to provide real-time support to companies in the least developed countries and developing countries like Costa Rica to be able to pivot into the production of this important equipment. Yeah. And if one thing that we have learned from this is that partnerships are very important.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you, Majid Kadumi, because representing Meditronic, which is the biggest producer of medical devices, in a way, your own fast turnaround model kind of under your business model. So have you changed, do you think, the whole mindset of Meditronic through the pandemic?
Well, look, you're right. The intent was to react in unprecedented times with an unprecedented reaction as well. That is untraditional. And for us as a technology company, our most valuable asset is our intellectual property and our innovation. But it is also the most valuable to our customers, and especially in difficult times like the times we went through. You know, it used to truly be emotional to every one of us in the company that no matter how hard we tried, by doubling, tripling, and quadrupling our production in few weeks, giving all of our production strength into prioritizing equipment and ventilators that can be used to help our partners in the healthcare systems who were going through tremendous amounts of pressure and really didn't need to add an additional layer of supply issues. So for us, we could not, no matter how much we tried, we could not relieve these systems as much as we would have liked to. And, you know, I am personally a strong believer that when you do things in good intention, that it pays you back in multiple good ways. And I'm lucky as much as the other 100,000 people around Medtronic who are in the company working to treat millions of people every year, that our mission makes it really easy for us to make such important decisions and contribute to society. So for us, the intent was to really bring our strength or our main asset, make it available for every engineer, every production facility around the world that can help us produce more units and can bring important relief that these healthcare systems needed at the time of need. So it was an easy decision to make for our ExCom and our. Yet, I think what came out of it, interestingly, is the business model, which wasn't intentional. But the reality is now we question ourselves if we should be limited to the production capacity that we have forecasted or we have built. Can we actually engage partners that could allow for us to bring our therapies into more places? And I can tell you, we have 63,000 different technologies that we serve the healthcare systems with. And a lot of these technologies could benefit from local resourcing, could benefit from easier transportation.
So and it's breaking down the old business model. I mean, so many things are happening in a quite different way, keeping the protocols, but just making them act faster. And I wonder, Tessie Rusagara, in Rwanda, you have taken an incredibly innovative approach. You've just changed the whole way you're distributing, thinking about what you were going to do during the pandemic. Can you give us an example of what you did?
Thanks, Kirsty. Maybe to give you some context, what we found, we were lucky that there had been investments made prior to COVID-19 that allowed us to be prepared in terms of the response. So, for example, you know, a few years ago, the government had made the decision to invest in the fiber network that would cover 95% of the country. At the time, you know, many people would have thought, why do you need universal coverage even in areas that are outside your key economic nodes? But then what that has helped us with is that once the pandemic hit, even when it came to transitioning to working from home, even balancing between working from home and working in the office, we were able to accommodate that because we had the infrastructure in place for people to do that. In other cases, we so even just that mindset and that even bringing through partnerships has really been supportive and has really helped us accommodate a lot of the challenges we face. So we even in terms of testing, we started testing. There's some background noise. I don't know if that's just for you.
Yeah, but am I right in saying that you were sending drones with testing materials and things?
So we'd been using drones for blood delivery. What we then emergency blood delivery. What then we started to use drones for was for people like cancer patients who weren't able to go to the hospital to get their medicine. You're then able to use drones. We use drones for communicating to the public in terms of what is required. We used robots to minimize contact with people. So it really, the approach was to leverage technology as much as possible. We used, you know, the talent pool we've been creating to be able to come up with pool testing. So we didn't have to, we could save on the cost of individual tests when testing kits weren't available.
And I wonder, Dr. Chang, about that whole question of leveraging technology. And actually, has it made you think differently, even beyond the pandemic, of using digital and AI and so forth?
I think it's a very great idea that some of the colleagues here, that they can try to expand the service by not limited with the capacity. And also like Ms. Tessie, she has been using different technology to make the delivery of healthcare more accessible. In our part of the world, what we've been trying to do is to use the information technology, so try to track down on the service so that it become more efficient. So we basically use the information technology to set up something like an administration platform. It's basically an administration platform that will help to bridge the patients and the technology, making it much more easy to adopt and also much more efficient and is quality control. And I think this is what digitalization can be, much more be scaled through the information technology platform. Yeah.
I wonder what that the impact of that is on an elderly population, and of course we've all got elderly populations who might not be as tech savvy as others. How do you accommodate every need?
Yes, we not using this kind of information technology by the so-called like robotics or AI. Actually, we also develop a lot of silvery technologies. That is kind of technology which is more customized to more senior colleagues, and that may just use the biometrics and life biometrics to help them to ease out the pressure on memorizing passwords, etc., etc. And that is very, very useful.
Mario, we saw you in the film there, an extraordinary speed of delivery, but it was also only possible because of collaboration. And do you think that's your preferred way ahead? You have your own pharma company, but actually, is it always better, do you think now, with your experience, to collaborate?
Let me tell you, when academia, non-profit organizations, and industry come together, true miracles can happen. And I'm a witness of this. I understand how difficult it is to produce something, not just EPP, medicine, and to do this in a record time, as I said in the video, of 3 months is a true miracle. Not for as a business, but because we have to understand the business as a source or as a supply of a necessary item in this case. It guarantees national security for countries, avoids overpricing, and create jobs for our communities. I think getting together everyone, including the regulation and these processes in emergency cases, have to be necessary even before we affront another situation like this.
Yeah. Well, I just coming back to you, Joshua, on that. Innovation, doing different partnerships, taking risks, cutting the paperwork. You've been up and running 2 years, but are you changing your model as you go?
We are continuously looking at the best and the most cost-effective way and innovative way of delivering our mandate. And we're a very small organization, and we will remain small. And the strength of our key strength is ability to set up these strategic partnerships. So as long as we can be able to rely on our agility, on our strong network of partnerships, and also our strong links with innovators and entrepreneurs across the world, not just in the developing world, but also in the developed world, we will be able to have access to the latest thinking, to the latest systems, and to the latest tools. And this is what has allowed us not only to respond in time for when COVID struck, but we're also looking at the post-COVID support to countries. Yeah. And one of the challenges that I would like to highlight here is that, like most things in life, it starts as a solution, it becomes your next problem. Today, it is estimated that 10 million masks are thrown into the ecosystem on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So the biggest challenge now that we're seeing is heaps and heaps of PPE waste, which there are even suspicions that it is undermining even the containment effort because some of them are infected. Now, if we're getting them into our waste, into our communities, they're in the streets, they're in the water systems, that then undermines our work. So we are actively in discussion with partners right now to innovate around increasing capacity around medical waste, because all this additional supply of medical waste, gowns, is becoming a problem, and it is undermining all the excellent work that we've been doing with other partners since the beginning of the year.
Tessie Rusagara, is that in your mind too? That, you know, you have Mario Sanchez, who's done such a stonking job of getting PP out there, but it's, you know, does it have to be of a standard that's got to be biodegradable and so forth?
No, it's a very good point you raised. I know there's been efforts in terms of the awareness of medical waste, but what this brings to light is actually just the broader issue around environmental sustainability and climate change in a similar way to
the main focus of this conference.
Exactly. For years, a lot of people have ignored healthcare and building the infrastructure and recognizing the importance of investing in it, both private and public. And now what the pandemic has shown is that you can no longer afford to do that. And so to the point that was just made, we now need to actually put similar efforts, not just only for medical waste, but in general for the environment and climate change. And so, yes, I do think it's bringing that to the forefront as well.
Well, Mario Sanchez, you created a solution, but as Joshua said, you also in a way created a problem as well. Have you got your own solution to your own problem?
Yeah, of course, we're working on that. We are the first company in the world working on a reusable N95 or 95% of protection of a mask. That's something very innovative, you ask me. But at the same time, just as you said, the standard for this new technology to do it is behind that innovation. So we have to work together on this to make that a standard just in time with you have the development at the same time.
And is that something that's in your mind too, Majid Kadumi, that actually there's a lot of work still to be done on how we not only get out the pandemic, but prepare perhaps for another pandemic? You know, we just don't know. And I think this has given everybody such a fright that people are now thinking, how do we future-proof ourselves?
I think you're right. I think we need to think of our healthcare systems in totality in ways, how do we address non-communicable disease in different environments, even different locations than communicable disease? I think it makes sense now for us to really examine if one tertiary care hospital or site makes any sense. And if we should not provide services where someone who has the flu is not treated in the same place like someone who's doing an open heart surgery. And things like this that I think are basics into the healthcare system delivery that we probably need to address to do a healthcare 2.0 in our essential.
Dr. Chan, can you see new needs that are looming and that have only really come to the fore because of the pandemic?
Yes, in all parts of the world, we are not sure whether there will be any more new infections coming along. So we have more resources in preparing for for infectious outbreaks. Yes.
Yeah, and I was wondering, as part of your role, Joseph Setipa, in the bank, you are obviously thinking of the future. You presumably have people that are actually looking into the idea of what you'll be called upon to provide money for and collaborations for in the future. Can you think of these experiences, what you'll put in place, what kind of groups, what kind of collaborations you're looking for, what kind of protocols you'll have?
One issue that comes that for us tops the list is connectivity, and I think as we've heard from our colleague from Rwanda, connectivity underpins everything that government is able to do in times like this. The best way to reach all communities, if the communications network is not strong, it doesn't reach every one, then that already undermines the national effort to rally or to provide access to healthcare to the rest of the community. So we are working with other partners within the UN system and also outside to drive and then push as much as we can for digital connectivity. It's central to our future strategies and our ability to contain future pandemics. Communication, one of the things that was very clear, particularly in the developing world, is that messaging and being able to reach all corners of the community and training them on how to contain and protect themselves beats being able to distribute masks. Information is very key. So if you can be able to get the messaging across, and we've seen the potential for connectivity. Now look at the disruptions to education systems globally. We know that over 60% of children in the developing world missed almost 6-7 months of schooling. So that already undermines economic, it undermines social development, it undermines all key indicators in the sustainable development goals that we're all collectively aiming to achieve. So to make sure this doesn't happen, we need to drive a very aggressive agenda around connectivity. And that is one area where the Technology Bank is going to build partnerships to see how we contribute to this global effort to make internet access a public good. Yeah. Just like access to clean water, just like access to sanitation, connectivity should be a public good.
And in terms of the in terms of the Kigali Innovation Center and the Innovation City, I should say, it's not a center, it's an actual city. What are the primary things that you're working on just now to future-proof the same way that the UN Technology Bank is?
Thanks, Kirsty. So the first thing has just been talent, making sure we have the right talent pool in country, Pan-African.
Are they coming from all over the world? Are you recruiting from all over the world?
Yes, so it's we have a Pan-African view. So for example, some of our anchor universities, most of them have a 50% student body from Rwanda, 50% from the rest of Africa. So it's very diverse, the right kind of talent that will make us competitive. Second has been partnerships, like was mentioned, whether with the government or the private sector in areas where we know we have challenges, but also where we see opportunity. Specifically when it comes to innovation, we see ourselves as Rwanda is a very great place to innovate if you're trying to test technologies. And we believe that if we continue to have that mindset, it continues to allow us to future-proof going forward.
I wonder, post-pandemic, because pandemic, we know this idea that it affects everybody equally has been obviously proven to be absolute nonsense. And I wonder how concerned the panel is that post-COVID, the SDGs already off track will fall further behind, and what we can do to make sure that doesn't happen, Joshua.
One of the key issues to avoid this is to strengthen resilience. Yeah. Resilience in the healthcare system, resilience around infrastructure, and to ensure that the right investment levels are maintained. Because if one thing that we saw, even the strongest healthcare systems collapsed. We saw across Europe. Even today, as we speak, we're seeing in some of the richest countries in the world, hospitals are overwhelmed, patients are being flown to neighboring countries. Now imagine in communities that were already under stress. At the beginning of this year, it was estimated that across Africa, there were no more than 10,000 ventilators for a population of 1.2 billion people. How can we fight the next pandemic if we do not address that? And one other realization that we now have is that we have to, as we make available these devices, we also have to, at the same time, provide support towards capacity building, not only to manufacture, but also to maintain. And we all focused on procuring ventilators. We forgot one important aspect of all that, oxygen. So imagine a situation where today you've got countries which are struggling with oxygen for patients. So this is part of all the resilience that we need to build into the healthcare system. And we've got strong partners like Medtronic that are committed to support this work. And we, in fact, one of our pilot programs we're starting is in Rwanda and Senegal on training medical experts. So we are looking very much continuing to build these partnerships to make sure that we also access the latest in technology. Dr. Chiang, I think, has mentioned some of the applications that are possible, and we will continue to build those partnerships. That is where our strength is, and that is how we can be able to support countries and healthcare systems to be stronger for the next pandemic.
Thank you all very much for taking part in this key panel this year. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Hello from the newsroom of Northwestern University Qatar, and welcome to the Agora, the final session of Day 2 of WISH 2020. The WISH Agoras are based on gatherings held at ancient Greek assembly places where communities would gather to share news and exchange views. Introduced back at WISH 2018, This year, we've moved our Agora conversations online for reasons that I think we all know about. I'm Nick Bradshaw, Director of Outreach at Wish, and I'll be moderating today's session, which I hope will be both informal and engaging, and which posits the question, are we taking long COVID seriously enough? With me is Professor Paul, there he is. There with me is Professor Paul Garner from Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. Paul is an expert on infectious diseases and global health. He's also someone with first-hand experience of long COVID, a fact we'll come back to. Plus a panel of 12 members of the WISH community who I'll bring into the conversation in a few minutes. But first, I'd like to speak to you, Paul, to help us get an overview of the topic we're discussing tonight. Our understanding of COVID-19 has been changing rapidly. How has our knowledge of long COVID changed? I mean, put really simply, what is long COVID? I don't know, can you unmute, Paul?
Sorry. So
you can just unmute.
When
that's great.
Yep.
Now
when COVID hit us this year, the anticipation was this was an infection that would last for a few weeks and would either make you seriously unwell or you'd get better. And it became increasingly obvious that for a smaller percentage of people, they didn't get better straight away. In fact, the illness went on beyond 1 month. And so long COVID emerged, if you like, as a community term to reflect this emerging long tail of the disease. And it's becoming apparent that it is a whole mixture of different things. Part of it is around people that have damage to their organs, residual damage that is continuing to heal. Some people have damage to their autonomic nervous system with postural orthostatic tachycardia and a whole range of other things. However, many of these things, including the myocarditis, we see after viral infections. These are a whole range of, I think, post-viral syndromes by and large. But it is so varied, it is so different in different people. The problem has been sifting through what these symptoms means, what the pathology is, and how people should be sorted in this process.
And Paul, what's it been like to be both an infectious disease expert and a sufferer of an infectious disease, a very notorious infectious disease? I mean, what's it been like to be wearing these two hats at the same time?
I'd prefer to stick with the one role of being an expert and not a sufferer, because it is horrible. It really is a horrible disease to get. I think it's quite difficult as a medic not to over-interpret. Medics are not very good at treating themselves. So I've been very careful about being measured in what I say that's happening and express things as phenomenon rather than making bold statements about the virus is attacking my head or it's doing this or it's doing that. I have formed the view that I think a lot of what we are seeing is post-viral syndromes of various natures. You get it with chikungunya, you get it with Epstein-Barr virus, you get it with a number of viruses. People are ill for some months, sometimes years after. It's a new virus and we've got a lot of new symptoms, but people are really quite disabled by these quite frightening things that are happening to them. It messes with your head, it messes with your lungs, it messes with your body, and it messes with your mind. So this has also caused a lot of fear and frightened people about it's not going to go away, why isn't there treatment, and so on.
Which brings us to the crux of this discussion, which is, are we taking long COVID seriously enough? We, being the healthcare community, and I suppose we, the broader the wider society?
Yeah, I mean, I think when, as Claire and others on this call will recognize, in the early days, because these were not recognized and because there was no sort of obvious physical signs indicating disease, and because generally fatigue and post-viral syndromes are badly managed by doctors on the whole, there is little sympathy often for people, and symptoms are often dismissed as being in people's heads. Initially, there was skepticism, I think, on the part of the community, and you do see this massive community action to highlight this, and now people are seeing it's there. In a sense, it is these post-viral syndromes are now being investigated with an intensity that has never been seen in any kind of post-viral condition. And the problem, my own personal view, is there is a danger in all these quite modest changes that are being found on tests are actually causing extreme terror in patients. And actually, you know, one of the things that people need to get better is some reassurance that things will probably resolve, that they're not going to be permanently damaged, and that they are likely to have a good outcome. I can't guarantee that, but to a certain extent, the heavy investigation that's going on is helpful, but we have to remember what impact it has on the patients in finding things that we functionally don't actually know what they mean long term.
Well, thanks, Paul. Thanks for that to get the discussion going. We've now heard from our expert. Now let's go and hear from our panel. So welcome to our jury of 12, a number of whom I know have been dealing with long COVID. I know Paul met some people, he mentioned a name there before came on air. So I want to turn first to some of the people here who have had or who are currently dealing with long COVID. What's the importance of listening to people with lived experience and the use of the term long COVID in research and policy making? I don't know if anybody wants to answer that. Claire, would you like to answer?
Yes, please, I would. The importance of listening to patients is absolutely key. And I guess that also goes hand in hand with using the term long COVID. The term was initially coined by an Italian lady who's living with long COVID, Elisa Perigo, who's an academic. And the term has been widely adopted internationally. It is succinct, it is patient-made, it is open. It doesn't prejudge anything by the use of words such as post anything or using the word syndrome. Patients feel very strongly that we need to use this term. It's actually being used, there's a French equivalent, hashtag Covid long, and it's being used in the media, predominantly in the UK, but also in the US and possibly beyond, in Australia, for example. I don't know about other non-English speaking countries. So it's a term that is universally being used, frankly. And as I say, it has a certain openness about it. It's not prejudging the mechanisms. It's not attaching any language which is associated with existing conditions, because we simply don't understand enough about it. So, and I think one of the key things about it is that because it's patient-made, this term, we discovered this condition, we shouted about the existence of our condition, having been felt very invisible for many weeks, as understandably the focus was on people with very severe illnesses. But actually a lot of us are taking longer to recover even than some of the severe cases. So I cannot emphasize enough the need to use the patient term. It's been used in scientific literature, it's been used in the media widely, it's been used by the UK government, it's been used in the by the WHO. So stick with a term that everybody knows.
and actually put patients right at the
Claire, if I
centre
can
of
just
this. We know what we're talking about.
Claire, if I can just interrupt there on one thing there and bring some other people in, thank you for that. But there was, Paul mentioned post-viral, which is the recognised way of looking at things within the medical context. Do you find the term post is an issue because it kind of gives that sense that we're talking about something that happened and now we are dealing in something which is a long way from that? And I've even heard, you know, that we talk about the long tail, but a long tail sounds like it's going to be very thin at the end, and we don't really know that yet. We don't know quite how that's going to be.
Quite. I think, as you say, the word tail implies a diminishing, and I think the word post also does, regardless of the dictionary definition of words such as post or syndrome. They do come with connotations that actually demean the severity of some of the symptoms. And also people talk about the acute phase and subsequent phases. Well, for many patients, they don't see a distinction. There's been a continuum where some symptoms may have improved or alleviated or even gone away, but whole other very severe symptoms can happen even months down the line. So I think to use the word post, it makes certain judgments that I don't think that we can actually make at this point.
I mean, Paul, what do you think about that? What do you think about the term post? Because you used it, and as I said, it's a very recognised term within the medical profession. If you could put your mic on, sorry, Paul. I think you've been muted.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm not here really to argue about terminology. I think there's a whole load of different things happening in this collective term post-COVID. I don't have any objection to it. But what I do think is concerning is that we somehow are creating this into something that is totally brand new and has never been seen before. And there are many of the things that are happening in long COVID have happened with other viruses in different ways and different forms, and we must draw on that knowledge. So I respect the term. I'm pretty agnostic on it, really. I do think from the medical side of things, we need to chop it up into all the different bits that it consists of, the damage to the lungs, the damage to the autonomic system, the misfiring that causes the fatigue. We need to divide it up in order to work out what are the best treatments and the best therapies for the different groups. So there's not going to be one treatment for long COVID. There's going to be a whole series of different mixtures of things going on at different points in time. And I don't think we should get too tied up with this.
Thanks, Paul. Going back to the group, I mean, what effect does it have on those with long COVID of looking for physical pathology with tests that are unlikely to find anything? You know, the effect on the mental health, the just general effect on people. I can see. Is there anybody there wants to? Talia, I think.
One of the main
if you can unmute.
Yeah. I think one of the main issues is that many people living with COVID are going through cycles. So I got COVID in April, and then I've gone on to have 2 quite nasty relapses. The one in September actually saw me back in bed for a month, which is 6 months after I first got the illness. I had oxygen levels when I did my walking test of 84%. That's 6 months after the first illness, and that's recovered since. It goes in cycles, so you have the sore throats, you have the fevers, you have the headaches, and then it progresses into breathing issues. And so I think the issue we've got here is, why are people having these recurring cycles, and why are people's oxygen levels recovering and then 4 weeks later dropping again? my symptoms have been so bad in the last 7 months that I've been tested for various cancers, MS, lupus. All of them fortunately came okay, but there's no treatment for no answers. So I now have tablets to help lower my heart rate.
And what's it like? You're 27.
I'm only 27 yet, and I'm now taking tablets to lower my heart rate. I'm taking tablets to help me get to sleep. I'm doing various physio, but I've only just been able to go back to work part-time in the last week or so.
And are healthcare providers taking people with long COVID seriously? Joe, let's bring you in on that.
Hi, thank you for having us on. It's one of the really strongly recurring things on the group is that people feel not believed, and that has a really compounding impact on their health and their stress. And the physical and the mental health issues are quite important together. Paul talked about about chopping up things, and it's true. You want specialists to look at different areas, but there's also a need to take a look at the picture of the whole and how physical and mental health are dealt with together. Honestly, that it comes up so much that people feel frustrated that they're not believed, and then the opposite is true. People find that when they are listened to and given the time and heard and believed, even though there's not maybe a lot of treatments available, they describe it as a watershed in their recovery. It's really, really important for them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm going to just bring in some people who haven't had long COVID, who aren't suffering from long COVID, to see if anybody else out there has any thoughts they want to bring in. Maybe there's somebody from the medical profession amongst us, I'm not sure, honestly, or anybody else who has a comment they'd like to make, or question to ask to our expert. If you raise your hand, yes, I see with the headphones, you're raising your hand.
Yep. Hi, Nick. It's Ian Tully. I'm Chief Executive of the Mental Health Service at Hamad Medical Corporation in Qatar. It's interesting, the question, are we taking long COVID seriously enough? And it's been very interesting to hear people's comments about the impact on psychological well-being and mental health, and the suggestion that people are not believed or are made to feel as if it's their problem rather than the system. One of the things that we are doing in Qatar on the 15th of September this year, Hamad Medical Corporation's Mental Health Service and Qatar University launched a joint research study. It's a longitudinal study to investigate the social and psychosocial impact of COVID. And it's being a longitudinal study, we've got a number of people who we will follow the cohort through at 3, 6, 9 and 12 months to see what longer term impact has been on psychological well-being, and try to understand why in some cases people seem to do better and don't suffer as badly from anxiety and or depression, but others seem to continue way beyond. So we'll follow that through the whole of the next 12 months, and we're measuring things like sleep, concentration, mood, decision making, etc., and also the energy levels of people. People have talked about fatigue. There's a question about, is that because of sleep deprivation? Is it because of the virus itself? So I think it gives us an opportunity to look at the immediate impact of COVID itself, but then the longer term impact of long COVID move forward. So I think we could learn a lot from that in terms of managing such epidemics or traumatic circumstances in the future.
Thanks, Ian. I appreciate that. I noticed, Faris, you had your hand up earlier. If you unmute yourself.
Yeah. So I just had
Hi,
several
Faris.
questions to. Hi. Yeah. Sorry. Let me clarify. I'm Faras Anmir. I'm a Research and Policy Development Officer from WISH, and I had a question for Dr. Paul Garner, but it can be extended to the long COVID sufferers as well. Obviously, with a condition as this, you're going to have some level of dependency, and there's going to be family and friends around you that might cater to your needs. What advice would you extend to them from the other side, knowing that they might not fully understand what you're going through?
I think that's a good question.
So this is how can people be better? Yeah, sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, I mean, sorry, I mean, I was thinking about it in terms of the illness being recognized. So the sort of the implication is that it's simply medical professionals that are denying that it's happening, but actually this is a society-wide thing. I have friends that I know that are doctors that are even concerned about telling their partners about what's going on inside their heads because it is so strange and so unfamiliar and so threatening to them. So I do think this awareness of the condition and sympathy of your friends and your community around you is very important, because if you've got it, the first thing you say when friends see you is say, "Oh my God, you look well. There can't be anything wrong with you." And immediately you're having your illness and you say, "Yes, but it's not like that. I actually," and so it's very, very important that that there is a broader understanding, because people do need love and support and gentleness and things to help take away the fear. They need to feel secure to help them and their bodies recover. They need space to recover. They need to rest and so forth. So I do think it's a good question. Claire may have some.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring in a couple more in now. I'm just going to ask very quickly, how draining is it to have to advocate for a better understanding of long COVID? Leslie, I don't think we've heard from you. Leslie, if you can unmute and speak. And I saw Joe had her hand up as well. So Leslie, if you go first.
Nick, yeah, just picking up what Paul's just said about we need to rest, but if people don't believe you, you don't get that option. So we have spent the last 8-9 months since this phenomenon emerged, trying desperately to find out what's happening to us. So I find it really interesting. We're doing this online Agora today, and the equivalent of getting together in person is now online. And so whilst I agree with Paul that this is not a brand new phenomenon, we have learnt from previous post-viral illnesses what might help us. What is completely new is the fact that absolutely everything in the status quo has been disrupted because we're in a global pandemic. And as a result, that's changed the relationships between everything, including between patients and doctors. So what we've discovered is that we've been able to organise as patients online through Facebook, through Twitter, and through Slack, globally and locally. And as a result of that, we have done lots of research into what's already available. The ME community and CFS community immediately stepped forward and said, this could be post-viral. Whatever you do, don't exercise. Don't think you've got to build yourself back up again. And we know lots of patients previously very fit in their 20s, 30s and 40s who went back to training and are now incredibly disabled. So that appears to have been good advice for those who followed it. I myself had post-viral fatigue in a previous life, but this is also different. I can see where it's the same and I can see where it's different. And I was smug and I thought I'd get better because I would just do what I did when I'd had Epstein-Barr, and that didn't work. I still got long-term long COVID. So it is frustrating that we are having to spend as much time as we are shouting to be heard, as Claire said, right from the get-go. So I could echo everything that's been said about how important it is to hear patients, to believe patients, to get past the is this real, should we be doing something about it, to actually listen to find out from us, what have we learned? Because we've learned a huge amount by doing what people used to do in the Agoras in person, get together to draw on each other's knowledge. We've been doing that in groups 30,000. That's a pretty big research study. We have got incredibly talented, clever, accomplished people within our support group who are also medics, who are also change management specialists, who are also strategic consultants. We have done a heck of a lot of legwork and we have got a lot of great data. that we can show people. The gentleman, Ian, who talked about a study in Qatar, we've been involved in designing some research studies in Scotland. We've been involved in a research conference that's taking place in December in the United Kingdom, because when you get to sit down with medics and explain what we have discovered, they realise how valuable that is. And so, as Claire said in the very first question, it's so important that the patient is at the centre. So even this idea that doctors come along and brush aside long COVID and wish to call it something different disrespects the fact that we're actually the people with lived evidence of the syndrome in a way that other people haven't. And as you say, even doctors haven't necessarily come out to their colleagues about the fact they have it because of the stigma that people have experienced before. So I'm unabashed. I'm quite happy to talk about what's happened to me. Not everyone is. So we need people to come forward and be the voice of patients. And we absolutely need researchers who are sympathetic, empathetic, and don't want to come in and start reinventing wheels. We don't want a blank sheet of paper. We want to look at what's already been tried and tested. And we want that to be rolled into studies.
So I feel... Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I know we're running out of time. I just want to mention, I think it's longcovid.org, if people want to check things out, and also the Long COVID support group has, as was just mentioned, around 30,000 members, part of that. Joe, if you can keep something to 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go to Ahmed to make a comment as well. Sorry, Joe.
That's fine. I wanted to touch on the question about how we can kind of share our stories and let other people know how it feels, because my son had ME from Epstein-Barr and we supported him, but we didn't get it. And now he looks after us. So I think there's something about sharing beyond symptoms, which is sharing stories and narratives. And that's where we bring in a wider circle. So it's not just patients supporting each other and patients and health and social care working together, but also working with media and storytellers to bring out a broader narrative that helps people understand what it really feels like.
Great, thanks, Joe. I mean, we're here for the next 3 more nights, and a number of our panel will be here on different nights. So if they're not being heard today, they will be heard across the week. I'm going to bring Ahmed, and then I'm going to go to Paul for a closing comment. So, Ahmed? It is Ahmed there, is it?
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, yes.
Yes.
My name is Dr. Ahmed Elmir. I'm a medical resident in Hamad Medical Corporation. I'm speaking from my personal experience, having worked with COVID patients for a few months. We were deployed earlier on, and we were dealing with more acute cases of COVID. So firstly, thank you of you who shared your experiences. Personally, for me, they were very revealing. I'll be brief in saying that I think the best way for physicians to understand how to recognize and deal with long COVID is to appreciate that in a hospital setting or in a healthcare setting, physicians are very goal-oriented in their care. When they look at a patient who has a condition, they want to know, firstly, does this need treatment? And secondly, am I the person who should be treating it? To that end, I think what would help with long COVID is having an internationally recognized definition. And though this may seem a bit facetious to some, because long COVID is obviously a myriad of symptoms and experiences, it's very important for us to have some kind of tangible criteria that healthcare providers can understand, because that will allow them to recognize what long COVID is. In the same way we recognize what asthma attacks are and heart attacks are when we meet people in emergency departments, if we have a globally recognized definition of what long COVID is, preferably endorsed by international medical organizations, that I think will be a positive step in helping healthcare providers understand what they're looking at.
Great, thank you, Ahmed. So before we close today, I just want to come back to Paul. And Professor, you, as I said at the start, you have experienced long COVID, and you are obviously an expert in the field. How do you see things playing out over the next 6 months, 12 months? Everybody talks about the idea of having a vaccine, which is obviously a vital piece of the puzzle. But what about the people who have long COVID, who will get long COVID? How do you see it playing out over the time to go? Is there some hope from your experience? Do you think this will be 2 years down the line, we'll all be saying it was horrible, but most people, they've now recovered?
Yeah, I mean, the data from SARS was pretty horrific, with the Toronto data of a third still being ill at 3 years. My own, going back to Leslie's point about using personal stories, my own personal story with one particular form of long COVID related to brain fog and extensive fatigue, but limited lung involvement, is that part of the solution relates to dismissing Descartes' dualism between the mind and the body. And part of getting over this is about resetting your expectations. It's about trying to not be catastrophic in your thinking. It's about looking forward to the future and being kind to yourself. Now, I know that sounds very sort of holistic and so forth, but I honestly believe that we have to be careful within our long COVID communities of setting up a dichotomy against medicine, against society. We need to work together to improve and help ourselves move forward with these physical symptoms and these related disorders.
I mean, really, that's been, for me, I mean, I work at Wish. We talk about bringing people together, global collaboration. We often don't have patients that involved, and I'm really pleased that we're seeing patients involved now. Sorry, I can see with your hand up, you can make a quick comment. If you if you unmute and speak very quickly, like 10, 20 seconds, we can just about fit something in. Sorry.
Is that me, Nick? Yeah. Just
yes, it is, yeah.
What Paul was saying about collaboration, that is absolutely what we want. We want, as patients, to collaborate with the medical profession. We are not setting up a dichotomy against anyone. We are incredibly intelligent people who get that this is about how to work in partnership. And actually, going forward out of COVID-19, we're all having to learn to collaborate and work in partnership because everything is interrelated. So I do think we need to give patients credit for wanting to find solutions and to coming up with lots of practical things that we can share with doctors, because we don't want to be labelled in the way patient support groups perhaps were in the past, because we're a digital age, 21st century patient groups that are organising and actually achieving quite a lot of useful things. Thank you.
That's great. And I think on that kind of positive note, we asked the question at the start, are we taking long COVID seriously enough? I hope that we are. I hope that these conversations happen more and more. I hope that people get the support they need. Thank you for being part of this session. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, panel. That's it for day 2 of Wish 2020. It's been a long day. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.